This young man is the world's legendary hero. Yet he treats the sacred holy sword passed down through generations like a common axe for chopping wood. Desperate to avoid the chaos of the world, he chose the quiet life of a farmer, tilling the fields for over 500 years. Whether it is farming, hunting, or crafting, every action grants him experience. A simple axe he forged casually actually possesses its own sentient soul. Unable to find a regular dog to guard his home, he simply built a mechanical one. Even a casual game of cards with him can accidentally summon a supreme demon god. But then, the day came when the demon queen herself tracked him down, ready to send him to the afterlife the moment they met. However, his pet, Wealthy, was no ordinary dog. After clashing for 500 rounds, the demon queen had to unleash her ultimate move just to stand her ground. But when she saw over 100 more pets just like Wealthy waiting in the barn, even the mighty demon queen had to admit defeat. It seems the only place she could ever hope to conquer him is in the bedroom. All right, no more delays. Let's dive right into the story. This is a world where the strong rule through steel and sorcery. On the continent of heroes, a massive war is currently tearing the land apart. The demon queen Elizabeth has declared an all-out war, challenging every race to a final confrontation. With her overwhelming, crushing power, the demonic legions were unstoppable. One by one, the royal capitals of every race fell before her might. Before long, only the humans remained, desperately clinging to their final stand. Yet, crippled by internal betrayal and human greed, the final line of defense crumbled. Humanity was forced to declare their absolute defeat. Thus, Elizabeth, famed as the most powerful demon queen in history, officially ascended to her throne. She stood at the world's peak as its sole sovereign, exerting absolute control over the ruins of the human capital. An old master named Ba Dao was locked in combat with a young man, draped in black. The old man roared, "Elizabeth, don't you dare think this is over. Victory may be yours now, but the future belongs to us. The legendary hero will arise and strike you down." Suddenly, a shadow blurred. The young man lunged forward, a brutal kick sending Ba Dao spitting blood. Looking down with a chilling smirk, he whispered, "Lord Ba Dao, let's be clear about one thing. This isn't a request from the queen. It's an order. Do you understand?" This young man in jet black armor was 𝐒𝐒𝐒, the prince of humanity, trembling with rage. "Ba Dao Spot, I despise a traitor like you. You killed your own father to serve the enemy. All my training to make you a legendary hero was a waste." 𝐒𝐒𝐒's hands morphed into monstrous claws as he scoffed. "Save your breath. It's useless. If you miss my pathetic father that much, then allow me to send you to join him right now." 𝐒𝐒𝐒 lunged for the kill. But just as the blow was about to land, Elizabeth's voice rang out, commanding him to stop. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 froze, his fist inches from Ba Dao's face. Elizabeth stepped forward. "You claim the future is on your side, that I will eventually taste defeat." She stood tall, radiating an icy majesty. Looking down at Ba Dao with pure disdain, she demanded, "Miserable human, you'd better explain yourself clearly. If you don't, I have 1,000 ways to make you suffer a fate worse than death." Shaking with fear, Ba Dao managed to speak. "The vision. I saw it. In the prophecy of the future, when the legendary hero draws the holy sword, it will mark the absolute end for the demon race," he continued, gasping for air. "That holy sword is the very blade stuck in the pedestal of the main hall. I will never tell you more. I will never betray my kind. Never." Never. Elizabeth ignored his pleas and turned her gaze toward the legendary blade. The holy sword sat there, its craftsmanship exquisite and divine. Elizabeth mused. "So, once the legendary hero draws this blade, he will finally be worthy of challenging me." She brushed her fingers against the hilt, then turned with a sharp cold smile. "How interesting." She glanced at Visago and spoke. "Fine then. I shall wait right here for him to arrive." Thus began the first year of Elizabeth's reign, where monsters and humans began to live side by side. By the second year of her rule, life continued as normal. The third, fourth, and fifth years passed, and still, nothing changed. 15 years into Elizabeth's era, the streets were alive with festivals. Humans and monsters had achieved an incredible level of harmony. They chatted like old friends. "Good morning, Mr. Bates. Today's beef is top tier. Please keep looking after my shop. Of course, my customers can't stop praising your ingredients." Nearby, a monster checked his watch. "Oh man, I'm gonna be late. I can't miss today's lead role audition." Under the Demon Queen's absolute rule, all outdated laws and racial inequalities were abolished. Everyone stood on equal ground. With no more conflict, people lived in peace and prosperity. The continent of heroes entered a golden age. Though many feared this rare peace might shatter, an anti-hero faction emerged, fiercely opposing the arrival of any so-called legendary hero. Meanwhile, in the Demon Queen's castle, Elizabeth sat upon her throne, facing the ministers of each race. She asked, "So, is there still no word on the legendary hero 𝐒𝐒𝐒?" The elf minister stepped forward. "Your Majesty, the spirits have commanded every insect in the forest to search. Yet, we have found no trace of him. The hunt remains intense. We have combed through every forest and the most remote corners of the world. It seems the legendary hero is hiding exceptionally well." Elizabeth frowned, weighing the situation. "If he appears, this peace could be destroyed. You must not grow complacent. Expand the search area immediately. We understand? Your Majesty, we will reinforce our efforts at once." The ministers bowed and hurried out. The grand hall fell silent. Bathed in moonlight, Elizabeth stood and walked to the balcony. Looking out over her city, she silently vowed to protect this life at any cost. No matter how powerful the coming enemy might be, even though the spirits had mobilized every insect to find him, the hero remained a ghost. Still no trace of the legendary hero. Haim, the dwarf minister, admitted their intelligence gathering had hit a dead end. However, based on the reports flooding in from various armories across the land, not a single suspicious soul has been found. Aristotle, the human minister, scoffed, claiming the hero was likely just a delusional dreamer. The idea of someone challenging our combined might without a hint of fear is pure fantasy. Minister Gim leaned in and whispered to Isis, explaining that Her Majesty felt no fear toward that fabled hero. In fact, she eagerly awaits his arrival. To prepare for the prophecy, she has mastered every form of ancient magic and forbidden combat. MC Han, the Beastkin minister, joined the hushed conversation with a low whisper. With a single thought, she could erase this entire continent. Dulo 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐑𝐚𝐧𝐤, cursing Bazoo for his useless, nonsensical prophecies. Her Majesty's reign is a divine blessing to us all. The legendary hero can rot for all we care. Suddenly, a strange figure appeared outside, hoisting a sign that screamed anti-hero while wearing a crude, hideous mask. Haim sighed in exasperation. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." The lunatic behind that mask was none other than Bazoo. He stumbled into the grand hall like a madman, chanting anti-hero over and over again. He raved about supporting the Demon Queen and rejecting the prophecy, until Elizabeth finally lost her patience. With a flick of her finger, a massive spectral claw erupted, pinning Bazoo instantly. A sinister smirk played on Elizabeth's lips as she demanded to know the hero's exact location. Trembling with fear, Visago stammered that the threads of fate were never set in stone, especially when dealing with a being who defies all logic. Just like the queen herself, he bowed low in deep reverence. He claimed it was an insult to even suggest that such a mundane prophecy could apply to her greatness. As he prattled on about his new research, Elizabeth's tail whipped across the room, striking 𝐒𝐒𝐒 right in the face. "Get out of my sight," she commanded coldly. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 could only clutch his stinging cheek and obey. She hurled Visago across the room like a rag doll, calling them all useless trash as he slammed into the wall. "I stand at the very apex of this world. I refuse to sit idly by and wait for some legendary brat to challenge me. I won't be used as a stepping stone for his fame." With that, she marched toward the holy sword. The blade had remained unmoved for eons. Elizabeth gripped the hilt, deciding that if the hero wouldn't come to her, she would go to him. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 gasped in disbelief, realizing the sheer audacity of what the queen was about to attempt. Dulo cried out in terror, but Elizabeth ignored him. "Fine," she hissed. "I'll find you myself," and began to pull. A violent surge of pressure exploded from the blade as she poured every ounce of her strength into the hilt. The crushing aura forced the ministers to deploy magical shields just to survive. Could she truly be drawing the holy sword? The impossible was happening. From his spot in the wall, Visago desperately screamed for someone to shield him from the blast. A pillar of raw power shot into the heavens as the blade finally yielded. Against all odds, she had done it, holding the legendary weapon. Elizabeth laughed. So much for the claim that only a hero could wield this power. Suddenly, her vision shifted, piercing through vast mountain ranges and endless emerald plains. Her gaze locked onto a humble little cottage. "So, this is where you've been hiding," she chirped, activating a forbidden teleportation spell. A massive magic circle enveloped her. Her frantic attendant rushed forward, begging to stay by her side. He reached out, desperate to join her. But in the blink of an eye, The demon queen vanished into thin air. He was left behind, crying out for his master. Meanwhile, Elizabeth arrived at a quiet farm nestled in a serene village. There, a young man was wiping sweat from his brow. This was the legendary hero, happily tending to his crops. His name was 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh. In his past life, he was nothing more than a typical, overworked office employee. He never cared for games or fantasy stories. His only escape was scrolling through short videos during his daily commute. He'd watch tutorials on farming or satisfying videos of street food while heading to work. He even remembered a video of a poor rabbit being rescued from the heat by the riverside. He had often dreamed of such a peaceful, simple existence. And then, his wish took a strange turn. Without warning, the world around him began to warp and shift. He was being pulled across dimensions into a bizarre and mysterious new land. Before he knew it, he had been teleported into a world beyond his wildest imagination. Majestic dragons soar through the endless clouds. Before me lies a vast and breathtaking world. And just like that, I was transported into this realm. He looked around in a panicked daze. But under the beginner system's guidance, I slowly mastered the essential survival skills needed to endure here. Honestly, I knew absolutely nothing about this mysterious otherworld. But it didn't matter. Isn't this peaceful countryside life exactly what I've always wanted? I felt more vibrant and powerful than I ever did at my old job. Suddenly, a notification flashed across the system's interface. Greetings, player. Having completed your grueling beginner training, you have finally met all the requirements to depart from the starter village. Your grand adventure begins now, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh sighed. Wait, isn't it perfect here? Why on earth would I ever want to leave? The system provided a cold explanation. Once you exit the village, you will encounter all manner of people inhabiting this vast world. You can become their disciple, mastering legendary sword arts and mystical magic. Rise as the hero of legend and strike down the great demon king. Let your legendary journey commence, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh immediately retorted. But I have absolutely no desire to go around killing demon kings. Can't I just live out my days here? The system froze. Stunned by his answer, it snapped back. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh, that is absolutely out of the question. The player's ultimate mission is to destroy the demon king. You must set out on your adventure immediately. The system spammed notifications, desperately urging 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh to move. But he simply ignored them. It kept pestering me to start some epic quest, but it seemed powerless to stop me. Aside from those annoying pop-up windows, I don't care about some demon king. I'll keep living my way. You see, this place is protected by a very unique temporal barrier, a mystical seal that completely conceals the starter village from the rest of the world. For added safety, time within the barrier stretches far beyond 24 hours a day. This allows me to indulge in all the hobbies I enjoy, day after day. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh tilled his fields and went hunting. In his spare time, he would craft items or lose himself in deep meditation. I still didn't know a thing about swords or magic. But for a non-adventurous soul like me, those things were completely irrelevant. By trading points for minor tasks, I built my ideal country home from scratch until the day the system suddenly suffered a major glitch. Before vanishing, the system spitefully wished for 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh's demise at the hands of the demon king. Then, it crashed and disappeared forever. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh just smiled, glad to be free. He removed his hat as his stomach gave a loud growl. Working all day sure worked up an appetite. He walked toward the woodpile and sighed. Firewood is running low. I better prep some more. He paused. Oh right, I forgot Big Strong in the forest. Big Strong is his axe. Suddenly, thunder crashed as a violent storm rolled in. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh looked up, puzzled. Seriously, now, at that moment, Elizabeth began to emerge from the storm's eye. She spoke with chilling pride. I've finally found you, legendary hero. But she froze, seeing 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh running in a panic. Why is it suddenly pouring? He cried. My laundry and my dried fish are going to get soaked. Elizabeth stood there, completely speechless. A hand snatched the string of fish from the drying rack. The sky turned pitch black as if a massive deluge was about to strike. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh clutched his dry laundry and grabbed his dried fish and sausages. He was panting heavily, having sprinted to save his things. High above, Elizabeth watched the scene with a look of utter disbelief. Is this really the man I've been searching for? She wondered as the rain intensified. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh remained oblivious to the powerful gaze watching him. His only worry was the food he had just prepared. A violent gust shook the eaves as 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh scrambled to cover everything and bolt inside. Elizabeth frowned, tracking his frantic movements. Finally, the heavy rain slammed into the fields. He exhaled in relief once he was safely indoors. He let out a long sigh and muttered, Phew, made it just in time. Otherwise, all my dried fish and sausages would have been ruined. Just then, A series of sharp barks echoed from the distance. A robotic dog was charging through the rain at full speed. He was racing toward his master. This was Vuong Tai. The robot dog was 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh's only companion in this lonely, desolate place. Seeing his master, Vuong Tai was overcome with joy. The little mechanical pup leaped excitedly, running in circles around his master's feet. His face was the picture of pure happiness. Seeing him approach, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh looked down and chuckled. Vuong Tai, stop being so rowdy. The rain is coming. Let's get home. The two of them played as they ran, with Vuong Tai barking loudly the entire way. The energetic dog was making things difficult for his owner. One hand on his head and the other clutching fish. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh struggled with Vuong Tai. Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out through the air. The sound immediately caught 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh's attention and made him freeze. He tilted his head back, peering into the murky, darkened sky. Hey, Vuong Tai, he muttered, his voice filled with confusion. What on earth is that thing up there, beside him? Vuong Tai was paralyzed with fear, his mechanical body trembling as he reacted slowly. How dare you call this queen a thing high in the sky? A woman appeared, her wings seeming to span the entire horizon. She stared down with cold arrogance. Crossing her arms, she revealed a commanding figure, clad in the majestic regalia of a demon queen. Beholding the terrifying sight above, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh was instantly gripped by a wave of pure terror. Ah, no, I'm so sorry. I couldn't see clearly, he stammered, waving his hands frantically as fear washed over his entire face. Above them, a golden magical aura began to swirl around Elizabeth's hand, a smirk of total satisfaction playing on her lips. First, I must verify this, she declared, pointing her finger downward. A thunderous roar followed. Violent shocks echoed through the air as the strike hurtled toward Lu Ting with blinding speed. Struck by pure terror, his heart nearly stopped. Everything in his hands fell to the floor. Panicking, he let out a desperate scream. Wait, just a second. What on earth are you talking about? Lu Ting threw his hands up in a desperate shield, his face twisted in absolute fear. Suddenly, Elizabeth let out a cold, puzzled huff. Her sharp gaze swept down toward him. At that moment, a massive surge of air swirled around his body. This overwhelming pressure was so intense it actually deflected Elizabeth's deadly strike. He stood frozen in the eye of this chaotic power. A massive cyclone began to tear through the surroundings. Out of nowhere, a sword materialized within Lu Ting's reach. Seeing his only hope, he reached out to grasp it. As Lu Ting gripped the hilt, his expression remained frantic. Yet, the moment the blade touched his hand, it stood perfectly upright. A chilling aura of killing intent exploded from him as he lowered his head. Shink, he swung the blade down, pointing the tip directly at the earth. A brilliant golden light erupted, making the atmosphere suffocatingly heavy. Suddenly, something strange flew right into his palm. Lu Ting shook his hand repeatedly, looking utterly lost. He kept waving the sword up and down with a bewildered expression. What's happening? He muttered, his face a mask of confusion. Meanwhile, Elizabeth's irritation was becoming painfully obvious. Gritting her teeth, she thought, the holy sword Afer has chosen him. There can be no mistake, but his mana signature is pathetic, even lower than a common foot soldier. Tsk. Is he hiding his true strength? She spoke with a voice like ice. I am Elizabeth, the most powerful demon king in history, and today, I have come to erase you from existence. As she spoke, a crimson magic circle flared to life in her palm. Massive rings of ancient runes swirled around her. Her gaze turned as cold as a winter storm as she locked eyes with her target. Hearing those words, Lu Ting's face paled with pure, unadulterated dread. He clutched his head in panic, stammering, The Demon King, why are you at my house? I haven't even stepped outside. Just then, Vuong Tai stepped forward bravely. The small dog barked defiantly at the terrifying woman. This only heightened Lu Ting's stress. He turned and hissed. Shut up. You stupid dog, don't provoke her anymore. Countless magic circles began to blanket the sky. Elizabeth's abyss magic resonated, creating massive shockwaves that shook the very air. Violent gales began to howl and churn. Species extinction. Elizabeth unleashed her devastating attack. A colossal boulder materialized behind her, summoned by her dark will. Witnessing the impending doom, Lu Ting felt a wave of despair. I get it now. The system was right. The clash between hero and demon king is fate. Even if I never left this starter village. His eyes widened in shock as reality set in. Wang Kai continued to bark wildly, but Lu Ting simply dropped the sword to the ground. There's nothing left to say, he muttered. He turned his back and began to retreat into the house, looking utterly defeated. His whole body trembled as he took slow, heavy steps. Meanwhile, Wang Kai wouldn't stop. The dog barked at the sky with all its might. Behind them, Elizabeth's magic continued to swell to a terrifying size. Lu Ting stumbled inside, his legs shaking like leaves. He thought bitterly, I'm still just a newbie. Yet the final boss has found me. Besides accepting my fate, what else can I possibly do? Reaching the door, he gripped the handle and glanced back one last time. Maybe it's time to be content with what I had. He pushed the door open, looking lifeless. His mind was filled with one final thought. I don't regret it. I'm glad I had this moment of happiness here. In the end, let's let everything return to zero. Slam. The door shut with a heavy thud as Lu Ting locked it tight. Outside, Elizabeth's blood began to boil. Something is wrong. What did that man mean by smiling at me like that? In her eyes, Lu Ting had looked back with a mocking sneer, as if saying, come on then, do your worst. She screamed in a fit of rage. How dare he, that arrogant fool? She pointed her finger forward and roared. Now, die. She screamed at the top of her lungs. Instantly, a barrage of magical strikes rained down toward Lu Ting's home. The attacks carried a devastating force as they closed in. Sensing the lethal danger, Wang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. Complex mathematical formulas began to stream through the dog's vision. The massive attack was approaching at an impossible speed. It was over 100 times larger than the entire house. The sheer wind pressure sent debris flying high into the atmosphere. Calculation complete. Wang Kai's brain finished its analysis, and its eyes glowed with a fierce, crimson light. Click-clack, the sounds of mechanical parts shifting echo. Wang Kai's side panels suddenly slide open, revealing what looks like a jet-powered cannon. Its size is truly immense. The combat engines roar to life as a massive missile locks into position on Wang Kai's back. A barrage of jet-powered weaponry surges forward. The missile is launched instantly, and the sky ignites in a blinding explosion. Boom boom, the thunderous roar is relentless. A colossal blast erupts, successfully intercepting Elizabeth's deadly assault. Standing below, Wang Tai keeps his gaze fixed upward, barking incessantly. Witnessing this, Elizabeth lets out a smug, triumphant grin. She speaks with a tone of pure disdain. Mitz. I wondered why a legendary hero could be so incredibly arrogant. So, you possess a magic tool that can manifest spiritual energy, but before me, everything is beneath contempt. She begins gathering mana into both hands. Her expression is one of pure disgust, and her gaze turns razor-sharp. Sinister gales and black energy swirl violently around her body. Rumble wave after wave of pressure descends. The raw force of her mana crushes the earth, sending dust flying everywhere. A massive orb of pure magic forms above Elizabeth. Her world-ending magic begins to condense, growing more powerful by the second. It forms into a devastating strike as cyclones whip around her. Finally, Elizabeth speaks. I've lost all interest in testing you. Let's end this now. She looks down with cold, mocking eyes. She raises a hand, preparing to unleash her strike toward Wang Tai. The great earth gravity curse is unleashed. The powerful magic obliterates the surrounding landscape with unstoppable force. Elizabeth laughs coldly at their feeble resistance. Everything ends right here. A massive surge of energy explodes violently as her ultimate magic blows everything away. Across the horizon, eerie purple light envelops the sphere as it descends rapidly toward the ground. On Wang Tai's side, the little dog's mind flashes with endless symbols. Thousands of data strings reset, and he looks dazed. Calculations complete. Wang Tai instantly creates a protective aura that blankets his entire area. His eyes turn blood red as he opens his mouth wide. From within, a sinister black light begins to glow. It condenses into a small, concentrated orb. Wang Tai is charging a powerful counterattack of his own. He glares directly at Elizabeth with a terrifying expression. Pew! The sound of his attack rings out. The little dog fires his strike at the approaching threat. The black bolt streaks upward, colliding with her magic. But compared to Elizabeth's high-tier mana, Wang Tai's attack seems like absolutely nothing. Seeing this, she speaks coldly. You're worthless now. Wang Tai's attack hits the seismic wave with a sharp crack. Boom, just disappear along with this earthquake. Elizabeth's voice is filled with arrogance and triumph. She wears a sneer of contempt. The gravity sphere grows larger, becoming a massive cosmic black hole descending toward them. Its destructive power generates arcs of lightning, and the entire sky is consumed by the sheer scale of the attack. Eerie blue light radiates everywhere. A stream of black energy shoots straight into the heart of the blast. Such immense power pop. Suddenly, Elizabeth's attack simply vanishes into thin air, leaving nothing behind. The clear blue sky and white clouds reappear the very moment her attack dissipates, floating in midair. Elizabeth stares at the scene in total shock and disbelief. She can't believe her eyes. And her expression is one of pure bewilderment. My world-ending magic was broken. Her face stiffens with fear as sweat pours down. Her eyes widen as she wonders, just what is he doing in there? Her gaze shifts toward the house where Luke Din and Vuong Tai reside. Golden light glints off the windows, and the simple home feels strangely welcoming amidst the chaos. Inside, Luke Din stares ahead with a blank, indifferent expression. Clutching his blanket, he finally speaks. Is it finally time? I finally figured it out. Outside, red boots step lightly onto the lush green grass. Vuong Tai rushes forward, barking loudly at the woman standing before him. Woof woof, the barking continues. Elizabeth floats before the small dog, staring at him intently for a long moment. Vuong Tai whimpers and growls, alternating between aggressive barks and low, threatening snarls. His eyes are filled with pure rage. Then, he lets out one final, thunderous bark at her. Elizabeth places a hand on her forehead and chuckles softly with arrogance. Ha 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 ha. I never expected that I, the queen, would be the one looked down upon. Her eyes gleam with danger. Her blood-red pupils are terrifying as she clenches her fist tightly. Crack. Her bones pop as her wings tremble slightly. Boom. The wings on Elizabeth's back suddenly burst wide open. Thick dust clouds blind the surroundings. A violent whirlwind surges, swallowing her entire body within the heavy haze. She speaks up with a bone-chilling tone. Cut the arrogance. I haven't even used 30% of my power yet. Arga, such insolence is truly revolting. Elizabeth lets out a thunderous roar, her voice trembling with pure rage. She shifts into her demon god form, her face twisting into a terrifying mask of fury. Her eyes burn with madness as sharp fangs bared. Chaotic magic surges in every direction. Violent winds howl with enough force to slice through the very air. Below, Vuong Tai stands in full combat mode, equipped with powerful jet thrusters. The robot freezes in its tracks, paralyzed by the sight. A lethal, suffocating bloodlust radiates from Elizabeth's body. Massive wings spread wide, whipping up a fierce gale. Boom! A deafening roar echoes as if the sky itself is suffering a massive earthquake. Thick smoke billows out relentlessly. Eerie purple light from the explosion erupts in every direction. An hour later, inside the house, Lu Ting is fast asleep on a soft, comfortable bed. He suddenly snaps awake from his dream. His eyes slowly flutter open. Am I dead? He sits up, rubbing his eyes and letting out a long, weary yawn. The scene shifts to the living room, where everything is perfectly organized. Wait, isn't this my house? He mutters in disbelief. He can't believe his eyes. His feet hit the floor with a soft thud. He gulps nervously. Tension grips him as he thinks. There's no sound coming from outside. His hand trembles as he grips the doorknob. That perverted demon king must still be waiting out there, paralyzed with fear. Lu Ting slowly cracks the door open, peering out with extreme caution. Outside is a scene of utter chaos, shrouded in a dense veil of dust and debris. Amidst the swirling vortex, a blurry figure emerges. Elizabeth stands there, battered and bruised, her face twisted in absolute fury. Her gaze is murderous. She's clutching Vuong Tai's head in her hand, the robot's body sparking and trembling violently. Crackling sounds fill the air as powerful electrical surges erupt everywhere. The Demon King's grip tightens around Vuong Tai's head, causing the outer casing to shatter instantly. Seeing the horror, Lu Ting screams. Vuong Tai Elizabeth exerts massive force, and the robot dog explodes. Boom. Now a total wreck. She tosses the scraps aside and begins walking slowly toward her target, burning with rage. She sneers. Apologies, but I have just destroyed your little magic tool. Her body is covered in wounds, yet her dark aura remains suffocating. Hearing this, Lu Ting falls into a total panic. He stammers in a trembling voice. It's fine. Can't we just sit down and talk this through calmly? Clad in her battle armor, Demon King Elizabeth flaunts her sharp horns and spreads her massive leathery wings. Ghastly power radiates from her. Sure. Why not, she says, while secretly thinking, after I kill you, how absurd. He actually pushed me to use my full power. Is this my prophesied end? Sweat beads on Elizabeth's anxious face. Suddenly, the Demon King collapses to the ground with a massive thud. Dust swirls everywhere, Shocked, Luo Ping cries out, "Hey!" He rushes over, cradling her in his arms. "Are you all right?" The long horns on her head begin to fade away, followed by her battle attire. Luo Ping panics as her clothing starts to vanish. He looks away, flustered. What are you doing?" Meanwhile, the Demon King remains unconscious. Her clothes disappear completely, revealing her figure through the settling dust. The sight is enough to give Luo Ping a massive nosebleed. Soon, night falls, and the moon shines brightly. Owls begin their nightly hunt among the branches. It is now 9:30 in the evening. Elizabeth lies on a bed, her long red hair flowing. She's in a long white t-shirt, but her hands are bound behind her. Her eyes snap open. She struggles to move, thinking, "I actually lost." Such a pathetic, shameful defeat. Sitting up, she realizes she's tied up. He didn't kill me. He chose to imprison me instead. Does he want to show me off to the world to flex his authority? She tries using magic on the shackles, but the black iron won't budge. Another mysterious magic tool. She sighs, surveying the room. She wonders, just how much power is that man still hiding? Chess pieces and tarot cards sit on the table. Elizabeth stares at them, baffled by these strange objects. Luo Bing is far from simple. His cruelty exceeds my darkest imaginings. I have gravely underestimated my enemy. Luo Bing stepped inside, carrying a tray of steaming hot food. You're finally awake," he greeted warmly. The Demon Queen snapped instantly. "Kill me if you must. Do not expect this ruler to beg for mercy." Her words chilled him. The Demon Queen is terrifying. But this is my only shot at survival. I must succeed. Breaking a cold sweat, he spoke calmly. "Can we just talk peacefully?" Behind her back, her bound wrists twitched. He approached the table, setting the food down. "By the way, those cuffs were just a safety measure. You know how frightening you are," waving his hands dismissively. He added, "I mean, you're just incredibly powerful." The Demon Queen stared, utterly bewildered. "There is surely a misunderstanding." He continued, "I will release you now. Let us have a proper conversation." To Elizabeth, Luo Bing looked like a pure villain. She heard his words as a mocking challenge to her strength. Luo Bing's expression twisted into something sinister. His wide, eerie grin stretching from ear to ear. "A grave mistake. Do as I say if you want to live." To the Demon Queen, this was a clear threat. He unlocked her restraints. "There. I am freeing you to prove I harbor no ill will. Let us enjoy our talk." Meanwhile, Elizabeth massaged her chafed wrists. "The world outside is currently too dangerous for me. Powerful warriors are hunting me, and my mana is depleted. What exactly is this man plotting? That gaze and that smile. He is dangerous. I must break free from this control somehow. I will endure your presence for now. But soon, you will regret your insufferable arrogance." In reality, Luo Bing was trembling with terror. You should probably get some rest first." He stammered. He mused to himself, "You are probably wondering why I did not finish her off while she was unconscious." Frantic and panicked, he scratched his head. "In this world of swords and sorcery, demon kings can just resurrect. I can butcher a chicken for soup, but killing a person or a demon queen is impossible for me." He reached a profound realization. Must every conflict between heroes and demons end in bloodshed? Clutching a rose between his teeth, Luo Bing struck a pose and said, "If I prove I am no threat and we become friends, I will survive." He laughed heartily at his own plan. Elizabeth fumed. "Damn it. He is still mocking me." Meanwhile, he reached out to pet his dog, Fortune. He lifted the battered, tattered dog. "Wealth. It is all so rotten and decayed." He sighed dramatically, seated on the massive bed. Elizabeth glared tensely at Luo Bing. "Well, out with it," she demanded. "Is this pathetic thing your ultimate magical weapon?" she asked, her voice dripping with suspicion and doubt. Luo Bing blinked in confusion. "Magic tool, I was just bored. So I tinkered with some toys," looking a bit embarrassed. He replied, "I suppose so. I created Fortune through my own research." A smug smirk crossed Elizabeth's face. Her eyes suddenly widened, flashing with a fierce, terrifying intensity. Her brows furrowed with burning rage. "You have let your guard down this time. Human," she thought triumphantly. "Now that I am free, I can secretly use abyssal magic to rapidly restore my infinite mana. Without your strongest magical tool, you are practically defenseless, like a warrior who has lost both arms." "The tides of power have finally shifted in my favor." Elizabeth rose, her body pulsing with renewed intent. Her face betrayed a lurking danger as she spoke. My apologies for damaging your precious little toy. Luo Bing looked down at the toy in his hands. Its exterior was battered and stained with grime. He carefully inserted a small object into the toy. It is okay, he replied. The memory card is safe. Red light erupted from Elizabeth's body as she unleashed a suffocating wave of pure, concentrated killing intent with a savage, bloodthirsty laugh. Her eyes narrowed. Now is the moment I execute this so-called hero, oblivious to the looming threat. Luo Bing sighed sadly. The frame. It looks like it is beyond repair. Suddenly, a hand gripped the cabinet door. Slide. The sound echoed as the doors swung open. Row after row of identical toys sat perfectly organized on the shelves of the display cabinet, but I have made plenty of spares. So do not worry, he chirped. Elizabeth froze, her blood turning cold. She could not believe he had an entire arsenal ready. Wait. What? She stammered, her face twisting in confusion. As she prepared to unleash her magic, Luo Bing's hand moved. Beep. He swiftly slotted the memory card home, behind its head. The toy suddenly pulses with energy. Beep. The moment the button is pressed, a spark of life ignites within, like a playful pup. It begins to bounce around in pure, unadulterated joy. Seeing this, Luo Ping remarks, it's fun to have around, though they can be quite handfuls. That's why I usually only keep one active. Suddenly, Luo Ping's expression twists into something primal. A chilling smile creeps across his face, sending shivers down anyone's spine. His eyes sharpen with a predatory glint. Beside him, the small mechanical dog begins to snarl, baring sharp fangs as its eyes glow a sinister, blood-red hue. Paralyzed by the sight, Elizabeth's heart sinks as her entire body begins to tremble uncontrollably. She collapses onto the bed, her gaze dazed and hollow. Suddenly, a mysterious white mist begins to drift through the air. Queen Elizabeth catches the scent, inhaling deeply to catch the aroma. She asks, What? What is that fragrance? She glances toward the side. Luo Ping calmly explains. Since you fainted, I prepared some food to help you regain your strength. On the round table, 2 freshly prepared dishes sit steaming, the heat rising in inviting swirls. Simple beef porridge and dumplings are laid out, looking surprisingly mouth-watering. Elizabeth scoffs with royal pride. Food is for the weak. As a supreme being, I have no need for such mortal sustenance. Yet, her eyes widen in shock as she finds herself involuntarily swallowing hard. Right on cue, her stomach betrays her words, letting out a loud, hollow growl. The sound echoes through the silent room. Elizabeth freezes, her dignity shattered by the awkward silence. Seizing the moment, Luo Ping beams with excitement. Everything is made with natural, homegrown vegetables. Give it a taste. His eyes sparkle with pure anticipation. Seeing his genuine look, Elizabeth reluctantly picks up her fork. Reaching toward the table, she slowly brings a single dumpling toward her lips. She takes a small, delicate bite, savoring the flavors slowly. Luo Ping watches her every move, his heart racing as he waits for her verdict. He clenches his fists in nervous tension. Though confident in his cooking, he worries. She's the demon queen. Will starter village food really satisfy her? The fork pierces through another glossy, perfectly crafted dumpling. She eats bit by bit, savoring the texture. Slowly, the plate begins to empty. Only a few pieces remain. But the temptation is too much for the queen of the demon realm to resist. She savors each bite with delight. Internally, she is overwhelmed with satisfaction. The juices explode like fireworks in my mouth. Pure, natural flavor without any additives. What's more, it's packed with an incredible concentration of magical energy. Her face relaxes into a blissful expression. To think such a masterpiece exists, it's so delicious. I almost don't want to finish the very last bite. Her heart yearns for more as she continues to swallow in anticipation. Suddenly, her eyes snap wide. A violent sensation tears through her body. Her heart begins to thud, thump, thump echoing like a drum in her ears. An explosive sensation erupts from within. Her expression turns dazed, and sweat begins to pour down her skin. It's so hot, Elizabeth gasps, her face contorted in sudden discomfort. Her breathing turns shallow and heavy as she trembles from the intense heat. It's a violent magical reaction. Luo Ping watches her, worried. Her legs press together as she shudders. In a pained voice, she demands, You What did you put in this food? Panicked by her reaction, Luo Ping bites his lip and stammers. Thanks for watching. I just added a few chili peppers to suit my own taste. Wait. Can a demon queen really not handle spicy food? Elizabeth's vision begins to blur. She curses inwardly. I knew he was up to no good. This wicked hero is keeping me captive just to use me as his twisted guinea pig. Suddenly, a thought strikes Luo Ping. Oh, that's right. The beef porridge is light and will cool you down. He gestures toward the bowl. He smiles cheerfully, while Elizabeth continues to gasp for air. Exhausted by the heat, she glares at the porridge. First, he poisons me. Then he offers the cure. He's playing with me like a toy. This strange, unbearable sensation. Damn it all. Desperate, she reaches for the hot porridge and stirs it quickly. Luo Ping watches her intently, not missing a single move. She lifts a spoonful to her lips. The glossy, shimmering texture is enough to tempt anyone's appetite. She takes a sip, the savory flavor coating her tongue. Her eyes fly open in shock. She can't believe what she's feeling. A wave of profound peace washes over her soul. It feels like a warm breeze, like soft white clouds drifting gently through a clear sky. Elizabeth surrenders to the blissful relaxation, her body floating in a sea of tranquility. She closes her eyes, basking in the warm, healing aura. A rhythmic trickling echoed as water droplets fell. Elizabeth felt a gentle haze clouding her vision. She mused, such tranquility. It's blissful. Her body felt weightless. As if drifting through the clouds, a wave of serenity washed over her, dissolving every lingering worry. World domination, Demon King's heroes, she thought. None of it matters now. She finally let it all go. Yet, in this absolute stillness, she finally discovered her true self, sinking into the vast sky. The world became soft and ethereal. I'm so insignificant. She realized, a rank breakthrough. Elizabeth sat upon the empty bed as her hair began to drift upward. Eyes closed, she sensed the shifting atmosphere as flickers of blue light pulsed around her. To think a great queen like me could ascend using someone else's food. She wondered, fueled by two opposing forces. My power has once again reached a new peak. She studied her hands intently. Her eyes narrowed and brows furrowed. Lost in deep, complex contemplation, she shifted her gaze toward Lac Bin and spoke coldly. Stop acting. What is your endgame? Startled, Lac Bin stammered. I just want to research how we might coexist. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head, a bashful smile on his face. Elizabeth thought. So, he finally reveals his true intentions. You are the only one in existence worthy of being this hero's research subject. I'll make you stronger so you can try to defeat me. To her, he looked absolutely sinister. In his mind's eye, a tiny Elizabeth sat in his palm. He asked tentatively, Is that okay? I'll cook you world-class delicacies. He watched her reaction, his face pale with lingering fear. Elizabeth's expression immediately darkened with pure annoyance, her icy glare piercing him. Is he asking to die? Don't insult my demonic pride, she fumed. Hey, I can grant you power. I'm dying to see if you can actually take me down. In her mind, Lac Bin looked like a total creep, tongue out and wearing a devious smirk. Exhausted by the thought, Elizabeth sighed. Forget it. Lac Bin panicked instantly. Wait, forget it. She's going to kill me, he panicked. Suddenly, Elizabeth began crawling across the bed. She stood tall, peering down at him with an air of supreme arrogance, pointing her finger at him. Fine. I accept your terms. But make no mistake, this isn't out of fear. Besides, I desire ultimate power. Lac Bin blinked, confused. Fear me. Fear what exactly? Still, she was a terrifying demon queen. Whatever she said went. His gaze remained uneasy. Demonic energy erupted from Elizabeth, power surging through her fingertips as her lethal claws extended. Her face twisted into a terrifying mask. And don't think for a second I'll show you mercy. My dignity remains untouched. Try anything, and I'll risk everything to erase you from existence. Lac Bin's entire body shook with terror. He raised his hands defensively, trying to calm the storm. I get it, he stammered. So, let's just try to get along. Okay, Elizabeth scowled, her irritation peaking. Pointing aggressively, she barked. If you want to research, then get over here, and I want every single delicacy you promised. Lac Bin nodded quickly. Understood. As their voices echoed inside, night blanketed the world. A magnificent sword rested silently against a tree. The scene was surreal. Time blurred by. And 1 year later, A firm hand gripped that same hilt. With a powerful swing, the blade whistled through the air. Asterisk crack times. It struck a solid log. The wood split perfectly. In the courtyard, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh was relentlessly training, cleaving firewood with precision. His mind raced with every strike. What now, he mused. Things have become so complicated. A powerful barrier shielded the house from external threats. Ever since the Demon King shattered the village's protection, everything had spiraled into chaos. Their peaceful days had vanished like smoke. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh's grip tightened, his eyes burning with resolve. To protect what mattered, he had to transcend his limits. As the wind rustled the leaves, one thing was clear. The real battle was only just beginning. As if sinking with the world outside, his gaze remained steady, lost in a sea of deep contemplation. Time synchronization was the least of his worries. The true nightmare was the failing barrier. Liu Tan village would soon lose its shroud, exposed to the predatory eyes of the wild beasts. With the recent appearance of those monsters, it was clear that things were no longer so simple. Visions of ferocious beasts circling relentlessly flooded his mind. Chop, chop, the rhythmic sound of wood splitting echoed through the air. He swung the blade with heavy force. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh reached for a dry log, methodically stacking it with the rest. As he worked, he wiped the lingering sweat from his brow. Though exhaustion weighed on his face, he forced a faint, weary smile. It was only because the Demon King resided here that those creatures dared not draw near. But what would happen if the Demon King ever left, suddenly? Elizabeth's voice drifted from inside the house, snapping his attention back. She turned her head and shouted toward the outside. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh, it is lunchtime. Why is the food not ready yet? Hearing her call, he scrambled inside in a panic, shouting back, Yes. Yes, I am going to cook it right now. Drenched in nervous sweat, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh's heart raced with worry for his own safety. I must stay under her protection at all costs, he thought desperately. In the living room, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 was lounging comfortably, watching television while enjoying a bag of potato chips. From overindulging in snacks, her midsection had grown soft and plump. Yet, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 did not have a care in the world as she slowly crunched away. She looked completely at ease, propping her chin up with one hand while the other never stopped reaching for more snacks. Her eyes were glued to the screen as she grumbled. These human recordings, this king is getting bored of them. System. Is there nothing new? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh appeared like a dedicated housewife in his apron, setting the table as he replied. The system vanished long ago. Now come over here. I have finished preparing lunch. Only then did 𝐒𝐒𝐒 sit up, instantly radiating the aura of a powerful boss. Though she still clung to her bag of chips, she glanced toward the kitchen and answered, I am coming. Just wait a moment. She traced a circle in the air with her finger, casting a transformation spell. From behind 𝐒𝐒𝐒's back, two small bat wings suddenly sprouted. To be perfectly honest, those tiny wings looked quite ridiculous compared to her current chubby physique. They flapped frantically to carry their master toward the dining table, leaving 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh frozen in shock at the spectacle. She furrowed her brows, her gaze turning menacing as she pointed a chip at him like a weapon. Tell me, is there poison in these chips? This king feels that the more I eat, the lazier I become. Her blood-red eyes were filled with 3 parts irritation and 7 parts suspicion. Using delicious food as a cover for chronic poison to make me fall into depravity, keep dreaming. Looking at the spread of tempting dishes he had prepared, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh could only sigh in utter exasperation. Chips are high in calories. Eat too much, and the fat will build up, making you feel sluggish. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 stared blankly at her soft tummy. Fat, she muttered. She reached down and gave it a curious little pinch. A second later, she snapped her fingers to activate her magic. Metabolic mana conversion. She levitated off the ground, bathed in a brilliant ruby light. Attribute nullification. In a flash of magic, 𝐒𝐒𝐒's body underwent a miraculous change, becoming lean and alluring in an instant. Before 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh's eyes stood a stunning beauty with perfect curves and a cold, captivating gaze. She spoke with a smirk. My apologies, but the fat you tried to store in this king has been converted into pure mana. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh stood there in total shock, his mind reeling. Incredible. Can magic really be used for something like that? The transformed 𝐒𝐒𝐒 leaned against the table with a smug grin. Haha, another one of your schemes ruined by this king. What are you disappointed? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh sat across from her, trembling and forcing a laugh. Ha ha ha. Whatever you say. Just eat your food. The beauty's face lit up at the sight of the meal. She grabbed her utensils, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She couldn't help but cheer. Oh, today's lunch also suits my taste perfectly. I shall not be modest. She became a whirlwind of consumption, shoveling spoonful after spoonful into her mouth at full speed. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh immediately warned her. Hey, slow down. You look like someone who has been starving for years, resting his chin on his hand. He added with a hint of resignation. If it is not enough, I will just make more. It is fine to eat a lot. Deep down, his heart felt heavy. It seems I am destined to keep living with this demon king for a long time. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 paused with a spoon in her mouth, narrowing her eyes at him suspiciously. What is he thinking? Her overactive imagination pictured 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh as a sinister demon, holding her like a helpless pig. Am I too weak? Is he fattening me up just to slaughter me later? The thought sent her into a rage. She slammed her hands onto the table, making the dishes rattle and shake. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh spoke up. There is still dessert. I will go get it. But the girl before him was already lost to her own wild delusions, imagination running wild. Veins popped on his forehead as he gnashed his teeth in fury. Enough. Do you truly still take this king for a pig? This past year, I have achieved dozens of breakthroughs. No matter what, I finally have the power to challenge you. Now, let us settle this in a duel of life and death. Meanwhile, he casually pulls a tempting dessert from the fridge for his guest at the table. This is your favorite pudding. Elizabeth, driven by her legendary appetite, Little White's eyes instantly sparkled like she had discovered a grand treasure. The plate of pudding, crowned with a perfect cherry, seemed to shimmer with an almost magical, mouth-watering glow. Her intense rage vanished instantly, replaced by the pure joy of a child given candy. Little White hopped with delight and commanded, "Excellent. Hurry. Give it to me." He watched her with a satisfied smirk. Realizing this demon lord wasn't so hard to manage, just feed her on time and all is well. Meanwhile, at a far different location, a desperate escape was unfolding. Glancing back with eyes wide in terror, he gripped his daughter Afeni's hand, sprinting with every ounce of strength he possessed. Cloaked in shadows, several figures pursued them, beings resembling grim reapers, clad in black robes and haunting, twisted masks, sharp, lethal claws glinted as a blood-curdling screech tore through the air. Scree. One of them lunged forward with explosive speed, aiming for Lord Sutherland. He watched in horror as the beast bared its claws to strike. With a simple flick of a wrist, dark spatial rifts appeared. The void trailed closely behind the father and daughter, leaving him paralyzed with dread. In an instant, they were surrounded on all sides by the demon's treacherous spatial cracks. They struggled to find a way out. Scree, a masked demon, shrieked, thrusting its hand into a black rift, only to reappear suddenly from behind. Lord Lustre sensed the danger just as a blackened, clawed hand materialized within inches of his life. Jagged barriers erupted from the spatial tiers, cutting off their every retreat. Trembling, they dodged the obstacles, but were trapped in a confined dimension. Drawing his massive blade, Lord Lustre unleashed strikes to shatter the formation. The world stabilized, but he was left gasping for breath and exhausted. He ground his teeth with resolve. Turning to his daughter Effeni, he urged, "When I hold them back, run for the town. You will be safe there." Effeni's eyes welled with bitter tears as she cried out in protest. "No, I cannot leave you." How could she abandon her father to face this alone? Lustre scanned their surroundings for the next ambush, his voice calm. "Listen to me. I once swore a sacred vow to your mother that I would protect you with my life." Refusing to yield after the rift was shattered, the demon prepared another assault, manifesting a massive, roaring orb of brilliant blue fire. Within the flames, the agonizing faces of the damned were clearly visible, twisted in eternal horror. This is the demon fire. Lord Lustre's eyes ignited with a golden radiance as an overwhelming, violent battle aura exploded from his being. "I must end this now with a decisive blow," he roared, swinging his blade to unleash a massive wave of sword chi against the fireball. He called forth his ultimate technique, the Hero Slash, a name that echoed with divine authority and power. Faced with such absolute might, both the fireball and the demon were cleaved cleanly in two, falling helplessly toward the earth. Another demon stood frozen, watching its comrade get sliced like an apple. It reached out, and the falling halves were suddenly pulled toward another member. A low, guttural sound escaped its throat. Grew. What in the world did it plan to do with those grisly remains? From beneath the mask, a vile, emerald green slime surged forth, devouring the fallen demon as if it were nothing more than prey. The creature let out a scream of twisted satisfaction. In moments, the two had fused into a singular, grotesque abomination. A new mask formed as sapphire flames wreathed its body. Seeing the horror, Effeni drew her bow, her sights locked onto the target. Her spirit burned with the same fierce determination as her father's. No matter what happens, I will never leave your side. She released the string, and a bolt of emerald light streaked across the sky, leaving a brilliant trail in its wake. The arrow flew true, striking the final demon. It stood there, momentarily stunned and confused by the impact. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 watched the fusion process with growing dread, his heart sinking at the sight of the transformed enemy. Knowing the power gap was immense, he gripped his sword. A dark guild apostle is beyond your strength. Run. Now. I don't know how much longer I can stall them. The third demon slammed its azure hands into the meadow, channeling a sinister force. With a sudden burst of power, it leaped into the air, the sheer force shattering the earth beneath its feet. A small shockwave erupted as the ground splintered, sending clouds of dust and debris billowing into the air. In the blink of an eye, the monster appeared before 𝐒𝐒𝐒, its fist whistling through the wind with lethal intent. Taken by surprise, he barely managed to raise his massive blade in defense. The blow landed with terrifying, perfect precision. Unable to withstand the force, he was sent skidding across the ground. He slammed into a jagged rock and went silent. Lord 𝐒𝐒𝐒's eyes rolled back as a spray of fresh blood escaped his lips. Father Afeni screamed in pure agony. Tears welled in the father's eyes. Though near death's door and completely exhausted, his boundless love made him gasp out a final warning. Don't mind me. Just run. At that very moment, the demon gathered its strength to lunge once more. It rocketed toward the two entities that had fused just moments ago, standing motionless in the distance. That green slime reappeared as separate forms began to cling together, eventually absorbing and mixing into one another. Despite their trembling, a new body slowly took shape. The black cloak could no longer contain the transformation, as massive shoulders and brawny muscles burst through the fabric. A fresh, naked form emerged from the chaos. Three masks merged into a single arrangement on a body far larger and more menacing than the original, roaring with pure satisfaction. The beast loomed over the wounded father and his terrified daughter. Seeing her beloved father lying unconscious and broken, Yini watched the nightmare unfold and began to sob. I beg of you. Please, I'll go with you. Just spare my father. But unfortunately, her plea fell on deaf ears. The creature was not human and understood nothing of human speech. This hideous green mixture could only open its cavernous maw and let out a blood-curdling, terrifying screech. Fear and despair clouded the young girl's eyes as she peered into her own soul, wondering, is this where I die? The demon prepared to deliver a fatal strike, its hands wreathed in beautiful yet deadly jade-green flames. At the absolute peak of this life-or-death crisis, a massive pillar descended from the heavens. The monster was instantly flattened like a mere mosquito. The impact sent clouds of dust billowing into the air, blinding everyone. Afeni supported her father as she squeezed her eyes shut against the debris. A moment later, she forced her eyes open, desperate to observe what was happening. But the sight before her left her completely paralyzed with shock. Her face turned pale as a ghost beneath the bright, sunny sky. A shaggy mammoth of impossible proportions stood there, its unique tusks gleaming as it literally blocked out a corner of the horizon. The mammoth lord crushed the monster underfoot, pinning it so firmly it couldn't even lift its head, effectively sealing its death warrant. Atop the mammoth's head sat a charming, uniquely styled little cottage. The impact caused the bell hanging from its roof to chime softly. A toad sage, clutching his staff, stepped out to survey the area. He let out a satisfied sound and smiled. Strangely, a tiny house appeared on his head as well. Sensing someone inside, he whispered, Big brother, the threat is gone. What about the two harmless humans? Ribbit. A tiny figure began to move forward from within the structure. A miniature robot dog named Vuong Tai wagged its short tail and replied with an air of authority. Since they aren't hostile, we'll take them back for the master to decide. Suddenly, Tiffany woke up in a cold sweat, thrashing in agony. Ah, monsters, she screamed. Bolting upright, panting heavily, she looked around to find herself alone in a hospital bed. Tiffany glanced around frantically, wondering where on earth she was and where her father had gone. She remembered the brutal battle and her father's grave injuries. If he didn't receive treatment soon, she feared the worst would happen. Tearing herself from the bed, Tiffany dashed toward the door. Father, please hold on, she thought desperately. She flung the door open and screamed at the top of her lungs. Father. Instead of the agonizing scene she expected, she found her father outside, striking heroic poses and flexing his muscles in the courtyard. His wounds were completely healed. Annie stood frozen, unable to process the bizarre sight before her. Lac Bin watched Gorth's sculpted physique and exclaimed, Wow, Old man, it must have taken ages to build a body like that. Gorth beamed at the praise but maintained his dignity. For a warrior, physical conditioning is the most important foundation, he replied. Elizabeth watched them with visible annoyance. Lac Bin gazed at Gorth in awe. I wondering, is this the legendary warrior class of another world? This is incredible, Vuong Tai. Seeing Lac Bin so happy, began circling him and barking joyfully to join the celebration. Elizabeth, already irritated by the men, reached her breaking point when the robot dog joined the noisy commotion. Without warning, she unleashed a powerful kick toward Vuong Tai. The poor robot dog was sent flying, skidding a long distance across the ground before finally coming to a stop. Elizabeth loomed over him and spat angrily. Who gave a stupid dog like you permission to bring these idlers here? Vuong Tai trembled and whimpered. Meanwhile, Lac Bin started poking at Gorth's bulging muscles. He showered Gorth with endless admiration, exclaiming, "Oh, so powerful. This feels so firm and strong." Flattered by the attention, Gorth's chest puffed out. If you like it that much, Mr. Lac Bin, then I'll show you my true self. He unleashed 100% of his burning warrior soul, his body growing massive and shredding his clothes as his muscles turned to iron. Lac Bin's eyes sparkled. Seeing the boy's fascination, Gorth began striking even more dramatic poses to show off his Herculean physique. Aini could only manage an awkward, stuttering laugh. Dad, what in the world are you doing? I stood there frozen while Lac Bin remained dazed, completely lost, panic-stricken. Goth stammered. You're finally awake. He then signaled to Afeni with a sharp glance, silently explaining he was trying to win over these powerful saviors. Sensing Afeni's lingering confusion about her surroundings, Lac Bin stepped forward, intending to explain everything to her. Suddenly, Elizabeth appeared out of nowhere, shoving herself between them. She glared at Afeni with pure disdain. If you're awake, then get lost already, she barked, unleashing a suffocating, terrifying aura to threaten her. She closed the distance aggressively, pressing her chest right against Afeni's cold armor. Looking down at Afeni like a sworn enemy, she hissed, I was here first. Afeni trembled, paralyzed by fear. Seeing the poor girl terrified, Lac Bin rushed in to intervene. He patted Elizabeth's back, signaling her to stand down. Now. It's a rare occasion to have guests. Let's head inside and talk properly. Inviting the pair into his home, Lac Bin began pouring water to welcome both Goth and Afeni. He offered them tea with a humble smile. I truly apologize. Living in this rural countryside, I have nothing grand to offer such guests. This is just barley tea I roasted myself. Please, enjoy. Afeni stared intensely at the cup before whispering to Goth. Father, is this the divine medicine you said could heal any wound instantly? Lac Bin scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Ha ha ha. You're far too kind. That's a bit of an exaggeration. Previously, I only gave the gentleman some cold water from the well. Elizabeth sat nearby, brooding in silence. She suspected Lac Bin had brought them back for some twisted, evil experiments. Then, a darker thought crossed her mind. Was she no longer enough to satisfy him? Hearing Lac Bin's humble denial, Goth insisted. Though my mind was fading at the time, I still remember it vividly. He recalled Lac Bin working tirelessly in the fields before Vuong Tai found them and brought them back to be saved. Goth had been on the verge of death when Lac Bin gave him water. Suddenly, he had awakened, overflowing with power as if he had never been injured at all. Even the scars on his body had vanished completely. Having finished his tale, he turned his gaze back toward Lac Bin. His heart overflowed with gratitude. If Lac Bin hadn't intervened, he would have never seen his precious daughter again. Afeni was deeply moved by her father's words. She lifted the tea, inhaling its heavenly aroma. Can we really drink something so incredibly precious? Seeing them remain so stiff and formal, Lac Bin let out a hearty laugh. You adventurers certainly have a way with words. There's no need for such formality. The pair bowed deeply. Then, we thank you, Mr. Lac Bin. As they took their first sip, Goth's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He was utterly stunned, and Afeni was equally shocked. Suddenly, their bodies erupted in light. Radiance poured from their eyes and mouths as a vision of a golden rice field manifested before them. It felt as though they were sinking into a soft, warm field of grain. Goth felt his very soul being liberated, and tears of pure happiness began to fall. Watching birds soar toward the horizon in search of freedom, Goth and Afeni felt as though they had finally found salvation. They felt themselves lying in a vast, endless field bathed in the brilliant glow of the setting sun. To them, this wasn't the work of a mortal. It felt like something crafted by a higher, otherworldly power beyond human comprehension. After finishing the tea, Goth instantly ascended from a 3-star mage to a 4-star archmage. Effany likewise broke through from a 1-star mage to a 1-star archmage. A sense of total satisfaction washed over them. Their mana levels had shattered their previous limits in a single breakthrough. Even the dormant elf blood inherited from Effany's mother awakened, causing her ears to sharpen and grow longer. Both sighed in relief, feeling that after experiencing such a divine realm, nothing else mattered. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh, meanwhile, watched them in utter confusion. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh moved to pour them another round. But before he could finish his sentence, Vester frantically stopped him. With tears streaming down his face, he cried, "Enough. Enough. Mr. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh, it's truly more than enough." There was a desperate reason behind his refusal. He was convinced 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh was a literal god. Fragile mortals like them simply couldn't endure the overwhelming intensity of such torturous grace. "I see," 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh replied, though he felt a pang of sadness. "I wanted to welcome you with proper food and snacks, but Elizabeth has claimed them all." He knew that trying to take them back might risk provoking the Demon King's wrath. Elizabeth, currently sipping orange juice, glared at them irritably. "Everything else belongs to this queen. Don't even think about touching a single bite." 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh could only sigh, completely helpless when it came to Elizabeth. "I'm truly sorry, I have nothing else to welcome you with." Vester and Alfina were terrified of Elizabeth, yet seeing 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh's distress made them feel uneasy as well. Suddenly, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh grew curious. "Why were you two being attacked anyway?" Vester answered tensely. "As you can see, Mr. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh, it is because of the high elf blood flowing through Alfina's veins." Alfina explained that her mother was the saint of the elf tribe. After her parents fell in love, she was born into this world, but the elves strictly forbid marriage with other races. She added. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh gasped. "So the elf tribe is actually hunting you down?" Elizabeth snorted, dismissing their words as nonsense. Ridiculous. Such primitive bands were abolished long ago after the Demon King conquered the world. Vester let out a heavy sigh, his expression turning grim. "It's a very long and complicated story. Ever since her mother was forced back to the Elf Holy Land, I have kept Alfina hidden in the shadows." 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh listened intently, finally understanding their plight. As the tragic tale of Luther and Effany drew to a close, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh pressed for more details. Even after fleeing, the elf tribe had eventually tracked them down, dispatching pursuers to seize the pair. To 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh, Luther's bittersweet story felt like a legendary Romeo and Juliet romance, but reimagined within the bounds of a completely different world. Luther explained that because his wife had sacrificed her freedom and returned to the elf tribe, the elders had ultimately allowed the father and daughter to leave in peace. However, their safety was short-lived as they were soon hunted by the apostles of the Dark Guild from the demon realm. Hearing those names sent a shockwave through 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh. He cast a suspicious glance toward Elizabeth. Sensing his doubt, she suddenly exploded in rage, jumping to her feet and pointing a finger at him while screaming. "Hey, just what do you mean by that?" she barked. Terrified by her outburst, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh immediately clasped his hands in a frantic apology until her fury finally subsided. Once she calmed down, she turned back to Luther, demanding to know the exact location of this dark guild and why they were so obsessed with capturing elves. Luther spoke without a hint of fear, revealing rumors that the Dark Guild was conducting sinister and mysterious research on the human body, all in a desperate attempt to resurrect the ancient Demon King who had once dominated the entire world. He explained that elves were seen as mere materials for their experiments, and even someone with unawakened blood like Elizabeth would be a high-priority target. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh stifled a smirk, thinking it was obvious she was involved since they were naming her. Meanwhile, Elizabeth's expression darkened into a chilling, shadowy mask. She lunged forward and grabbed 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh by the collar, screaming, "Don't you dare think for 1 second that I don't know exactly what's going through your head." I know, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh stammered quickly. "You've been right here with me the whole time. So please, just take a deep breath and calm down." Effany watched them in total confusion, but Luther strictly warned his daughter not to pry. Finally, the murderous aura surrounding Elizabeth began to fade. Realizing that the world had changed drastically during her absence, she turned back to Luther and questioned him on who exactly claimed the Demon King was dead. Stunned by the question, Luther replied that the Demon King had been gone for 500 years. If she were alive, she would have returned to rule long ago. Hearing that Elizabeth had been missing for 500 years, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh began to tremble uncontrollably as a terrifying realization started to set in. He remembered clearly that she had only been living with him for a little over a year, unfazed, Elizabeth calmly asked if there were rumors about how she died. Afini Kimedin. Noting that according to ancient records, the Demon King was purportedly slain by a legendary hero of mythic proportions. Luther added that the final battle had raged for an entire month until the hero finally sacrificed his life to take the Demon King down with him. Fury blazed in Elizabeth's eyes as she glared at them with a chilling, crimson gaze. "How dare you," she thundered, her voice echoing with power. Suddenly, the world around them turned a blood-red hue. Luther and Afini found themselves standing in the middle of a vast, terrifying ocean of human bones. "Father, is this another domain?" Afini cried out, shaking with fear. Luther looked around in horror and shook his head. This was nothing but pure, raw killing intent. With a face like a dark storm, Elizabeth snapped that the rumors were nothing but lies. The terrified father and daughter immediately shouted their agreement. Lakbin innocently pointed to himself, agreeing with Elizabeth that the rumors were false, because he was, in fact, that very same legendary hero. Luther and Afini stared at him in utter panic, unable to wrap their heads around the idea that this man could be the hero from the legends. Looking nervously at Elizabeth, Lakbin shielded his face and whispered the truth. "And she's the actual Demon King everyone has been talking about." The revelation hit them like a physical blow. Overwhelmed by receiving too many world-shattering secrets in a single day, the pair literally began to cough up blood. Luther collapsed, foaming at the mouth as his eyes rolled back, and Afini was in a similar state. Meanwhile, Elizabeth turned her burning gaze back toward Lakbin. To her, he was clearly mocking her. She felt he was looking down on her with contempt, laughing at the fact that he had her effectively imprisoned here. "Enough," Elizabeth screamed, slamming her hand onto the table. The sheer force of her voice silenced the room instantly, leaving everyone frozen in terror, her face dark with frustration. She turned away, declaring she was done hosting them. She was fuming, her face bright red as she cursed Lakbin internally, convinced he had only brought these strangers home to humiliate her. Elizabeth stormed into her room and slammed the door shut with a thunderous bang. Cracks spiderwebbed across the wall from the force of her exit. Even after a year together, Lakbin still couldn't quite wrap his head around her explosive temper. Only after she had finally vanished from the room did Luther finally dare to exhale, letting out a long, shaky breath of pure relief. "Lakbin, we've troubled you enough," he whispered, trembling. "What is your next plan?" He was essentially bracing himself to be cast out. Lakbin gripped his pants, his expression a mask of confusion. "I honestly don't know," he admitted, telling them both to just try and stay calm for now. His mind was in total chaos. It seemed Elizabeth's arrival had somehow fractured time, and by the time their worlds synchronized, 500 years had passed outside. As night fell, the cold glow of the moonlight began to spill through the window and into the quiet room. Luther and Afini lay down in the guest room Lakbin had prepared, though the weight of the day's revelations kept sleep far away. Huddled under the covers, Afini whispered in awe about the truth from 5 centuries ago, how the Demon King loved the hero enough to abandon everything. Luther Sehiled, telling his daughter that simple people like them were in no position to even compare themselves to figures like Lakbin and Elizabeth. He clung to Lakbin's earlier words, hoping that his instruction to stay calm meant the hero was actually considering letting them go. He warned her to stop talking nonsense, but Afini remained skeptical. She wondered why Lakbin would save them at all if he intended to kill them. "It's all so strange," Luther mused. "They grant us divine tea for a power breakthrough one moment, and nearly end our lives the very next. To them, we are nothing more than mere insects. Whether we live or die depends entirely on their fleeting whims." Suddenly, the door creaked open, and the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. Lakbin peered inside with an eerie grin and said, "Still awake at this late hour? What is he doing?" Afini was too terrified to make a sound. Tears welled in her eyes as she slowly turned her gaze toward him. With a dangerous smile, Lakbin fanned out a deck of cards. He chuckled playfully and said, "Since you're still up, why don't we play a game of cards together?" Hurst watched Lakbin with a mix of anxiety and confusion. A rest. A card game. A single candle flickered, casting long shadows in the dead of night. He looked at Hurst and Afini with sudden intensity. "The rules I just explained." Lakbin's gaze sharpened. "Do you both understand?" Hurst met his gaze with equal gravity and replied, "I believe I have the general idea." Standing to the side, Afini's mind raced with tension. "It's just like Father said. This is Master Lakbin's test to decide whether we deserve to live." Lakbin's cheerful demeanor returned as he reached out. "Then, shall I start dealing?" Afini gulped nervously. She looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "Master Lakbin, May I be so bold as to ask a question? What is the name of this game? As she spoke, an ominous blue aura began to radiate from the cards. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 sensed a dark energy clinging to the deck. These cards feel dangerous, she thought. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh looked at her, appearing slightly surprised. Oh, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. That actually puts me in a bit of a spot. Let me think. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh realized that fight the landlord might not make sense to people of this world. She watched him with a look of utter confusion. After a brief internal struggle, he clapped his hands together to regain his focus. I've got it. Let's call it Slay the Evil Dragon. Hurst and 𝐒𝐒𝐒 gasped in shock. Slay the Evil Dragon. Slay the Evil Dragon. Hidden by invisibility magic. Little White hovered in the air, watching them. What Slay the Evil Dragon nearby? Elizabeth watched 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh with growing concern. Sitting across from Arthur and 𝐒𝐒𝐒, he wondered what this man was really planning. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh scratched his face, looking a bit awkward as he faced the father and daughter. Arthur and 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Yes, that's right. You two heroes must join forces to defeat the evil dragon. His eyes crinkled into a smile. He turned toward the bewildered Arthur. The cards we draw will determine our destiny. They will decide who becomes the hero and who becomes the evil dragon. Arthur looked at 𝐒𝐒𝐒 with growing suspicion. It's just as I thought. This really is a trial for us. Little 𝐒𝐒𝐒 looked at Arthur, her heart filled with dread. In their eyes, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh's smile had become something truly sinister. Now, I shall begin dealing the cards. Remember, you must think very carefully before making your choice. He fanned the cards out before them. Check my hand first. And you two should hurry up as well. Arthur steeled himself and looked at 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh with absolute seriousness. There is no more time for hesitation. Take a card. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 reached out with trembling fingers, grasping a card that crackled with lightning. Suddenly, the world shifted into an illusion, as if they were sitting atop a vast ocean. Arthur and 𝐒𝐒𝐒 were stunned, and Arthur looked around warily. Is this a mental domain? Arthur wondered. Beside him, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 collapsed with one hand on the ground, her body drenched in sweat. I can't believe it. Just drawing a single card has drained all of my mana. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 looked at Arthur, her voice trembling. Father, I'm so sorry. Arthur tried to calm her. It's all right. My daughter, leave the rest to me. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh excitedly fanned his cards. Now, does anyone want to be the evil dragon? In 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh's hand were the 5 of clubs, 4 of spades, 4 of clubs, 5 of hearts, 4 of diamonds, 10-6 of spades, 10 of diamonds, 9 of diamonds, Queen of spades, 8 of spades, 7 of diamonds, an ace of diamonds, an ace of spades, an ace of hearts, the black joker, and the red joker. Arthur gripped his cards, his heart racing. Digestively dumb. I will pass. 𝐒𝐒𝐒, also holding her cards with trembling hands, added, I pass as well. 𝐒𝐒𝐒's hand consisted of the 4 of diamonds, 5 of hearts, 5 of clubs, 8 of diamonds, 8 of clubs, 10 of clubs, 9 of diamonds, 10 of hearts, 9 of clubs, 2 of hearts, 9 of diamonds, 2 of clubs, 2 of diamonds, and the ace of spades. Hurst's hand held the 3 of spades, 3 of diamonds, 6 of spades, 3 of clubs, 6 of hearts, 3 of hearts, 6 of clubs, king of clubs, 7 of clubs, queen of diamonds, 7 of hearts, 7 of clubs, king of hearts, king of diamonds, king of clubs, and king of spades. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh smirked at his hand, thinking that just 1 more 4 and 2 more aces would make it perfect. He glanced at Hurst and 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Are you two really sure you don't want to be the dragon? Both of them shook their heads in unison. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh reached for the remaining cards. Well then, I won't be modest. He swiftly snatched up the 3 cards and slammed them face up on the table for everyone to see. The cards 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh drew were the 8 of spades, 10 of spades, and the queen. His face darkened with disappointment. Is that all? Hurst and 𝐒𝐒𝐒 began to tremble in fear, wondering if 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh was displeased with their performance. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh placed a card down and said, I'll start with an 8. It's your turn. Count. Hurst nervously organized his hand, thinking that if they could just pass this test, Master 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh might actually spare our lives. I cannot give up now, he gasped as he looked at the cards in his hand. He decided to draw a black card. but a jolt of lightning surged through his arm. I see. Every card played costs a portion of my very life force. He hesitated before finally laying the card down. Effany watched Hurst tremble with worry. Hurst forced himself to look at her and whispered, I'm okay. Don't worry. I'll handle everything. Effany turned her anxious gaze back to 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh looked at his cards, his mind racing. Aside from the Joker, I have a straight from 7 to Queen, 3 4s, and a pair of 5s. I also have a 10 and a pair of aces. Should I play or not? If I play a 2 and they counter it, I'll be crushed. He looked up at the two of them and grinned. Forget it. I'll pass too. Hurst's eyes widened in utter shock as he leaned back, staring at 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh. He looked as though he were about to burst into tears, gaping at 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh in disbelief. He stammered. You're truly staying, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh chuckled. Declining. Panic surged as cold sweat drenched the man while he gripped his cards. He realized 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh was baiting him, plotting to drain his very life force. Gritting his teeth, Roth played his hand a pair of queens, triple 6s, and triple 7s. Desperation clawed at his mind. At this rate, his only hope was to empty his hand as quickly as possible. His gaze turned deadly serious as he faced 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh. According to the ancient rules, this legendary combination was known as the Soaring Dragon's Majesty. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh remained motionlessly composed. Suddenly, a jolt of pure dread struck Roth's soul. He tensed his entire body, desperately trying to stifle a scream. A sinister cerulean aura spiraled around Roth's leg, hungrily devouring his vitality. He realized with horror that the cost of this move was his own limb. The stakes were clear. The more powerful the play, the more devastating the sacrifice. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic dragon manifested above the trio. Roth and Effany recoiled in absolute terror as they stared up at the monstrosity. The dragon began condensing a lethal surge of energy within its maw. A blinding beam of azure light erupted, striking 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh head-on with a thunderous blast. Roth and Effany stood frozen, paralyzed by the sheer destruction. Hidden by her invisibility magic, Little White watched the chaos with a grim expression. Slowly, the spectral dragon dissolved into a lingering mist of pale blue smoke. Roth's jaw dropped as he trembled uncontrollably. It dawned on him triggering a powerful combination would unleash a direct assault upon the caster. He had dared to offend the legendary hero. Death was now inevitable. Yet, as the blue haze cleared, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh stood there, completely unscathed and serene. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh studied his hand with a focused hum. Then, he looked up at Roth. His face lit up with a surprisingly cheerful expression. Excellent move, he praised. Roth flinched, his heart racing in confusion. Lord 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh, you're... 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh reached out warmly. I'm perfectly fine. Let's keep going. With shaking hands, Roth nodded. I understand. He played a single 3 of spades, only to feel the blue aura wither the life from his finger. Effany's eyes were filled with concern for 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh. Unfazed, he beamed at them. My turn, then a 10. Both opponents were forced to pass their turns. A cunning glint flashed in 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh's eyes as he gripped his hand. With a mischievous chuckle, he revealed a straight 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 by day. And Queen. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh slammed 7 cards onto the table. Immediately, a swirling vortex of azure energy erupted in the center of the battlefield. A colossal, mountain-high tsunami materialized out of thin air. Gotha stared up, paralyzed by the sight of the roaring, crystalline waves. The great heaven-toppling wave crashed down upon Gotha and Effany. As the torrent overwhelmed them, Gotha roared, Brace yourselves, hold your health points. Effany, father, she cried out in terror. The two were swallowed whole by the freezing depths, struggling for air as the pressure crushed them. As the waters finally receded, Gotha and Effany were left gasping for breath on the floor. Huh. We passed, they wheezed. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh's expression sharpened. He held out 5 cards that were radiating an intense, flickering pale blue light. All right. Then I played triple 4s. 4 spectral chariots manifested, driven by Roman legionnaires and pulled by ghostly steeds right above 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh's head. Gotha gazed up at the charging Roman cavalry, his voice breaking in sheer panic. It's impossible. We can't block this. Wait, Effany barked, her eyes scanning her deck with fierce intensity. After a heartbeat of calculation, she shouted, Bring it on. Gotha reached out, his voice laced with desperation. No. Effany, the cost to your life force will be too great. Ignoring his plea, Afeni drew 3 nines and a pair of 5s. I won't hide anymore, she declared. It's my turn to protect you. Father, she slammed down the 3 nines and the pair of 5s, her aura exploding in azure light. Locking eyes with 𝐒𝐒𝐒, she yelled. Full house. A ghostly legionnaire surged forth. Afeni's dual horse chariots materialized, charging head-on against the Roman warriors summoned by 𝐒𝐒𝐒. The 2 spectral armies collided with earth-shattering force. Suddenly, a violent explosion ripped through the silence, tearing the very atmosphere apart. Through the thick, swirling smoke, a mysterious phantom carriage emerged, driven by a hooded knight. Afeni and her father could only watch in stunned silence. Gasping for air, the old man turned frantically to his daughter. Afeni, are you hurt? Even he was shattered by the sheer scale of that clash. I'm fine, Afeni replied firmly, her gaze toward 𝐒𝐒𝐒 now filled with newfound respect. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 grinned, beginning his explanation with a light-hearted tone. A perfect save for your teammate. Not bad at all, but remember, determination is everything. He was impressed by how quickly they had adapted. Ralph stared blankly at his trembling palms, his mind racing. Determination, he whispered, still grappling with the weight of 𝐒𝐒𝐒's words. A chilling, almost demonic grin crept across 𝐒𝐒𝐒's face. Too late, he muttered. As he began his final play, Afeni and her father watched with growing dread. Lord 𝐒𝐒𝐒, she stammered, her instincts screaming. She could feel a cataclysmic disaster looming just over the horizon. Even Elizabeth, watching from the shadows, felt the air turn cold. This is bad, she hissed. Suddenly, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 slammed 2 cards onto the floor with a deafening crack. He wore a sinister smirk as he looked at them. The cards he played were none other than the dual jokers. The tides had completely turned. The legendary King Bomb manifested behind him as a massive rift tore through the fabric of reality. Long, spindly claws reached out from the darkness, shredding the space open. A twisted, grotesque silhouette of a clown crawled out of the void. Afeni and her father recoiled, their faces pale with absolute horror. Elizabeth's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Damn it, that thing he summoned is... She knew all too well that this entity was far from ordinary. That monstrous clown. It was a primordial entity of pure malice that struck fear into the hearts of every living soul. Control was lost. That grotesque jester was merely the herald, the start of a never-ending, waking nightmare. Meet 𝐒𝐒𝐒, a peak 3-star demon god. Suddenly, he flashes a cute finger heart, leaving Aini and her father utterly bewildered. His gaze shifts instantly, locking onto a hidden presence. He whirls around to face Elizabeth. Caught you sneaking around, Elizabeth jumps, her heart racing as her cover is blown. Red mist swirls from the clown's hand, manifesting a wicked dagger. He licks the blade with a distorted, predatory grin. Back off, or you're dead, Elizabeth snarls, bracing herself against this unpredictable madman. Don't underestimate me, she fumes. Having cast aside her pride to be raised by 𝐒𝐒𝐒, she's finally reached the 3-star rank. Yet here is 𝐒𝐒𝐒, summoning a creature of this caliber like it's a mere parlor trick. Aini sighs in defeat. Her father can only offer a comforting pat. Forgive me, daughter. I am powerless. It's my fault for provoking Master 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Suddenly, Rutherford feels a searing heat. His life force is hemorrhaging away. His eyes roll back in agony as blood begins to trickle from his lips. The cards slip from his trembling fingers. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 panics at the sight. Uncle, are you all right? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 assumes old wounds have reopened. Then, he glances at the fallen cards, 4 kings and 3 threes. The realization hits him. The uncle could have won ages ago. He was losing on purpose just to be kind. I was so arrogant, thinking I was skilled. I've just been a nuisance to his rest, deciding to end it. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 folds his hand. He merges them with the deck, causing his summons to slowly dissolve. They vanish back into the void as 𝐒𝐒𝐒 meticulously restacks the cards into a single pile. He stands abruptly with a sheepish smile. That was fun, get some rest. The pair remains frozen in confusion, overwhelmed by guilt. 𝐒𝐒𝐒's mood plummets. Sorry for bothering you. He trudges toward the door, dejected. Lester and Afeni are paralyzed. The legendary hero. His depths are truly unfathomable. Lester stammers. Afeni is practically foaming at the mouth. We're alive, I never saw that move coming. In the shadows, Elizabeth seethes. Liar, that game wasn't for them. It was a warning directed at me. At dawn, the guests prepare for a hasty exit. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 emerges to bid them a proper farewell. Must you go? My fruit harvest is almost ready. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Bin clearly hates to see them leave. Suddenly, Lester drops into a 90-degree bow. We cannot impose further. We shall never forget your grace. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Bin flails, unsure of how to handle such formal gratitude. Please. There's no need for that, Lester reassures him. We won't utter a word about what happened here. Afeni stares at their parting gift. Master 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Bin, you're giving us something this precious. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Bin rubs his head bashfully. It's just ordinary barley tea. I hope you don't mind. Seeing their appreciation warms his heart. He steps closer, pressing a final item into Lester's hand with a solemn face. Lester opens his palm and gasps, looking up at 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Bin in total shock. Take it, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Bin says, his expression dark. His eyes well up with tears as Lester trembles in confusion. My card skills are pathetic. I don't deserve this. He looks ready to burst into tears if they refuse. Elizabeth steps forward, cutting through the tension. You heard him. Now, get lost. Before another word can be said, Lester grabs Afeni and bolts, disappearing into the distance like a shot. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Bin stands there, stunned, watching them vanish into a cloud of dust. Elizabeth turns on her heel. Enough. Everything returns to normal now. Now, go cook for me, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Bin can only sigh. Meanwhile, Lester is running at the speed of light. He glances back, screaming in terror as if a demon is nipping at his heels. Poor Afeni is being dragged along, her soul practically departing her body as they fly across the plains. Stop. Father. Please. I can't take it anymore, she gasps, her vision spinning. Realizing his daughter's plight, he digs his heels into the dirt. Screeching to a halt, he collapses, gasping for air. The sheer terror of the encounter finally catching up to him. He had survived the hero's trial only to face the chilling shadow of the Demon Queen. He flashes back to the night before the mysterious atmosphere and the looming presence of Elizabeth, her icy stare and that singular, dominating gesture. A scene that would haunt his dreams forever, tracing a sharp line with her nail. She swung her hand downward, aiming with lethal precision at their very throats. Yet, surprisingly, the strike was not fatal. They struggled to cover the marks left behind, gasping for air as a sense of wrongness washed over them. Amy lowered her hand to reveal the branding, a mystical curse. Standing with absolute majesty, the Demon King delivered her cold command. Elizabeth, I order you and your kin to leave this place immediately. First thing tomorrow morning. Furthermore, you shall not utter a single word regarding the hero or my presence here. The father and daughter exchanged looks filled with deep anxiety. As you command, she gazed down at the two as if they were mere insects, her voice dripping with menace. Disobey me even slightly, and the curse upon your necks will instantly sever your heads from your bodies. As the memory faded, the old man couldn't help but tremble, his mind still haunted by the terrifying events of the previous night. This was the true history. The Demon King once ruled the world alongside the legendary hero. Now, they sought only peace, wanting no part of the world's affairs. While the father remained trapped within the chaotic labyrinth of his own thoughts, she noticed their surroundings looked strangely familiar. Hearing her words, he began to scan the landscape in confusion. To their shock, the father and daughter found themselves standing in the middle of a vast and desolate wasteland. He gasped in utter disbelief, wondering aloud, did I really run all this way? How is that even possible? From a distance, Wang Kai watched them, feeling satisfied that bringing them here would prevent them from bothering his master. And that terrifying woman, he puffed out his chest with pride, knowing the only reason the old man could run so fast was because he had secretly lent him his strength. Afeni stared at the massive crater ahead, realizing the corpse of the Dark Guild's apostle was still lying right where it fell. Overcome with worry, he scanned the area, fearing that high-level monsters might appear at any moment. We must leave this place immediately. Suddenly, Wang Chai's ears perked up, sensing an approaching threat. He let out a sharp bark to warn them, but the creature quickly opened a portal, deciding to save himself first. Better to leave now, he thought, before that fierce woman beats me again. Shifting the responsibility, he leapt into the portal just as it vanished into thin air. Suddenly, an eerie presence filled the air. A terrifying legion of purple shadows emerged from the darkness. The two-horned great apostle finally revealed his true form, wearing a grotesque smile as he growled in curiosity. At his feet stood apostles cloaked in a haunting shade of purple, their faces hidden behind a variety of bizarre masks. They whispered in a strange, guttural tongue. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened in horror as he stammered, That's a great apostle. Still naive to the world's dangers, Afeni could only look on in confusion, wondering what exactly a great apostle was. Sensing their presence, the leader pointed directly at the pair, barking orders to his subordinates. These were members of the Dark Guild, a 3-star great magic spirit leading a group of magic spirits ranging from 3 to 4 stars. In contrast, the two of them were merely great mages, ranked at a humble 1 and 2 stars. The old man stood frozen, paralyzed by the gap. Tears welled up in Afeni's eyes as she grabbed his arm, ready to sacrifice herself. The gap is too big. Father, I'll distract them. You have to run. But the father refused to give up. He remembered what Mr. Luo Ping had told him about the heart of the cards. He had said that the most important thing in a game was sheer determination. That memory gave him the strength to grit his teeth and fight. The power gap was indeed massive. But compared to those two monsters they had met earlier, these apostles were nothing. He held up his deck, which began to glow with a surge of hidden power. I too was once called a hero, he declared. Lester the Iron-Hearted. A burst of energy erupted from the cards, disintegrating the low-level apostles instantly. The great apostle's eyes narrowed, sensing something was wrong. His struggle wasn't in vain. As he prepared his final move, he turned to speak from the heart to his daughter. Ever since your mother returned to the elf tribe, I've spent my life being a coward, focused only on protecting you. He looked at Afena with newfound resolve. I was wrong. Running away never solves anything. If we survive this, I will take you to the elf tribe. We will bring your mother home, just as I once pursued her. Lester fully committed to the battle, treating it like the ultimate game. He roared, summoning his legendary move, the Four of a Kind. A radiant green elf appeared before them, and the girl couldn't help but call out mother. Lester screamed, activate. A surge of emerald light transformed into a mystical bow in the elf's hands. She took aim, drawing the string back with ethereal grace. The arrow streaked through the air with blinding speed. One of the apostles gasped in shock. Wait, what is that? The massive emerald arrow tore through the front lines, obliterating the apostles as they let out agonizing screams. One by one, they fell. The arrow continued its path, shredding through every obstacle in its way as it flew straight for the great apostle. He reached out to catch the glowing projectile, but his confidence shattered as it refused to stop. Impossible, he choked as it pierced him. Gorth had finally neutralized the anomaly. He quickly recalled his cards as the jade spirit faded away. Tefai rushed to his side, crying. Father, his eyes glistened with relief while he panted heavily. Maybe I should change classes, he joked. Deep down, he felt lucky to have understood the truth. Master Luo Ping's advice saved him. At the last second, he realized that determination was the key. The card's true potential had finally awakened. The surrounding destruction revealed the arrow's terrifying power. Thus, a new class was born, the Card Master. 1 week later, Luo Ping was relaxing under a tree. He savored a sweet, refreshing slice of watermelon. The sky was clear, and the sun felt pleasant. He mused over the hybrid magic used to grow the fruit, staring thoughtfully at the slice. This magical world is incredible. His cultivation was a success. Yet a strange sadness lingered within him. There is no one here to share this harvest with. Luo Ping Sihil, feeling suddenly lonely. Something was missing. Memories of the blood-red demon king flashed through his mind like a vivid dream. He saw the azure-armored warriors and the spirits. Luo Ping closed his eyes and sighed deeply. He once thought a peaceful life was enough. But after seeing the world, everything felt different. A restless urge grew in his heart. He wanted to explore. That is simply human nature. New desires always emerge. No matter how good life is, we are never truly satisfied. I'm too weak. Maybe I should just stay. Suddenly, a burst of smoke signaled an arrival. A red-haired beauty sat there, legs crossed while sipping a cold drink. It was Demon King, Elizabeth. She looked at him nonchalantly. Why the long face? What is weighing so heavily on your mind? Luo Ping rested his chin on his hand, his voice sounding completely drained of all energy. I want to explore, but I'm too weak. Elizabeth smirked. So, you finally want to leave. In that case, come with me. She mused silently. The outside world was boring, but his pathetic attitude was just too much. Luo Ping slammed the table and stood up in shock. Are you serious? He shouted excitedly. With a demon king protecting him, he'd be safe. Stop rambling and get dressed, she replied coldly. Luo Ping quickly changed and packed his bag, ensuring he had everything for the journey ahead. He was fully prepared. Elizabeth had also changed into an outfit that perfectly accentuated her figure. She offered a rare compliment. I must admit, Your skills in cooking and tailoring are impressive. He beamed with pride, adjusting his gloves. Of course, those are the things I do best. His dog, Wang Chai, barked happily. With a snap of her fingers, Elizabeth summoned a portal. She remained perfectly poised. Let's move. This will take us directly to the nearest human town. Luo Ping stared at the gate in absolute awe. Wow, this is incredibly convenient, he praised. Elizabeth stepped through first. Luo Ping and his dog followed, but he suddenly hesitated at the gate. She looked back, confused. Luo Ping clearly had something on his mind. Wait. Elizabeth, he called out, I have a question. He began to shake, sweat pouring down his face as he struggled. You'll come back with me later, right? I don't mean anything weird by asking that. You can leave if you want, he added, terrified of offending the powerful demon king. Truth was, without her protection, his farm would be overrun by monsters in mere minutes. Swapping his nervous look for a sly grin, he teased, if you plan to run, I'll understand. Elizabeth's face darkened instantly. She fumed at the thought of being called a coward. Does he think I'd just run away? Her expression turned cold as she answered his question. Of course I'm coming back, she thought. I won't stop until I've officially defeated you. Luo Ping was overjoyed by her answer. Really, Elizabeth glared at him with eyes like daggers. But you must grant me one request, she demanded, as an apology for being so rude. His smile turned awkward and forced. What kind of request? He stammered nervously. He had clearly made her angry. Suddenly, she began to move slowly toward Luo Ping. As Elizabeth drew near, Lak Bin couldn't help but recoil in instinctive fear. She voiced her demand. Once we return, use the fresh harvest to make me a massive pudding. Expecting a monumental task, Lak Bin was stunned by the simple request. Pudding, that is it, he asked, turning toward the teleportation gate. Elizabeth glanced back over her shoulder. Is there a problem with that? Let us move. Though puzzled, Lak Bin forced a smile and replied, nothing. Let us head out then. Both stepped through the shimmering gate, seemingly oblivious that they had left poor Vuong Tai behind. Vuong Tai barked frantically, desperate to follow them. But the portal began to fade into thin air. Stepping into another realm, Lak Bin shielded his eyes from the blinding radiance of the rift. Emerging on the other side, he slowly opened his eyes, only to be struck speechless by the vista. A magnificent, bustling town stretched before him. This was the place Elizabeth mentioned, the neutral town of Bath. Uniquely, human warriors and monstrous demi-humans walked side by side in this vibrant, diverse sanctuary. They lived and fought in perfect harmony. Lak Bin watched in awe, his heart racing at the sight. His eyes sparkled with childlike wonder. Incredible. So this is what another world looks like. Spotting a shop filled with battle gear, Lak Bin excitedly waved her over. Elizabeth, look at this. An equipment shop right here, he continued exploring, his gaze drifting toward yet another specialized store nearby. He called out again. And here is food, though it just looks like regular old pork. Lak Bin darted from stall to stall like an excited puppy, leaving Elizabeth watching him with weary resignation. Elizabeth observed the surroundings with quiet curiosity. 500 years. Yet the world seems much the same, still buzzing with excitement. Lak Bin kept walking and nodded in agreement. You are right, it is far less chaotic than Judas described. Elizabeth smirked, hands on hips. Hey, that is because of my foundation. Allow me to enlighten you, she declared, puffing out her chest and raising a finger with authority. Looking rather smug, she began to preach like a grand scholar. In the original world, warring factions were everywhere, but I crushed them with my absolute power and established the laws of harmony. At that moment, her gaze was filled with a rare blend of immense pride and lingering relief. Elizabeth continued. So, I am the true savior, not you. Despite your title as the legendary warrior, so absorbed in her own glory, she did not notice Lak Bin had vanished, leaving her trembling in fury. Her eyes flared as she spotted him browsing a stall, completely ignoring her legendary tale of triumph. Why are you not listening to my greatness? I am, meanwhile. Lak Bin was captivated by a plushy stall, marveling at the intricate craftsmanship of the toys. He whispered in awe. This is truly exquisite detail. The stitching is flawless. Did you make these? Little one Annie, the young vendor, nodded with beaming pride. Want them? I will give you a discount. Suddenly, a brutish, pig-headed monster barged in, roaring loudly. Who gave you permission to set up shop here? He savagely kicked her stall, scattering plushies everywhere. Terrified, Annie and her younger siblings huddled together, trembling before the hulking, violent beast. Snatching her wrist, he spat, Curse you, your church still owes my gang a fortune in protection fees. Yet you dare hawk your trash on my turf. Her siblings shivered in fear, crying out, Big Sister Annie. With a cruel sneer, the pig-headed thug grabbed Annie by the collar and hoisted her into the air. Despite her terror, Annie shouted back defiantly, You have never protected us. Why should we pay you anything? Spittle flew from the monster's mouth as he bellowed with savage rage. You stupid brat. Since December, this street belongs to the Beast Gang. Pay up monthly or you will not survive another day. Clenching her tiny fists, Annie shouted through gritted teeth. That is a lie. The church belongs to the sisters. When they return, you will be punished, as she screamed. A curious crowd began to gather. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh's blood boiled at the injustice. Fool, the thug mocked. You really do not understand the situation. Do you? Fine, I will evict every last orphan and tear down that church, finally snapping. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh roared. Stop right there. The thug turned a murderous glare toward him. Damn you, what do you think you are doing? Human. Realizing he had acted on impulse, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh began to stutter. It's project. Well, you see, Elizabeth watched, sighing inwardly. You want me to meddle in such trivial affairs and play with these weaklings, Elizabeth thought coldly. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh turned toward her with a desperate, pleading gaze. Elizabeth, please save me. Seeing his desperation, she simply closed her eyes and turned her head away in silence. No, I do not possess such low-class taste as you. Stunned by her cold rejection, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh felt a wave of hopeless despair wash over him. The pig-faced thug, enraged by the lack of an answer, felt his veins pop as he barked at the boy. Hey, I asked what the hell you think you're doing? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh frantically scratched his head, completely lost on how to handle this aggressive brute. Meanwhile, Elizabeth stood perfectly still, with her arms crossed, choosing to completely ignore the unfolding chaos. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration hit him, with eyes gleaming. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh pointed a finger directly at the thug and shouted at the top of his lungs. Attention everyone, this pig-faced man is bullying a little girl. Shame him, everyone. Come and shame him. He truly believed this was a masterstroke. However, as he looked around, the crowd did exactly what Elizabeth did. They turned their heads and ignored him completely. He scanned the left side, then the right, but no one budged. It was a cold reality. Every single person was playing deaf and blind, holding the girl aloft. The thug let out a mocking laugh at 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh. Ha, did you really think someone would actually stand up to help you? On these very streets, everyone knows our gang. No one is foolish enough to cross us. Licking his lips like a creep, he sneered. You are a newcomer from the south, aren't you? Hey hey. That girl next to you is quite a beauty. Panic set in for 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh. Having run out of options, he realized his only choice was to try and negotiate. He spoke softly. Let us talk this out. I have some souvenirs in my bag I can give you. Meanwhile, a large crowd gathered to watch. The thug lost all patience and barked at his lackeys. Stop this nonsense. I am tired of listening to this brat's garbage. Kill the man, bring the woman back to the hideout to be imprisoned. At those words, Elizabeth's cold indifference shifted into pure, icy rage. With a chilling smirk, she hissed. You think you have the right to imprison me? You have just stepped on a tiger's tail. Fool. The heavens roared in response to her fury. Thunder crashed and violent winds began to tear through the streets as her anger exploded. The thug dropped little Ani as his legs turned to jelly. Trembling in fear, he looked up at the darkening sky. What is this? The sky had completely transformed in an instant. His lackeys shivered in terror, unable to comprehend the overwhelming pressure crushing their souls, fearing she might level the entire town. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh rushed to her side, whispering urgently, Wait, please. Do not do this. You will destroy the whole town. To calm her, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh whipped out a fan and started fanning her frantically to cool her burning rage. He kept fanning while pleading. Stay calm. Stay calm. Just scare them a little. You cannot get serious with mere mortals. Right. Elizabeth closed her eyes, her aura slowly receding. Mum. You are only saying that because it benefits you, she muttered with a slight soften. Gradually, the terrifying pressure that had shaken the very foundations of the earth began to fade away into nothingness. Adjusting her glasses, little Ani watched the scene in total shock. Wow, she thought. Her magical power is absolutely incredible. The thug, still clueless, blinked as the storm subsided. He stared at the sky like an idiot. The storm. Has it passed already? Trembling, he pointed a shaky finger at 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh. So, you two really plan to protect these church orphans? He was secretly struck with awe. What is happening? Why am I suddenly so terrified of them? He wondered. Meanwhile, the young man replied with surprising calmness. If not, tell me how much I need to pay to ensure the children's safety. The thug crossed his arms. 2 months. 10 gold coin. Sabak laughed mockingly at their greed. Haha, just 10 gold coins and you lot scramble around like hungry dogs. How pathetic. How foolish. Hearing this, he teased. Hey Elizabeth, you must have plenty of gold coins on you. Right. She chuckled arrogantly. Nonsense. I possess vast treasures that could never be emptied in 1,000 lifetimes. He replied. Then lend me some, I will pay you back with home-cooked meals. Elizabeth snapped back. Idiot, you want my gold for such useless things? Absolutely not. She stated coldly. Besides, I did not even bother bringing any money with me before coming to see you. The thug's patience finally snapped. Hey, do you have the damn money or not? Stop wasting my time. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh scratched his head. Well, I am broke. Can I pay with these souvenirs? The thug roared. Are you mocking me? I have had enough. Game over. Suddenly, a heavy pouch flew out of nowhere and smacked the thug right in his pig-like face. Feeling humiliated, the thug screamed. Who dared to throw that? But his anger vanished as he looked down at the object on the ground. It was exactly what he had been craving, a leather pouch filled to the brim with glittering gold coins. Emerging from the alley was Shen Duo, the one who threw the gold. He walked forward calmly. Take it and leave. Stop bothering my friends, he sneered. Hey. So it is Abaddon from the Sword Saint Pavilion. Fine. I will give you some face and leave today. He barked at his men. Let us move, but do not expect to be this lucky next month. As they retreated, the orphans finally emerged. The little girl 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh protected, sniffled with deep gratitude. Tears welling in her eyes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Everyone. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh smiled, offering a bunch of bananas to Big Brother Than. Thank you for the help. Please. Accept these. Than laughed. Don't mention it, but actually, I'd like to invite your group to collaborate on a certain job. He turned his gaze toward little Annie, who sat there with a surprisingly serious and professional expression. How can I help? Than suggested, moving somewhere private, promising the job would solve all their financial troubles. Elizabeth refused instantly. This king has no interest, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh. We are leaving this instant. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh hesitated. Refusing so rudely isn't right after he helped us. Let's at least hear him out. A curious kid asked Annie if she was leaving. Go back to the church first. I'll return soon. They headed toward a tavern. Follow me, Thunders said, leading 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh and the others inside. They entered the tavern, greeted by the heavy scent of ale and the rowdy atmosphere of drunken patrons. A sleazy drunkard blocked Elizabeth's path. Hey, gorgeous. The men you're with look like total trash. Why not join me instead? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh and Annie felt a wave of awkward tension and growing concern. Having reached her limit, Elizabeth's eyes flashed with a lethal glare. Care to repeat that again? The sheer pressure in her voice terrified them. The creeps immediately looked away, frantically gulping down water. She turned her fury toward 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh. This is your fault for wasting my time in such filth. We're here, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh deflected as Thunders opened a door. In here, no one will disturb us. Thunders gripped the handle, inviting his new companions inside. A knowing smirk played on his lips. I'm back, he announced. Immediately, several beautiful women swarmed him. Master, you're finally home. We were so worried, we almost went to find you. Master, please, give us some head pats. Take me with you next time, Thunders laughed, scratching his head. I forgot to mention something. These are all my wives. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh's jaw dropped. Wives? Thunder simply smiled and poured some tea. It was time for business. He stood up to begin the introductions. First, this is 𝐒𝐒𝐒, our shield warrior. Next is Zoe the assassin. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 the mage. And finally, there is Gloria. Gloria is an elite elven marksman. Speaking of elves, I recently crossed paths with a half-elf myself. Elizabeth was losing patience. Enough trivialities. If you have something to say it. We're leaving soon. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 rested her chin, clearly annoyed. Master, where did you find this woman? Her attitude is irritating. Elizabeth's voice dropped. This is simply how this king carries herself. Do you have a problem? The air turned ice cold. This king? How ridiculous! One of the girls scoffed. Is she mentally stable? Master Gloria sneered. Judging by her ears, she's just some low-born half-breed, acting tough over a drop of elven blood. How pathetic. Elizabeth's temper flared dangerously. Her face darkened with murderous intent. If you're hell-bent on seeking death, don't blame me. Sensing disaster, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 acted. He thrust a jar of pudding toward Elizabeth with a dead serious expression. The murderous aura vanished instantly. Elizabeth's eyes sparkled like stars. Pudding, for me? Seeing her happily munching, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 sighed in relief. Thank goodness he had prepared some snacks. While Elizabeth was lost in dessert heaven, the others continued their tense discussion. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 cleared his throat. To be honest, we hail from a very remote, nameless tribe. She is Princess Elizabeth, and I am merely her humble servant. Ruruka watched Elizabeth curiously. A sheltered princess from a hidden tribe. That explains her weird behavior. Thunders chuckled, though suspicion lingered in his eyes. You know, there's another Elizabeth I've heard of. The Demon King He. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 quickly signaled everyone to lower their voices. It's her first time in civilization. The culture shock is severe. He hoped they believed his lies. Thunders nodded. Fair enough. Let's get down to the real reason I invited you. I'm inviting the three of you to join us on a quest for a hidden treasure hoard. Internally, Thunders remained wary. That terrifying magic earlier couldn't have come from some simple tribal princess. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was completely oblivious, focused entirely on scraping every last bit of pudding. A treasure hoard, 𝐒𝐒𝐒's ears perked up. Confused, he leaned over to whisper to little Annie. Ever heard of a treasure cache? Annie leaned in, whispering the secrets of the ancients to 𝐒𝐒𝐒. They are mystical dimensions forged by ancient masters to safeguard their most precious relics, shrouded in mystery. These stashes are legendary. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 listened intently, nodding as if he actually understood. Exactly. Sebastian shrugged and closed his eyes, his voice laced with a hint of helplessness. I've tracked this hoard for ages. But there's a catch. It requires 8 people to break the seal. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 realized the motive. So, Sebastian, you're recruiting us just to fill the head count. Annie began counting. 1, 2, 7, 8. Oh no, can I please stay home? She pointed at herself, tears welling up. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 looked at her, confused by her sudden dread. What's wrong? Why the long face? A treasure stash is a gold mine. We should be celebrating. Annie turned to him, sobbing softly. Brother 𝐒𝐒𝐒, you don't understand. These places are death traps. A 4-star mage like me is just fodder. She wailed. To put it in perspective, mage, archmage, sprite, high sprite, apostle, demon king, and demon deity. This hierarchy of mana serves as the ultimate benchmark for one's true combat potential. Understanding her fear, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 scratched his head awkwardly. Is it really that dangerous? Actually, my magic level is quite pathetic. Before he could finish, Sebastian cut him off with an explanation. Rest easy. You just need to help us enter. We'll handle the heavy lifting and share the spoils. You'll get a cut. Garcia chimed in. We're talking at least tens of thousands of gold coins here. My master even repelled those dark apostles trying to kidnap Eulogia recently. Their strength is undeniable. At the mention of a fortune, Annie's eyes sparkled. Wait, tens of thousands of gold coins, for real? That would solve the church's financial crisis. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 turned to Elizabeth, who was still busy eating. Elizabeth, shall we help them out, swayed by the delicious pudding? Elizabeth's mood had shifted toward cooperation. Fine. Let's go. Just don't interrupt my date with this exquisite dessert. 𝐒𝐤 and 𝐸𝐸𝐻 shared a nod. 𝐒𝐤 produced a magical orb. Cradling it carefully with both hands, the water spirit pearl as 𝐸𝐸𝐻 reached out. The pearl erupted in a vibrant blue radiance. He narrowed his eyes, recognizing it as a magic tester. A simple touch reveals the mana coursing within. When he withdrew his hand, strange numbers flickered on the surface. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 hasped in awe. Whoa, that's incredible. But what does 8,769 actually mean? Annie explained. That score corresponds to the demon spirit rank. Then 𝐸𝐻 added with a confident, knowing smile. I'm a 4-star mage, while my wife is a powerhouse, reaching the 4th and 5th star archmage ranks. To survive, we must know each other's limits. Annie stepped up, eager to test her own potential. The pearl flickered, displaying a mere 300. 𝐒𝐤 smirked. 300, even as a trainee. I was higher. Annie burst into tears. I'm so sorry I've hit my limit. I can't grow any stronger. 𝐒𝐒𝐒's eyes gleamed with excitement. Hey, my turn. I haven't studied magic, but my warrior potential must be huge. He stepped forward with confidence, placing his palm firmly upon the smooth water spirit pearl. Silence. Long moments passed, yet not a single digit appeared. The orb remained cold and lifeless. It was a total shock. He didn't possess even a spark of pure magic. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh buried his face. Of course. How could a simple farmer have mana? He slumped into his chair, sighing in deep regret. Magic has never been a part of my life. Roko's brow furrowed in annoyance. Her tone turned icy, sensing his apparent uselessness. Then what can you do? Are you just dead weight? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh perked up. Well, I do have a specialty. I'm an expert farmer. He pulled out some bananas. Actually, I just harvested these. Want a taste? He felt the awkwardness of the situation sinking in. A total country bumpkin. Roko muttered with a forced, pained smile. Keep your fruit to yourself. Are you truly just a common servant? He looked over at Elizabeth, who was still focused on her meal. Elizabeth, show them your power. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh whispered urgently. Please, just cooperate for once. She gritted her teeth, annoyed by the persistent nagging. Finally, she slammed her hand onto the pearl. The sphere ignited instantly. A blinding, divine radiance flooded the room, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh panicked. If Elizabeth's identity as the Demon Queen was exposed, it would cause a massive upheaval. He hesitated, calling her name. But Elizabeth coldly cut him off, simply stating she already knew. She touched the orb, thinking it was a rare chance to play. The others watched, completely stunned. Suddenly, the orb flashed 8,768. Annie wondered if this rivaled Sagittarius. That is demon-level power, Dre screamed in disbelief, questioning if she was a soul demon too. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh broke into a cold sweat while Thunder cheered, praising the princess's incredible strength. With her on the team, our chances of seizing the treasure have skyrocketed. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh realized this was a golden opportunity to gain knowledge and experience. Annie asked Sagittarius how to reach the dungeon, and Thunder quickly stepped in to answer. Gary activated the mechanism on command. A blinding light erupted, instantly swallowing the entire group. In a flash, they vanished, reappearing moments later in an eerie, unknown land. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh marveled at the teleportation magic, completely blown away by its sheer utility. Annie, however, was trembling and nauseous. Elizabeth remained silent, her expression unreadable. She sensed the aura of a divine temple. Thunder declared it was time to find the treasure. Elizabeth suddenly refused to continue, telling 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh they were leaving. Gas erupted in fury. Zed was livid, shouting about the massive amount of mana and crystals wasted on this trip. Gloria added a chilling threat, warning that once they entered, there was no turning back. Unfazed, Elizabeth prepared to strike. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh desperately tried to calm the escalating tension. He clasped his hands together, his face filled with a desperate, pleading expression. It is a rare trip. Elizabeth, please, let's explore. Annie asked if she had sensed something. Elizabeth pointed ahead, noting a magical signature remarkably similar to her own dark power. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh was baffled by her claim. Suddenly, a heavy hand dropped onto his shoulder. Theodore stepped forward, promising to protect Elizabeth from any danger they might face. He begged the princess to enter with him, but Elizabeth met his gaze with icy silence. She turned her back on him, leaving Theodore standing there, completely frozen and humiliated. Elizabeth told 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh to follow her since they were out for fun. Theodore watched, fuming, gritting his teeth in silent rage. The group finally began their descent into the cave. Annie marveled at the scenery, but 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh noticed something chilling. The barrier had closed. Their path back was blocked. Elizabeth scoffed, calling his observation nothing but nonsense. In this magical domain, escape is impossible unless your mana surpasses the one who created it. Without finding the source of this world, none of us will ever leave this place alive. 𝐒𝐿 boasted that as long as their master led them, the treasure would surely be theirs. Gash told her to shut up, while Annie asked Gloria what the treasure actually was. Gloria laughed, promising mountains of gold and riches that would satisfy everyone's greed. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh pointed toward a fork in the road, asking which path they should take. Shoko suggested splitting the group, but Thunder immediately shot down the idea as unnecessary. He ordered 𝐒𝐿 to use her skill. She obeyed, drawing a staff to begin the search. The staff struck the ground, sending out ripples of golden light that branched into every tunnel. The glowing trails twisted and turned, mapping out the complex geography of the dark cavern. 𝐒𝐿 claimed this would reveal the shortest path to the hidden treasure room. Elizabeth smirked at the display of ignorance. The light revealed nothing but tiny, insignificant creatures. 𝐒𝐿 collapsed in shock. Teresa urgently demanded to know the status of the labyrinth. 𝐒𝐿 trembled, reporting that the maze seemed to have no end and no bottom. My mana reached its absolute limit, yet there is still no sign of an exit. Gash gasped. 𝐒𝐿's detection range covers 3 kilometers, Gloria then offered to use her own hearing magic. So what? The accuracy is only 34%. Yoko proposed. I suggest we work as a team. I can use my clone technique for support. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh whispered to Elizabeth. You know the way. Right. Elizabeth answered without hesitation. Of course. This maze is just a facade for the ignorant fools. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh urged her quietly. Then help us already, we need to get out as fast as possible. Elizabeth crossed her arms coldly. No. I want to see how they handle themselves first. Suddenly, Annie pointed ahead. We can reach the goal if we take the third corridor. Elizabeth remained silent. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh asked excitedly. Hey Annie. How do you know that? It is just a guess. Annie said dazed. I feel a strange mana flowing from there. Guy snapped in anger. Listen. Spirit, why can't I feel this supposed mana of yours? A mere 4-star mage shouldn't flex here. Terrified. Annie quickly whispered a soft apology. Seka spoke up. The final path should have the fewest monsters. We should head there instead. Master. We should take this path. Thandrika asked. What do you all think about this? Yoko suggested. Small groups are better. Garz agreed. I feel the same way as you. Follow Guy. Even if he's wrong. Staying together is the safest way to survive this. Zeke agreed. Master. Please trust Guy. After a brief thought, Thandrika finally gave the nod. Fine. The final cave it is. But Annie protested. No go anywhere but that cave. Not that cave. Annie cast a summoning spell, placing her rabbit right at the entrance. The rabbit hopped forward. Suddenly, something lunged. The rabbit was instantly torn in two. It was a parasitic monster. Watching the horror, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh trembled. What was that thing? Elizabeth explained calmly. It is a common parasite often found in these isolated, massive caves. Jojo turned to Zuli. You said there were fewer monsters. You meant only corpses remain. Damn it, Zuli cursed. Meanwhile, Elizabeth began to step away from the bickering group. She said coldly. Let them struggle here. We're leaving 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Binh followed her lead immediately, seeing them leave. Annie warned. Sister Elizabeth. I'm not entirely sure that direction is right. Wait, Jojo shouted. Master. Should I use my clones to keep an eye on them? Tan replied. No need. Inside. He analyzed her calm reaction to that terrifying creature. She is too calm. Elizabeth's background is clearly more mysterious than we first thought. After thinking, he decided. We'll follow them. The two stepped into the dark cave. Suddenly, a strange mist appeared, deep in the shadows. A pair of eyes snapped open. A terrifying power was brewing. Sudden events unfolded as lethal techniques were prepared for release. They struck as one, slicing through the filthy bats. Sharp blades carved the swarm apart. Is that all of them? Touchdao asked, sheathing his blade while checking on everyone. They're gone. But more keep coming. Elizabeth. Are we finally safe for now? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh and peeked out. Trembling. What terrible acting. Elizabeth mocked them cruelly. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh was confused. Z pointed an accusing finger. This is all your fault. Elizabeth, strong mana naturally attracts more monsters. Don't tell me you didn't know that, Z sneered. Then again, you're just a lowly mage. So maybe you are just that ignorant. I know that, but you're a level 4 spirit who just stood there and watched. Z was fuming. This isn't what we agreed upon before we started this mission. You were supposed to handle the monsters. Just calm down. Everyone, this is infuriating. It's fine. Escorting Lady Elizabeth is an honor. Touchdao looked at her with admiration. Z bared her teeth. That woman embarrassed me, and now she's trying to seduce him. Master, should we rest after such a long battle? We need to recover our energy. Fine. But I won't waste time. If you are so capable, then go on alone. Without us, you'd be dead, Lady Elizabeth. Please. We should all rest here together. Let's take a breather here and have some elixir. It'll help restore your condition. Elixir, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh asked back with curiosity. What's the matter? Do you want a sip or not? I've never tried it. So I'm quite curious about the flavor. Perhaps this will spark some new culinary inspiration, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he glanced at Elizabeth. I suppose you've indulged in enough delicacies, so trying something ordinary wouldn't hurt. The group decided to halt and rest right there, beneath the dim yet cozy glow of the campfire. Everyone gathered close. They sat around the brilliant orange flames flickering against the cave's dark walls. Gilagia's elixir is truly remarkable. I finally feel like I've made a full recovery, but who knows how long it'll take to find the treasure. A hand reached out, swirling with a mysterious, soft blue light. She held a vial filled with golden liquid. This is a special elixir I brewed myself. Drinking it can cure various ailments. A warrior like you probably doesn't need this. Right, 𝐒𝐒𝐒? Don't be so rude, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 interjected. With a huff, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 tossed the vial toward Elizabeth, without even looking. Elizabeth snatched the vial out of the air. Now that's what I call a truly cool and effortless move. Elizabeth, are you sure you don't want it? Then don't mind if I do. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 eagerly grabbed the vial and downed a huge gulp. Suddenly, he started gagging from the taste. The grassy scent is so overwhelming. I'm not used to this, Elizabeth. Do you want some? Typical, the protagonist only shares when it tastes so bad even a dog would refuse it. Thank you. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh, she smiled. Accepting it. The entire party rested by the warmth of the fire. As the wood crackled in the silence, they began discussing their plans for tomorrow. A rare moment of peace in the dark cave. Everyone slowly drifted off to sleep to regain their strength for the adventure ahead. But I haven't used much mana yet, so there's no rush. Just give it to those magic-obsessed fools, what a waste, Gloria glared at them. In that case, let's just pour it out. Elizabeth dumped the elixir into the roaring fire. Hey, why would you throw away my special brew? You tell me. Elizabeth stared silently at Gloria. Hey, stop the bickering. I want to share something too. I hope these aren't squashed. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh pulled out a bunch of ripe yellow bananas. I've wanted to share these for a while. And finally, the time is right. Senior Sebastian. Thanks. Anne, would you like an apple? Is it really for me? Anne asked with teary eyes. Of course. Why wouldn't it be? Don't cry over an apple. Can I take this home to my younger siblings? So that's it. Of course. When we get back, I'll pick even more for everyone. Mutt. Who cares about some measly fruit? Can this even compare to my elixir? Just try to get something in your stomach for now. Once we get the treasure, I'll treat everyone to a feast. The others prepared to eat just to stay full. But one taste left them speechless. Their eyes widened in pure shock. Bananas. In their imagination, a colorful parrot began squawking. They felt like they were tasting the ultimate delicacy. 100 gourmet dishes couldn't compare to this single banana. Is this the true essence of flavor? A culinary world unfolded before them. A spiky leg appeared, moving rhythmically to the music. A mouth hummed a gentle lullaby as the vibrant green of life spread through the space. This feeling is magical. All my exhaustion is simply melting away. The others couldn't believe their taste buds. How could a simple banana be this delicious? Could this be some kind of magic fruit? No. This is the pure essence of nature's bounty. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh smiled as he watched everyone savor it. The road ahead is bound to be full of surprises. The treasure chamber is right before us. Prepare yourselves for the next set of challenges. Is everyone ready to keep moving? Let's head out and claim our glory. The gentle lullaby still echoes within the green light of hope. 3 grasshoppers in black suits performed a song. In their minds, they had already achieved success. Wait, what is this place? A tea set appeared. It's so hauntingly beautiful it brings tears to the eyes. The saddest sight is dancing the samba in frustration. Release your boredom and let truth emerge. Their true forms are now dancing rhythmically to the samba. Dance the samba and let go of your resentment. Let hardship and happiness trade places. Dance the samba and cast aside your discontent. Let joy replace your struggles. Ooh, horse legs are stepping out, joining the rhythmic dance. La 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 la. Clap clap 1, 2, 3. Follow my lead. Theodore issued the orders as everyone moved perfectly to their own internal rhythm. The height of sorrow is dancing the samba in frustration. Cast off your boredom and dance the samba. Let go of discontent and trade hardship for happiness. The height of sorrow is dancing the samba in frustration. Cast off your boredom and dance the samba. Let go of discontent and trade hardship for happiness. Oh. Oh. Ooh la 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 la. Dance the samba, dance the samba. All three of them are lost in the samba master. What on earth are you doing? Only the sober ones feel the secondhand embarrassment. And me too. Wait. What? Suddenly, Theodore snapped out of it, his face turning bright red. Ahem. My apologies for the display. So it was a performance? Was it? I understand your intention now? What a brilliant golden light suddenly surged all around Theodore. My mana level is skyrocketing. It's all thanks to this campfire performance. Such a strange and overwhelming power is awakening within me. Our protagonist sits there, playing the fool and clapping along. This world's customs are truly bizarre. Outside, the spectacle of man and horse dancing together unfolds. Lac Bin knew they were walking into a death trap, so he buffed them just to keep his little game going. But wait, what's happening now? How did your magic levels skyrocket so suddenly? It's all thanks to Lac Bin's bananas. Annie adjusts her glasses as she explains the mystery. What kind of nonsense is this? You think those rotten bananas were soaked in holy water? Believe it or not, that fruit triggered our breakthrough to level 2, Magic Spirit. One bite of a banana, and we entered a new realm. Was that fruit possessed by a demon lord? I even jumped 3 levels to level 3. Great Magic Spirit. Unbelievable. Master Lac Bin, where on earth did you get these bananas? Lac Bin simply blinks, looking at them with a perfectly innocent and clueless expression. Is something wrong? I'm just surprised you'd ask such a thing. Honestly, I don't know how to answer. It was just an ordinary banana. No ordinary banana could do this. It must be a special hybrid, naturally grown, yet inorganic in nature. Only in a world of magic could you find such a production method. Since the master says it works, let's eat up and boost our mana. Selly and Gloria take a bite, but spit it out within 3 seconds. Disgusting. It's all about the teamwork. Annie says, you sure know a lot. Glasses girl, Lady Elizabeth flutters me with praise. But I just read it in magic books. His true strength is terrifying. No one could have guessed the secret behind it. Their mana continues to surge with overwhelming power. Lac Bin just smiles, watching the chaos. These bananas are truly priceless divine treasures, though the taste is a literal nightmare. They endure for the sake of the mission. The bond between the party members grows tighter by the second. Together, they overcome the first hurdles of the journey. Elizabeth feels lucky to have met Lac Bin, a man who is strange, yet incredibly kind and powerful. The adventure in this magical world is far from over. More surprises await them ahead. Let's see what challenges they face next. What does being a teammate really mean? The Nun's magic book mentions that special items only work under very specific conditions. My guess is that Lac Bin's banana only grants its effects if 3 or more people eat them at the same time. Don't act so knowledgeable just because you're embarrassed. Can't you see she's still eating over there? How do you explain this then? I'm sorry. I don't know. Unless the user's power is so vast that it completely overwhelms the treasure's rank? If that's the case, a legendary treasure is nothing but a common item to them. Stop staring at this queen with those eyes. My apologies. Perhaps my spirit potion was just stored for too long and lost its potency. Master Lac Bin, do you have any more fruit in that bag, Master? Do you honestly believe the lies they're telling? Of course I do. Sharing is my greatest joy. Lac Bin rummages through his pack and pulls out even more exotic fruits. Nearby, Elizabeth finishes her banana and tosses the peel behind her with a satisfied smile. No way. These are all for this queen. She snatches the backpack from Lac Bin, keeping the snacks close to her side. We've rested enough. Time to move out. This journey is nearing its end. Sorry. Senior Chandra, I'll share with you next time. It's fine. You guys go on ahead. My wife and I will finish cleaning up and follow shortly. Wait. We're not going together. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh asks. Confused. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh. Hurry up, Elizabeth urges. Fine then. We'll regroup further ahead. See you later. Once the trio leaves, Jojo whispers into Chandra's ear. Master, do you want to steal that backpack? They're definitely hiding something. And Garza clearly has bad intentions. Lower your voice. Don't worry, now isn't the right time. How could a normal person carry such rare treasures? She's clearly more than just a simple princess from a remote tribe. Lately, the kingdom of 𝐒𝐒𝐒, one of the four great powers, has been offering a massive bounty for information on a missing princess. If my intuition is correct, that very princess is standing right in front of my eyes. If I take this chance to make her my woman, the ultimate power of the 𝐒𝐒𝐒 kingdom will be mine to command. I'll have far more than just a few magical fruits. Chandra's face twists into a vile, filthy, and utterly disgusting grin. I'll use this to conquer her completely. He clutches his swords, laughing like a madman at his own reflection. Chilling. Raucous laughter erupts from the wicked Chandra. Master is suddenly emitting such seductive pheromones. It must be our fault for not satisfying him. His followers watch him creepily from behind. Deep within the pitch-black maze, the crimson eyes of monsters flicker, waiting for their prey. From the darkness, a massive and ferocious beast emerges, the terrifying leader of the Shadow Wolves. But suddenly, the beast trembles in fear of a looming horror. It vanishes into the shadows instantly, leaving no trace behind. The protagonist's group enters the labyrinth. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh asks cautiously, This maze is getting darker. Is there really an exit? Elizabeth remains unfazed. I told you. The maze is just an illusion. We're almost there. Suddenly, a hole tears open in the ceiling, and a monstrous claw thrusts through. As they press on, threats multiply above them. Monsters begin emerging from every crack in the ceiling, surrounding them in the dark. Elizabeth clutched the protagonist's sleeve, her face pale with unease as she sensed a lingering threat. Brother 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh, she whispered. I think something is crawling toward us. He listened intently and asked, What suddenly? A shadow blurred past their feet, kicking up a massive dust cloud that choked the entire maze. The main character coughed violently, waving his arms through the thick, suffocating haze. Asterisk cough. Cough times. Then, through the smoke, horse legs suddenly appeared. Thunder stood before them, followed by Gaston, 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐳, and 𝐒𝐒𝐒. He smirked and said, My apologies for making you wait so long. Behind him, his followers looked weary and resentful. Thunder maintained his arrogant air, saying, Lady Elizabeth, please forgive my late arrival. He bowed deeply, offering his strength for the journey ahead. Let me serve you. Lady Elizabeth, you may even ride on my back. Elizabeth ignored him entirely. Get lost. You aren't worthy of being my mount. Suddenly, Gloria stormed out of her carriage. Her face twisted in rage. She screamed, You filthy woman. Don't be so shameless. In a flash, something sliced through the air, and her head was gone. Her body collapsed, leaving everyone in shock. Thunder and 𝐳 stared in pure panic, unable to grasp the horror before them. Du and Gaston stood paralyzed by the gruesome sight. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh was speechless, trembling with terror at the scene. The group shook with fear as a piece of stone fell from the ceiling. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh looked up with hollow eyes to a nightmare. Countless insect monsters were lurking on the maze ceiling. He recoiled in terror. These were monsters. Their heads peeked out from holes in the roof. Prepare to fight. Everyone, we are completely surrounded, Thunder stammered. How could they be here? Elizabeth gripped her sword, preparing for the slaughter as the hideous creatures began to descend. Their screeches shook the entire maze. Brother 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh, we must escape. Don't be afraid. Elizabeth, just follow me. Chaos erupted as the swarm attacked. To their horror, the monsters were pouring out from every single hole in the ceiling. They were the wolf tribe. One beast tensed its powerful legs, causing the stone floor to crack under its sheer weight. It lunged with terrifying speed, its fangs bared at Elizabeth. With a single cold glare, she made the monster explode into pieces instantly. Annie was trembling and sobbing in pure terror. We're dead. We're all going to die, she wailed in despair. The main character ducked behind Elizabeth, clutching her waist and shaking. Please help me. Save my life. Help. Elizabeth. What should we do? He cried. She looked on with a chilling gaze. Test their humanity. Let the selfish and proud destroy themselves. This is merely your first step. The monsters were leaping with incredible speed around the maze, closing the circle around the terrified group. Grace leaped from the carriage in a flash of brilliant light. She quickly unleashed her secret technique, Shield Blade. Her shield transformed into a flaming buckler. She took a defensive stance, eyes darting around as she braced for the onslaught. The mage also cast her magic, weaving a protective barrier to shield the group from the incoming swarm. The scene turned into pure pandemonium. Monsters were waiting for an opening to strike while the others prepared for a desperate fight. Meanwhile, the main character and Annie were still huddled fearfully around Elizabeth. "What are we supposed to do?" he shrieked. A man laughed coldly and replied, "I'm sure you'll find a way." He secretly wanted to see how Elizabeth would react, using this chaos to gauge her true hidden power. "If you don't act, your servants and that girl will be eaten alive," he taunted. From inside the barrier, Grace responded with cold boredom. She looked at the main character and said, "Who cares about you now? Our partnership is officially over." A monster bared its serrated teeth, saliva dripping in hunger. The man sneered, completely indifferent to the lives of those trapped outside. "Heh. Stay out there and serve as the perfect bait." Suddenly, a high-pitched screech rang out. Before Jay could react, a monster decapitated her, shattering her barrier as Grace watched in horror. "What?" she gasped. Two more monsters dove down with shocking speed, targeting the group led by Blade Brother. Yoko struggled to defend herself, her weapon clashing against the monster's lethal fangs. She strained against the attack with her shield. Nearby, Blade Brother was also desperately swinging his sword to survive. It was a blood-soaked frenzy. The monsters attacked from every side, throwing the entire group into a desperate struggle. Blade Brother gripped his sword with both hands. Thundering strike, he roared, lightning surging through his blade as he dashed forward. He cut down the beast in an instant. Grace, however, was still fighting a desperate battle against her own monster. "Take this," she yelled. Swinging her shield with her heavy shield bash technique, she poured her strength into the blow, crushing the monster's head. Suddenly, another beast lunged, forcing Yoko to dodge in desperation. With a dagger in hand, she spun around and executed an assassination strike, killing the monster that tried to sneak up behind her. Exhausted, she collapsed to the ground, panting heavily as the weight of the battle finally hit her. "Damn it. No matter how many we kill, they keep coming. We'll die of exhaustion at this rate." A beast lunges from above, catching her completely off guard. The Thunder King's echo blasts the monster into dust, saving her, but the swarm is endless, waiting for any opening to strike. Elizabeth asks calmly, "Now you've seen them. Still playing hero?" Luo Ping finally sees the truth. "Forget them. Our debt is paid. We'll part ways here." Just as they suggested, he sighs. Farming was safer than this unpredictable world. Step 2, let them revel. Then decide if they deserve life. "Prepare to leave," he asks. "We've arrived already." She pulls him along. Suddenly, Annie spots a hidden threat. She glares at the monster with a terrifying, deathly gaze. A single rabbit punch obliterates the beast in midair. Annie stands frozen in shock. What just happened? Luo Ping signals her. Elizabeth chants a mysterious ancient spell. The barrier ripples and vanishes, revealing a colossal hidden gate. Luo Ping is stunned. The exit was hidden right here. Light spills out as the massive doors slowly swing open. "Move it," Thurka snarls. Luo Ping guides Anne inside. They enter as the gate begins its final descent. "Get on my back and hold tight," he commands them. Realizing they're being abandoned, he curses and runs fast. A bolt of lightning slips through just before it seals shut. Mountains of gold and ancient jewels glitter before their eyes. A floating island of treasure suspended in the vast void. They stand mesmerized by the sea of shimmering gold. "We're rich," he cheers. Annie worries if it's safe. Thurka shoves him aside. "Don't get ahead of yourselves." Thurka stares at the horde with a greedy, triumphant smile. He realizes the legend was true all along. The treasure is real, and it's all right here. At the summit sits the Demon King's sweet wine. "We're even now." Luo Ping warns, "Don't cross us." The boss turns back with a sinister, arrogant smirk. "You were useful tools. Now, die a happy death." A single gold coin falls, the sound echoing ominously. A golden eye snaps open. A roar shakes the island. A colossal, gilded claw erupts from the mountain of gold. A massive golden dragon emerges, radiating pure terror. "Little White," "Look," he stammers, pointing in fear. "It's a dragon, a real one." He shakes Little White. Annie trembles, sensing an even darker power lurking beneath. Little White remains calm despite the mounting chaos. The dragon roars. Doga turns to the boss in panic. "Master." "What now?" The boss draws his sword, Focused. Buy me time, I'll end this in one blow. Shen Tu-Ka's group evaded the strike with ease. Jia fell back. His massive shield held firm. Jia eyes locked on Juko. Lua. Distract it first. Juko gripped her fists. Consider it done. Juko released a flurry of inscribed paper dolls. Her eyes glowed violet as she clasped her hands. Avatar art clone manifestation. The paper talismans swarmed toward the golden dragon. Shen Tu-Ka's brow furrowed. That beast is our only true obstacle. I suppose it's time to stop holding back. He channeled every ounce of his energy into one final lightning strike. Shen Tu-Ka's eyes blazed blue as he raised his electrified blade. Yoko lunged, driving her kunai into the dragon's hide repeatedly. Assassination art death stroke. Yet, every strike clattered uselessly against that impenetrable golden armor. Yoko gasped for air. My assassination art targets the vitals, but I can't even leave a scratch. Jia ignited his inner core, dissolving his shield into pure energy. My turn. He reshaped the aura. Shield shift, jet stream vessel. The transformed vessel roared to life. Its four thrusters igniting with a deafening blast. With a roar of effort, Jia hurled the craft. It streaked through the air like a flaming comet. The blazing vessel slammed into the dragon's massive leg. Jia pumped his fist. Ha, direct hit. A new technique mastered at the Spirit Sea Realm. Wait. Why isn't it moving? The golden dragon glared down with predatory fury, raising a razor-sharp claw. Jia stood frozen in its shadow. Terror washed over him as the dragon brought its weight down. Gold coins scattered everywhere with the force of the impact. Jia lay broken, his blood staining the gold. Watching the carnage, Yoko's rage reached its boiling point. Yoko gestured wildly, summoning a sea of inscribed paper dolls that flooded the battlefield. The dolls transformed into a legion of clones. Facing the dragon, Yoko flashed a defiant, deadly smirk. I might not be able to kill you, but I can certainly make your life a living hell. The beast hissed at the illusions, unfurling its massive wings before delivering a powerful, earth-shaking gust. Countless gold coins were swept into the gale, forming a lethal vortex. Golden Tempest Aureate Storm. The violent tornado tore through Yoko's clones like paper. She braced herself, her expression grim. Coins shot from the vortex like high-velocity bullets, systematically obliterating every last clone. The golden cyclone intensified, launching a relentless barrage of coins with increasing lethality. Several coins streaked toward Luo Ping's trio. Yet, Luo Ping stood his ground, seemingly unfazed by death. Xiao Bai manifested a crimson barrier, deflecting the projectile coins with a sharp metallic ring. Xiao Bai glanced at Luo Ping. Impressive composure. In reality, Luo Ping was paralyzed with pure, unadulterated terror. As the storm reached its peak, a hail of golden coins rained down upon them with devastating force. Suddenly, Anne's eyes bled crimson. Her hands trembled as she gathered a mysterious ashen aura. From the palm of her hand, a colossal stuffed panda materialized, shielding Annie's group from the onslaught. The massive plush guardian turned its back to the storm, absorbing every strike to keep them safe. 3 coins zipped toward Thunder K as he charged his lightning. Daoko lunged forward to shield her master. Daoko's clones intercepted the coins, slicing them midair. She let out a sigh of relief. He's safe. Infuriated by the interference, the golden dragon snorted, thick smoke billowing from its nostrils. Then, a coin moved faster than the eye could follow, piercing straight through the real Daoko's skull. The dragon's gaze shifted to Thunder K. The lightning coiling around him had reached a terrifying, unstable peak. Thunder Ka's eyes snapped open. Charge complete. He became a streak of pure light, striking the dragon's neck. Thunder Flash single point. At 300% power. Not even a demon sect master could survive this. The smoke began to drift away. As the haze cleared, the dragon's golden neck emerged flawless, without so much as a single dent. Cracks spiderwebbed across Thunder CA's lightning blade. In an instant, the weapon shattered into 1,000 pieces. Horror gripped him as he stared at his broken hilt. How? Before he could react, the dragon lunged. A massive tail whip sent Thunder Ka hurtling through the air, coughing up a spray of crimson. The beast watched coldly as its prey crashed into the mountain of gold. Luo Ping's group looked on in shock. The strike had carved a massive trench into the earth. With a deafening roar, the dragon unfurled its wings and took flight. Before Luo Bing lay the 4-star demon sovereign golden dragon, a truly pathetic sight. Its body was a mangled mess of shattered bones as it lay there, cold and unconscious. Luo Bing, Elizabeth, and Annie watched the scene unfold from the safety of the guardian bear's shadow. Luo Bing's mind raced. Had that single tail swipe wiped them all out, it seemed he had no choice but to reveal his trump card. "Elizabeth," he called out. She turned to him, her voice sharp. "What is it? What's your next move? It's time for you to step in." What Elizabeth gasped in surprise. Did he know her secret all along? "If you don't," Luo Bing warned, "we're all dead." But Elizabeth's pride flared. "Do not presume to give orders to this queen. Did they think they could use that girl to threaten her? Not in a million years." Then Annie spoke, her voice trembling. "The true terror hasn't even arrived. We might never escape this." Hearing this, Elizabeth placed a hand on the girl's head. "Just what kind of bloodline is this?" She channeled her mana into Annie's mind. "Let this queen see. What secret is hidden within your power?" As the mana surged, Annie's eyes began to glow. Memories of a happier time flooded back, days spent laughing with her siblings and sharing warm meals with their mother. She remembered drifting off in her mother's loving embrace, waking to see a radiant smile looking back at her. But even through those smiles, her mother's eyes were filled with tears. Then, the nightmare began. Their peaceful world was shattered by a demonic onslaught. A monster hoisted Annie into the air, crushing the breath out of her. Desperate, she summoned every ounce of her strength to blast the beast away. Her eyes blazed a crimson red as she stood alone, a solitary figure fighting against the tide of monsters. She slaughtered them all. But it was too late. Her younger brother and sister were already gone. Faced with the gruesome carnage, she fell to her knees and let out a soul-shattering scream. Witnessing the girl's tragic past, Elizabeth felt a pang of sorrow for the trauma Annie was forced to relive. Fearing her mana was becoming unstable, Elizabeth withdrew her hand. "How utterly foolish," she muttered. Annie collapsed, tears streaming down her face as guilt consumed her. "It's all my fault, little brother. Little sister. I'm so sorry, please. Forgive me." Elizabeth scoffed. "Your pathetic display is a disgrace. If the Golden Dye bloodline wants to escape this prison of regret, then stand up and fight for me." Annie struggled to her feet. This time, she wouldn't fail. She had to protect Luo Bing at all costs. Annie rose into the air, her mana swirling violently around her. With a determined gesture, she began to manifest her magical summons. Her legendary squad appeared: the Guardian Bear, the Stormhawk, the Agile Rabbit, and the Binding Serpent. Opposite them, the Golden Dragon's eyes burned with fury. It lunged forward, striking the Guardian Bear's stomach. But the bear stood its ground, gripping the dragon's leg with iron-like strength. Seizing the opening, the Agile Rabbit blurred into motion, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes upon the dragon. The dragon roared in agony as the rabbit's blows landed with precision. Below, Elizabeth and Luo Bing watched the fierce exchange. Luo Bing turned to Elizabeth. "What did you do to her? It's like Annie has become a completely different person." "Nothing much," Elizabeth replied coolly. "I simply forced her to face reality." Nearby, the bear and rabbit combined their power for a devastating counterattack. "It's Annie. Get her," amidst the billowing white smoke. The rabbit was pinned to the earth by the dragon's massive claw. Enraged and wounded, the dragon held both the rabbit and bear at bay. But then, the Binding Serpent struck like lightning. It coiled around the dragon's massive frame, constricting from tail to head. "Golden Storm!" Annie cried out, initiating her final move. The Stormhawk beat its wings, summoning a hurricane-force gale. Luo Bing watched in awe. "Annie is incredible. Wait, that's right. What did you mean by forbidden bloodline earlier?" Suddenly, something yanked at him. Someone had snatched his backpack from behind. Thunderflash strike. Luo Bing hit the dirt hard. Hey. Caught you off guard, didn't I? It was Takijiazi, Elizabeth snarled. "Is that scum still alive? Give that back," Luo Bing shouted. But Jiaji just smirked, pulling a fruit from the bag. "Your trump card. The Fruit of Realms belongs to me now." He began devouring the fruit: pineapple, mango, even grapes. Luo Bing stared in disbelief. "Are you serious? You're stopping to eat at a time like this?" As he swallowed the last bite, Jiaji's eyes flared with a terrifying light. "It's here. The transformation begins." Wicked spikes erupted from his spine. His hands hardened into stone, shattering his armor. With a breath of pure power, he transformed into a towering black armored titan. Power surged through him in endless waves. Ha, this strength. It's unlike anything I've ever felt." Jiaji roared with mad laughter. "The elders of the Holy Sword Council will bow before me now." Enraged, the golden dragon unleashed its dragon breath. But the demonic Jiaji didn't even flinch. He stood unfazed, leaving the dragon stunned. "You're getting in my way," 𝐒𝐒𝐲 sneered, raising his massive limbs for a crushing blow. With a thunderclap strike, the dragon screamed in agony before collapsing. The demon-like figure landed heavily, his eyes fixed on his goal. He strode toward the Holy Grail, lifting it to his lips and gulping down the sacred water. Instantly, his power began to swell beyond all limits. His eyes glowed with an eerie light as he let out a guttural roar. Bone and spikes tore through his skin as his body underwent a horrific evolution. He had finally reached the pinnacle of power. This strength? "It's infinite," he cried, feeling his very soul on the verge of exploding. Nothing could stop him now. Elizabeth and Luo Bing watched in horror as a godlike, black-armored entity towered over them. The demon's awakening was complete. "Behold, the world shall tremble before me," he declared, having achieved the ultimate demonic form. This demon truly is the Demon King's top disciple. Every piece of the puzzle is finally falling into place for him. Watching this grim situation unfold, Luo Bin couldn't help but feel a wave of sheer panic. Even a force as legendary as the Golden Dragon was brought to its knees by this monster. He called out a name, but the creature's behavior was becoming increasingly erratic and unstable. "Elizabeth. It's time. Take him down." Elizabeth prepared to unleash her power, glancing back to reassure her friends. "Don't worry. I won't let that monster get anywhere near you." But before she could even activate her betrayal magic, the demon struck. He delivered a crushing blow to her core and hoisted her high into the air, a terrifying threat looming in his eyes. "First, I'll eliminate the biggest threat, you." Seeing his comrade Elizabeth in such mortal danger, Luo Bin began to scream for Annie in a state of total desperation. The beast, Garth, dispatched Elizabeth with a single, brutal toss that looked agonizing. If this were the real world, a human body would have been shattered into nothing more than broken bones and torn flesh. His cold gaze then shifted toward Luo Bin as he growled, "You're next on my list." The protagonist rushed to his friend's side the moment she hit the ground with a sickening thud, cradling her blood-soaked body. He broke into tears while trying to encourage her. "Annie, hang on, stay with me. Elizabeth will save you." "I know it." Meanwhile, the demon began to slowly stalk toward the Demon King. Elizabeth, drunk on his own overwhelming power, he spoke with the arrogance of a tyrant. "I know you're suppressing your true strength, girl, but none of that matters anymore. I'm going to give you two choices." He smirked, laying out conditions that were nothing short of disgraceful. "First, submit and become my woman. Lead me to your kingdom and help me claim everything as my own. Or second, I'll toy with you until you're a broken, useless shell, then use you as a pathetic bargaining chip to get exactly what I want." He finished his demand with a chilling, blood-curdling laugh. Hearing those vile words, Luo Bin's heart burned with pure hatred, tears streaming down his face. "Elizabeth, kill that bastard, rip him apart." Annoyed by the interruption, Garth looked down at him with utter disdain. Since when does a pathetic servant like you get a say in anything? All his pent-up rage boiled over. He unleashed a devastating thunderstrike directly at Luo Bin. Boom. The ground erupted in a violent explosion. But when the dust cleared, it wasn't Luo Bin who was hit. It was the demon Garth who had been sent flying. Thick, black smoke swirled through the air, completely obscuring everyone's vision. Slowly, the figure of a young man bathed in a brilliant, heroic radiance emerged, a far cry from the weak crybaby he was moments ago. Luo Bin had finally awakened his true power. "Fine. I'm done playing pretend." The monster let out a howl of pure agony. He looked up, his face twisted in confusion. "What is this? What just happened? How is this possible? My own strike was turned against me instantly." He whirled around to Elizabeth, shouting, "Was this your doing?" It was the protagonist's specialized gear. Even the Demon King's own magical energy wouldn't leave a scratch on it. The plan all along was to lure the demon into landing a direct hit, only to taste the bitterness of his own medicine. Elizabeth watched the scene with a sharp, piercing gaze. Luo Bin shielded his face and declared, "I am the legendary hero." But suddenly, his eyes filled with terror and sweat poured down his face. He thought to himself, "Wait. Thank goodness my plan actually worked. I've been feeding Elizabeth well and serving her every whim just so she'd protect me. Since I've been so useful to her, there's no way she'd let me die here, no matter how dire the situation gets. As long as I'm standing next to the Demon King, I have nothing to fear. Anyone trying to kill me is essentially trying to steal the Demon King's meal ticket. There's no need for an act anymore with Elizabeth here." Meanwhile, the monster was breaking into a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. "Don't get cocky. I haven't even used my full power yet." He threw his head back and screamed toward the heavens. "Hey, woman, when you're standing before a superior stallion like me, You shouldn't be attacking. You should be figuring out how to please me. Do that. And things might go your way. The centaur-like beast leaped high into the sky, luring his challenge. Full power counterattack, come and get some. Suddenly, he froze midair. Something was blocking his path. An invisible force pierced through him, causing his body to deflate as blood sprayed everywhere. He plummeted from the sky like a broken toy. Elizabeth stood there with her back turned. She glanced over her shoulder and asked, "Oh, so you're finally awake." The blood-drenched monster screamed in terror. What the hell is this? In the void, a pair of glowing eyes flashed with terrifying intensity. A golden dragon surged downward, sending the monster into a spiral of fear. Is this the dragon's true form? But I just killed that dragon, the golden dragon, which had been resting peacefully, suddenly began to warp and shift, losing its draconic shape. The golden dragon transformed into an unrecognizable, otherworldly entity beyond comprehension. Elizabeth tilted her head back with a smirk. Are you trying to use the tailbait tactic I used on you before? High in the celestial void sat the massive golden dragon king, a one-star demon king class entity. The monster's voice trembled with desperation. I can't lose. I have the power of the demon king. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the area. Something slammed down with lightning speed right in front of the dragon's maw, crushing the centaur monster into a flat, unrecognizable pulp. Truong Binh looked up, his jaw dropping in shock. Did it really just vanish? Elizabeth stood amidst a pile of gold and remarked, so you realized it early on, didn't you? In this place, the laws of space simply do not exist. Truong Binh hovered in the air, realizing. Wait, I'm actually flying right now, Elizabeth replied. Even if magic is your weak point, your basic instincts should have picked up on this. The dragon began to speak in an ancient, incomprehensible tongue. Elizabeth responded in that same mysterious language. Suddenly, the dragon's eyes softened with affection, and a massive explosion of light filled the air. Amelia appeared, looking somewhat pouting and hurt. Is it really you? Master Amelia has been waiting so long for the day you would finally return. Elizabeth teased her. You've made it to the rank of Demon King and you're still acting like this. Honestly, I didn't plan on waking you up just yet. Amelia threw her arms around Elizabeth's waist, sobbing. Wait, Master. You disappeared for 500 years without saying a word. Do you have any idea how much I missed you? Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as a small foot broke through the shell. A tiny baby golden dragon was being born. Is this the new form of the golden dragon? Or is it truly Amelia? After forming a blood covenant with Elizabeth, the dragon hatchling began her story. Master named me Amelia, and we spent our days playing and learning together. Because of that bond, I swore to always protect and serve her. As I grew, I became her loyal mount and constant companion. I carried my master into the heart of battle against monsters. Our goal was to extinguish the flames of war that plagued every corner of the world. Eventually, my master reigned supreme over the entire globe. I was overjoyed by her success, but I never expected what happened next. Master's happiness began to fade. As she grew stronger, she no longer needed my help, and I felt I had become useless to her. While I was away scouting the world, Master drew her sword to find the legendary hero. Since then, no word of her has been heard. High officials gathered around a long table. Aristotle, the human minister, noted that for 10 years, everyone has lived in fear of her name. Yet, dark undercurrents are rising, and the crime rate continues to soar. Mohan agreed, sensing that a storm was brewing beneath the surface. The Beastmen chieftains have decided to desert their tribes. Without Her Majesty, we cannot control them. High Mast, can we really just sit here and die? I order everyone to return home and await news of Her Majesty. Tilo then turned to the one who had served her the longest. What is your take? Did something happen when she faced that legendary hero? Jim snapped back. Impossible. No one in this world could ever defeat our Empress. Do as you wish. But I will find her myself. Even the timid young man spoke up, declaring he would set out to search for her alone. In the end, the ministers divided the territories among themselves. Amelia ignored their petty politics, choosing instead to drink from her master's half-finished cup. Amelia returned to the place where they first met. She held on to the firm belief that one day, her master would return to this very spot. She kept her lonely vigil across emerald plains and crystal rivers. She waited amidst vast mountain ranges and within the harsh, unforgiving desert sands. With tears of joy, Amelia cried out, "Today is the day I finally see my master returning home." Elizabeth softly replied, "Isn't this a wonderful moment?" Your long wait was not in vain. It taught you to shed your playfulness and master the art of meditation. This was the crucial step you needed. You have finally reached the Demon King realm. Emilia sobbed, Master, never leave me again. She realized her master's departure was actually a hidden lesson. It was a test to help her learn what truly mattered. Everything Master did was out of love for me. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh shouted. Save the sentiment for later. We must save Annie first. Annie slowly opened her eyes. Big brother, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh. Where are we? He cheered. You're finally awake. Are you okay? Annie whispered that she was fine. But then she reached into her pocket, pulling out a crushed apple. She wept. I accidentally ruined the gift you gave me. The apple is ruined. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh patted her head gently. It's all right. Your safety is all that matters. Elizabeth watched him, sensing his total control. The battle unfolded exactly as she had envisioned. Meanwhile, Emilia nuzzled against Elizabeth, chirping, I love my master more than anything in this world. As the four stood in midair, Emilia felt a surge of jealousy. Master won't even look at me. Her eyes are fixed entirely on that person. Fuming, Emilia demanded. Master. Who is he? Elizabeth answered. He is the legendary hero. I have been staying at his home during my long absence. Emilia exploded in rage. You, legendary hero, you kept my master captive for 500 years. And now you want to take her away again. It is time to settle our debts. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh offered a cheerful greeting. Hello? I am 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh. Nice to meet you. Emilia's mind began to race. Now that I have attained the Demon King level, Master and I will crush you together, you arrogant and despicable legendary hero. Your end is near. Suddenly, Emilia erupted in a blinding golden radiance. Growling, she charged forward, saying, I am thrilled to meet you too. Her light collided with a barrier. Emilia screeched to a sudden halt. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh scratched his head. Oh boy. My bad. He looked apologetically at the dazed and confused dragon girl. You were moving so fast that I could not react in time. Emilia was stunned. She used enough force to level a town. Yet he stopped her easily. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh smiled. Now it is my turn. Emilia. Terror gripped her. His power was on par with her master. Could he really repel a demon king? Is he a true demon king? Emilia shielded her head with a cry. Suddenly, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh grabbed her hand, shaking it. He said, Sorry for not introducing myself properly. I should have shaken your hand first. No wonder Elizabeth stayed so calm. It turns out you, Emilia, are her dear friend. Emilia stared at him, speechless. A handshake, Elizabeth interjected. Or you could simply consider her to be my royal mount. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh blinked. A mount. Then, with a simple snap, pink magic erupted, instantly whisking everyone away from the void. Once they arrived at their destination, Elizabeth spoke with an air of absolute authority. That is enough for today. Emilia beamed with pride. Master, you are incredible. That kingdom was only manifested after I reached the Demon King stage. Yet Master obliterated it instantly without even trying. You truly are the greatest, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh grinned. So we have finally made it back. Haven't we? He thought to himself. As long as I stick close to Elizabeth, any hardship will be simple. But suddenly, a new problem arose. Annie gasped and clutched her mouth. It seems we traveled too far. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh panicked. Annie. She was foaming at the mouth from teleportation sickness. Instant travel is a bit much for her. Elizabeth instructed, Take her inside to rest while I have a word with Emilia. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh nodded in agreement. Understood. The small house with its lush green lawn looked beautiful. Emilia asked, Is there something you wish to discuss? I am always ready to serve. I am always here for you. Master. Elizabeth then asked, Have you heard of the Dark Festival in the Demon Realm? Emilia put on a knowledgeable front. Despite being sealed for 500 years, she had sensed the Demon Realm's whispers. Is this about that human prince, Malfoy, who created the event? Elizabeth patted her head, trying to recall. Yes, that sounds right. Are you planning to ask him for a favor? Master, I can handle it for you. Elizabeth's voice turned cold. This king is displeased. To think the Dark Assembly intends to stage a massacre just to resurrect me. Emilia looked on in confusion. But Master is standing right here. Resurrection. How dare they show such blatant disrespect? What can I do for you? Master Elizabeth's eyes narrowed. Ensure they cease to exist. And Emilia. Keep this matter strictly confidential. Emilia bowed low. Understood. Elizabeth smiled faintly. Good. Once this task is complete, you are free to do as you please. Leave everything to me, Emilia chirped, her heart racing. I can truly do anything. Does that mean I can sleep beside Master just like his brother Amelia mused before vanishing into the shadows? Elizabeth stood alone, gazing at the sky. A sharp whistle pierced the air, followed by a violent boom. Golden sparks erupted everywhere. Amelia braced herself. You dare strike back at me? This power, it's piercing my very core. It is easily on par with a demon sovereign. Amelia knew she had to eliminate this threat. Only then will Master be safe. Below, a mechanical voice droned, target active. Commencing level 2 defensive protocols. Amelia began to falter as a massive, ship-like projectile surged toward her. She barely dodged the assault. You've picked a fight with the wrong girl. Her eyes widened in horror. Curse it all, thousands of missiles locked on, raining down upon her in a relentless, overwhelming swarm. Blinding golden light engulfed the sky as the impact left Amelia reeling with vertigo. A voice echoed, target remains active. Defense level 3. Suddenly, the system sensors flared in shock as a cold, mocking voice cut through the chaos, calling the machine foolish. Elizabeth appeared like a goddess of death. Release her at once. She belongs to me. The system trembled in absolute terror. Identity confirmed. Updating priority whitelist immediately. Amelia collapsed in tears, traumatized by the ordeal. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh was calmly slicing a fresh orange into 2 perfect halves. He pressed the fruit firmly into the juicer, watching as the vibrant, refreshing nectar flowed into a waiting glass. With the drink prepared, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh hurried over to offer the glass to the trembling Annie. If your head is spinning, try this, he said gently. The zest of the orange should clear those mental clouds. Though dazed, Annie reached out to take it. Thank you, Brother 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh. She took a slow, tentative sip. As the liquid slid down her throat, she felt a strange, magical resonance within every single drop. A surge of pure, concentrated essence began to circulate through her entire system. Each sip was a burst of divine mana. It felt like a revitalizing shockwave racing through her nerves, instantly washing away her exhaustion. Annie's breath hitched. Is this some kind of high-tier legendary holy magic? Every cell in her body hummed with newfound power. Her mind had never felt more sharp or focused. Suddenly, crimson mist swirled into the form of a terrifying nun. She hissed, I am your shadow, and you are mine. Flashing a jagged, predatory grin, she whispered, stop hiding who you truly are. Set your inner demon free. Annie burst into panicked tears, while 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh lounged lazily on the sofa. There really is no place like home. Adventure is overrated, he groaned. Just then, Elizabeth swept into the room, her presence commanding absolute attention. She glanced at Annie. Oh, it seems your memories have finally resurfaced. With a graceful motion, she took a seat. Your ancestors once swore an eternal oath before this king, she declared. The 𝐒𝐒𝐒 tribe exists only to serve me. Now that your bloodline has awakened, that ancient covenant shall bind your soul once more. Annie's eyes went wide. In her mind, she saw herself as a mere plaything within the Demon King's palm. Annie stammered. Sister Elizabeth, are you truly that legendary Demon King? Elizabeth didn't blink. I am. This world and everything in it belongs to this king. Annie trembled. But the records say the Demon King fell with the hero then. Brother 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh. Who are you? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh rubbed his neck sheepishly. Well, it's a bit awkward, but I am that hero. Annie gasped. It all makes sense. The real history must be this. The hero and the Demon King were locked in an eternal, legendary struggle. Brother 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh and Sister Elizabeth met in one final, cataclysmic battle to decide who was truly the strongest. But amidst the clashing steel, a spark of passion ignited. A forbidden seed of love blossomed on the battlefield. They abandoned their war for love, choosing to live in secret for 500 long years. Elizabeth smirked. Close enough. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh's face turned beet red. Now wait just a minute. Annie, don't just make up stories. It's disrespectful to Elizabeth. Annie jumped in fright. Right, my apologies. Elizabeth's expression turned stern. As a descendant of elite demon super soldiers, your cowardice shames the 𝐒𝐒𝐒 name. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh blinked in surprise. Wait. Annie is actually part of the demon race. Annie nodded solemnly. 600 years ago, she began. A demon child named 𝐒𝐒𝐒 finally awakened his ancient bloodline. His eyes would glow crimson with demonic power, and his combat prowess reached terrifying new heights. His strength soared rapidly. Yet with that power came an insatiable and violent madness. Only endless slaughter could satisfy him. Within years, He had ravaged my entire northern territory. Cities fell into total chaos. Over 100 of my elite warriors perished by his hand, blinded by bloodlust. He marched upon the Demon King's castle to challenge my very throne. Naturally, I crushed him and sealed his malice. Since then, his lineage has sworn eternal loyalty. Annie's hands trembled as she listened. I don't know anything, she cried out in terror. For as long as I can remember, the church orphanage was my home and my family. Elizabeth's voice remained cold. When you lost control, you slaughtered everyone in that orphanage yourself, unable to face reality. You created a fantasy that you were still waiting for them. Elizabeth wondered how 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐷𝐚𝐻's descendant, whose ancestor nearly became a high lord, could fall so low. What happened to the others? It seems there are many secrets I have yet to uncover. Annie panicked at the revelation. But wait, didn't we just see her siblings at the market earlier? Elizabeth dismissed the thought. Without a word, she raised her hand to manifest a spatial portal. It is time to face reality. Look closely and see what those siblings of yours truly are. The portal opened to reveal nothing but scattered dolls lying amidst a pile of cold ashes. Through Annie's eyes, the dolls transformed. Big sister. Come play with us, they called out. They gathered around her, smiling. We'll be good. Sister, please come back to us soon. Suddenly, Elizabeth closed the portal. The illusions vanished, leaving only lifeless puppets hitting the floor. Elizabeth stared her down with a piercing gaze. Do you understand the truth now? You've wasted your power sustaining these puppets. That is why your strength has stagnated at novice. Your blood awakened to protect them from the dark apostles. But destiny had a cruel twist. In your frenzy, you killed the very people you loved. That is the truth you flee. Annie's world shattered instantly. No, that's not true. It can't be, she screamed in denial. Energy flared as she clutched her head in agony. Elizabeth reached out and flicked her forehead. The sudden shock from the flick sent Annie spiraling into a deep, unconscious state. Luo Ping caught her as she collapsed. Elizabeth warned him this was only a temporary measure. If she loses control again back in town, the entire population will be in grave danger. Luo Ping nodded. I'll try my best. Back at the church, Annie lay resting in bed. As Luo Ping worked quietly beside her, Annie finally began to stir and opened her eyes. She sat up weakly. Brother Luo Ping, did you bring me back? I'm sorry for the trouble. Elizabeth's portals are quite efficient. How do you feel? Annie's eyes filled with tears as memories returned. There was no none. It was me. I'm the monster. Luo Ping quickly tried to comfort her. You aren't a killer, Annie. But she only sobbed harder, consumed by her own crushing guilt. You lost consciousness because of the bloodlust. Those dark apostles are the ones truly responsible. The power was simply too much for you. Stop blaming yourself for an uncontrollable tragedy. Annie shook her head. But I still killed them. That fact will never change. No matter what. Luo Ping smiled gently. These dolls you made. Your craftsmanship is actually quite impressive. But these knots are too tight. As if you're afraid. It stifles the doll's very soul. He began to carefully undo the threads. Let me help you untie these knots and start anew. As the dolls were dismantled, Annie's trauma resurfaced, triggering a wave of pure panic. Where are you taking them? Her eyes snapped to crimson as she let out a piercing scream. Luo Ping spoke softly. Don't linger under the trees. And don't wither away in the rain. Within her mind, Annie found herself drifting upon a vast, dark sea of absolute silence. Rain lashes down from a heavy sky. She quickly realizes her surroundings are entirely foreign. Where exactly am I? Suddenly, a gargantuan hand reaches out from the clouds. A thunderous voice startles her. Keep your eyes forward. Whatever you do, do not look back. So long as you have the courage to face the path and hold your head high, you will see this mist is merely a passing season of rain. A blinding radiance obscures Annie's vision. It turns out that the mysterious voice belongs to none other than 𝐒𝐒𝐿 Binh. He speaks calmly. Look ahead. A bright sky awaits, leaving no room for hesitation. He then reaches out to pull Annie from the rushing waters. That massive hand gently lifts her upward. It is finished, he says abruptly. Slowly, Annie begins to regain consciousness. Was that my inner world? 𝐒𝐿 Binh offers her an angel doll. I have remade this puppet for you, Annie. His name is Raphael, the angel puppet. Raphael possesses a truly magnificent and breathtaking appearance. 𝐒𝐿 Binh smiles warmly. I hope he can bring you healing. As he hands it over, Annie gently takes the doll into her arms. She clutches the angel puppet tightly to her chest. This feeling is unmistakable. Annie cannot hold back her tears as she begins to sob. It is them, her younger siblings. They suddenly appear beside 𝐒𝐿 Binh, calling out joyfully. Sister, big sister, we are all free now. Please, do not worry about us anymore. Thank you. Annie. You must live a wonderful life for our sake. One by one, they fade away, leaving behind their final farewells. Overwhelmed by emotion, Annie cries out in despair. Wait, my siblings, I promise. I will protect this church no matter what. He gently pats her head, comforting her and telling her to dry her tears. He breathes a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in the death marsh of the demon realm, a place where ghostly spirits echo, Emilia appears, spreading her wings wide, swooping down. Her feet prepare to touch the ground. Emilia growls. Unforgivable, how dare you turn my master's home into such a filthy mess. The landscape is desolate, gloomy, and hauntingly strange. Emilia gathers her strength and leaps, landing safely upon a jagged rock. Emilia walks leisurely through the thick mist. Voices hiss from the shadows. Fresh meat has arrived. Whoever kills her first gets to tear her apart. Grotesque monstrosities emerge, screeching. I want her soul. Give me her soul. I'll take the thighs. The spine and fingernails are mine. Emilia calmly raises her hand, obliterating them all. As they explode, she curses. Tsek, damn it. Does that guy think my master's territory is a junkyard? The monsters behind her tremble in terror at the sight. They scramble to make way for the Golden Dragon King. Emilia passes by a figure sucking a pacifier. The figure sneers. What is your background? Daring to cause trouble in the Dark Society alone, he introduces himself as 𝐒𝐒𝐒, a 5-star demon sect member. I am 𝐒𝐒𝐒, one of the 6 demon pillars. Let's play. Emilia's face remains cold and expressionless. Nearby, rows of incubators hatch bizarre creatures. Not just one, but countless different species are being bred here. The incubators are stacked high, looming like massive skyscrapers. Inside the Dark Society Hall, several figures have gathered. First, a powerful individual is knocking at our door. Announces Farades, a 1-star demon, venerable, clad in a black cloak. He continues. Dora's army was completely annihilated during the invasion of the Sword Saint sect. Is the enemy truly that formidable? Silence falls over the hall at this shocking news. Farades gazes at the incubators with deep concern. Our entire plan might be ruined. He clenches his fist, releasing a chilling killing intent. We must prepare to greet the powerhouse, approaching our gates. Farades, the 1-star demon venerable in the black cloak, repeats the warning. He stands tall, draped in shadows as he speaks. Dora's command has been wiped out. The invasion of the Sword Saint sect was a total failure. Was this only the beginning of the storm? The Sword Saint sect has returned for vengeance. A 2-star demon sect winged guard speaks up. It's fine. 𝐒𝐒𝐒𝐒 has already gone to greet them. Test subject number 24 pipes up. Hey, Orange. Do you want to go and play with me? Elizabeth snaps aggressively. Shut your mouth then. The Dark Society's vice leader, Dougal, lowers his voice. No matter who it is, even a Sword Saint, if he dares set foot here, he will never return alive. I was originally quite troubled by the missing data we required. Someone adds, who knew it would be delivered right to our doorstep? Haha, the imposing leader of the Dark Society observes from the sidelines. The scene is chaotic. 𝐒𝐒𝐒𝐒's body is barely intact. He gasps in disbelief. How? How is this possible? All my abyss magic has been shattered. Even my magical artifacts are useless. 𝐒𝐒𝐒𝐒 thinks frantically. This situation is dire. This person's power is bottomless. I must use teleportation magic to return to the hall and warn the others immediately. However, a split second later, he is crushed flat. The claws of the Dragon King have already locked onto their target. In an instant, he crumbles into dust. An apostle appears, remarking, to think Lord 𝐒𝐒𝐒𝐒 was defeated by a mere child. Doesn't that mean there are now 2 vacant seats among the demon pillars? And after her battle with that adult, Orange must be severely wounded. This is our chance to seize the advantage, all apostles. Charge, use overwhelming numbers to slaughter her. Emilia mutters. How annoying. More trash is piling up. She immediately begins to channel her immense power. She summons a magnificent golden dragon. Secret art roar of the Golden Dragon King. The apostles tremble in absolute terror at the sound. Arg one by one. The apostles are blown apart in midair, exploding under the sheer force of the blast. Another apostle detonates amidst the falling debris. Emilia walks on, completely unfazed by the chaos. Clear them out, she commands, her gaze chilling. Wings unfurl, and she takes flight in an instant. A bizarre creature shrieks, To pass, you must answer, fail, and your life is forfeit. The question is, before he can finish, Amelia's leg is already in devastating motion. A massive kick sends the creature spiraling into the distant horizon, vanishing from sight entirely. Found you, Wise's voice echoes. Amelia stares at a massive, peculiar artificial sphere unlike any other. You've grown hideous, she remarks. Wise chuckles. Age has not been kind to me. It seems, Lady Amelia, it's been far too long. Suddenly, Wise's body erupts into a gory, shattered mess. Panic ensues. But Liam stays calm. Master, don't worry. Her power cannot truly harm Father. Amelia stretches lazily. Let's wrap this up. Slowly, Wise's mangled form begins to regenerate itself. Incredible power. Lady Amelia, how did you awaken so suddenly from your eternal calm? Deep slumber. Wise probes further. Did you find Elizabeth? Suddenly, Amelia senses a lurking threat nearby. A forbidden tentacle snags her leg. Dagathan roars. The forbidden seal has finally caught you. By slaying the Golden Dragon King, Elizabeth's legendary mount, I'll become the true Monster King. Your mana and senses are now completely sealed within my inescapable dark barrier. Welcome to the Dark Sea. You're now nothing but a helpless lamb led to the slaughter. Escape. What a joke. Amelia mocks. She bites the tentacle. Dagon sneers. Useless struggle. But Amelia keeps chewing. Actually consuming the limb, she intends to devour the entire beast. Despite appearing as a mere octopus, Dagon's true form is colossal and overwhelming. Dagon laughs. Foolish, you think you can eat me? Look at my massive. Godly sighs. Don't overestimate yourself. But moments later, he screams. Chairman, save me, help. Amelia smiles. Perfect. I haven't eaten since waking. Yushiba steps out. I surrender. I was forced into this. She blows a charming kiss, freezing Amelia in her tracks. Soft tactics where force failed. Yushiba is convinced her plan is a work of genius. She lifts Amelia's chin. You belong to me now. Then, Amelia lets out a massive burp. The shockwave blasts Yushiba away. Amelia sighs. Filthy octopus, trying to spawn inside me. I'll digest every bit of you. William snickers. She killed the VP and hurt Father. Interesting. Behold the Demon King's true power. He charges forward with terrifying, dark intent. He's swatted away instantly. Begone. Amelia says coldly. William is now embedded in the wall. The others charge. Full power output, muscle release. Amelia responds with a devastating blast. They are blown back instantly. Oazir. Did you think this trash could replace my master? You aren't even worthy of being called my rival anymore. She declares with cold disdain. The Demon King rank. Oazir breathes. Congratulations, Lady Amelia, on your legendary ascension. As a mortal, I lack the lifespan to reach such heights. Amelia snaps. Stop talking. Do you still think you can win? Oazir laughs. A one-star master. I'm no match. He smiles wickedly. However, if she joins the fray, the tide might finally turn. You bastard. Amelia's eyes narrow. Inside a giant glass tank, a mysterious girl floats. Oazir whispers, just a little bit more. The masterpiece is almost complete. Time flies, and 1 month passes. In a vast, breathtaking garden. The scenery is purely poetic. Our main character is hard at work, pouring his soul into the fertile soil. Lakbin sows seeds into the earth, nurturing every sprout with the utmost care. A gentle breeze rustles the leaves as the branches grow heavy with ripe, luscious fruit. Strangely, multiple varieties sprout from a single tree, an absolutely incredible sight to behold. Like a true farmer, Lakbin harvests the vibrant red watermelons. Lost in deep thought, finally, he heads back, carrying the heavy basket of his harvest on his shoulder. He stands alone in a vast, sprawling landscape. Green grass stretches as far as the eye can see, accompanied only by his loyal companion, the robot dog named Vuong Tai. Vuong Tai trots forward happily, keeping pace with his master, but suddenly, lost in the moment. The robot dog comes to a dead halt. A look of pure confusion washes over the dog's face. Vuong Tai glances back, realizing they are no longer walking side by side. A significant distance now separates them. Seeing the robot's bewildered stare, the man suddenly snaps back to reality. Realizing his mistake, coming. I'm coming, he shouts, rushing over. Later, back home, He sits pensively on a wooden chair, staring intensely at something. His gaze is fixed solely on the sword before him. He looks completely lost in thought, unable to focus even while busy in the kitchen. His eyes are heavy with a hidden sorrow. Across the table, Xiaobai eats with pure delight, savoring every single bite of her meal. It is clear he isn't himself. He remains silent and motionless, ignoring his food entirely, which quickly catches her curious attention. Sensing something is wrong, Xiaobai poses. She looks at him with suspicion, wondering to herself, what on earth is wrong with him? Time drags on in a gloomy silence. The clock strikes 4:35 as he lies in bed, tossing and turning restlessly, with eyes wide open. Sleep remains elusive. After a long silence, he pulls the covers over his head before suddenly bolting upright. With a face full of resolve, he declares his final decision. I've made up my mind. Outside, the sun rises high, bathing everything in light. Sunbeams dance across the blades of swords thrust into the wood. Atop one hilt, a small sparrow perches, resting in the quiet morning air. Soon, Luo Bing brings out a bowl of steaming, mouth-watering ramen. The enticing aroma and vibrant colors instantly lift his heavy spirits. Preparing to enjoy breakfast, he offers Xiaobai a gentle smile. He places the bowl before her and starts the morning conversation. Here you go. Enjoy your meal. Sensing a hidden motive, she sits cross-legged and snaps. I hate secrets. Just say what's on your mind. Realizing he can no longer hide it, he sits down to share the heavy truth with her. You see, for the past year, the hero and the Demon King have lived together without any threat or danger at all. He gestures. I think it is time for you to go out and rule the world. Hearing this, she slurps her noodles and asks why, with 1,000 theories swirling in his head. He puts on a serious expression and begins to explain his reasoning. I thought I could live peacefully in the beginner village, but the system says the conflict between hero and Demon King is unavoidable. It is true, because I stayed put. Elizabeth came looking for me, and as a result, the time within the beginner village was affected. In 500 million years, the world will fall into chaos. If Elizabeth hadn't appeared, the Dark Organization would have risen instead. The troubles Annie Rochester faced are merely small ripples compared to the massive dangers lurking in the shadows of this world. Hearing this, she continues to devour her ramen, responding with a calm and indifferent tone. Whether the manager causes chaos or not, what does that have to do with our lives? Why should we care? The barrier has vanished, and my mind is a mess. If Elizabeth hadn't acted, I probably wouldn't have survived staying here. I could have lived in peace if I remained ignorant. But since I have seen the truth, I cannot simply look away. I refuse to be a cowardly hero who lets many others suffer. She stares at him intently, realizing his words. Wait. Did he just say he can't live without me? She wonders suspiciously. He pounds his chest with resolve. Exactly. Please go out and protect the world. I may be insignificant, but I cannot ignore this. In response to his passionate plea, she simply takes a massive, delicious slurp of her ramen. She looks just like a professional model from a ramen commercial. Finally, she sets the empty bowl down on the table. With a sharp, decisive gaze, she cuts straight to the point. In short, you want me to clean up the trash outside. Overjoyed, he beams at her response. So you've agreed, then I'll go and pack your things for you right away. But her expression turns cold and indifferent. I'm not going. I hate everything out there. However, I have two other options. Stunned, his jaw drops. What, he exclaims in confusion. She calmly raises her hand and presents the first alternative. Option 1. I go out briefly to completely shatter the magic world. This solves the problem at its root. What do you think? Panicking, he waves his hands frantically to reject the idea. That won't work, seeing his refusal. She coldly presents the second option. Option 2. Find a suitable replacement to take over and rule. I will provide them with my full support. He stands there, dazed, his mind racing with questions. But who on earth would be suitable for such a task? A sinister, mysterious smile spreads across her face. It's simple. Besides me, there is only you. He can't believe his ears. Me rule the world now. Luo Bing stands outside, clutching a sword with a look of pure, utter confusion on his face. As he stands there, completely lost in a daze, a familiar voice rings out sharply. Get serious, your swordsmanship training has only just begun. The Demon King watches from afar. Observing the situation, he began training diligently, his sword whistling through the air with every powerful strike. She sat regally on her chair with a satisfied smirk. Haha, with that pathetic display, do you really think you can keep refusing this, queen? How naive. With a playful thought, she leaned back into her seat to enjoy the peaceful life. I cannot deny that you are slightly stronger in raw power. But in terms of strategy and psychological manipulation, you are simply no match for me. She opened her eyes, still deeply lost in her own complicated and swirling thoughts. This morning, when you told me to leave, I felt an inexplicable irritation. You almost succeeded. But then, you spoke from the heart, confessing that you truly cannot live without this queen. I have seen right through your little act. You know very well that with our combined strength, destroying or ruling this world is a mere triviality. It holds no real meaning for us. Therefore, the best course of action is to let things unfold naturally while we watch from the sidelines for our own amusement. As for the Dark Society, Emilia has already uprooted them entirely. They are no longer a concern. That is why you have been so distracted lately. It went so far that this morning, you even dragged me out and suggested I take over the world. It is obvious you are just trying to catch my eye. After living together for 1 year, you have clearly fallen in love with me. Meanwhile, he remained dazed, swinging his blade while trapped in a cycle of mounting doubt. Can one truly master swordsmanship just by swinging a blade 1,000 times a day? This method seems far too simple. From a distance, she watched him with a triumphant smile, her imagination running wild with delusions. To stand at the pinnacle of power, yet find joy in defeat. Only I have the right to control a hero like you, although I have no interest in boring concepts like love. If the opponent is you, perhaps it is a different story. You possess the ultimate talent for creation, while I am the supreme master of swordsmanship and high-tier magic. With a dangerous glint in her captivating eyes, she wondered, if the two of us joined forces, what kind of existence would we create? Raising the strongest sun to shatter the boundaries of this realm. That is your true goal, is it not? She laughed smugly at the thought, drowning in her own self-satisfaction. Of course, I will not make it easy for you to win me over. First, I shall let you practice your sword skills. Consider it prenatal education for our future. Wait. What? Her strange behavior caught his attention, and he looked back in confusion. He could not help but wonder what Elizabeth was plotting. Does she really intend to teach me magic and swordsmanship to wipe out that cult? Shaking off the thought, he returned to his rigorous training. Suddenly, a cloud of dust erupted around him. Startled, he let out a sharp cry of alarm. A blond boy tumbled onto the ground after a heavy impact, groaning in pain. Ouch. That hurts. His sword was now pointed directly at the small, blond youth. Panic seized him as his eyes went wide, and he screamed at the top of his lungs. The sword turned into a kid. Hearing this, the boy scowled in fury. Who are you calling a kid? I am the great Alpha, the spirit of this legendary blade. The commotion finally caught her attention. What is going on over there? She looked on indifferently as Alpha glared back with eyes full of murderous intent. So you are the mastermind. Demon Queen Elizabeth. Without another word, the atmosphere turned deadly as he prepared to strike. He unleashed his power and lunged toward her with incredible speed. His eyes blazed with golden light as he channeled his aura. You are dead, he roared, determined to end her right then and there. But as he closed in, a devastating blow landed, completely distorting his face in an instant. Saliva flew everywhere as her powerful kick sent him flying into the distance. Boom, a massive explosion rocked the training grounds. She calmly tucked her hands into her pockets and sighed. Now, everyone sit down so we can talk like adults. A massive, throbbing lump had formed on the boy's head. Soon after, the three of them sat down to settle matters peacefully. He was the first to break the awkward silence. I am truly sorry. I had no idea this sword was sentient. Covered in scratches and looking battered, Alpha huffed with a mix of pride and annoyance. Of course you didn't. I was supposed to appear at the climactic moment to help the hero defeat the Demon Queen. Boiling over with rage, he grabbed the man's collar and shouted, But look at what you have been doing for the past year. Chopping wood. You used a legendary sword like me just to split firewood. Do you have any idea what I have suffered through this year? He tried to calm the spirit down. Take it easy. Just relax. Alpha was far beyond reasoning, his blood practically boiling with humiliation and anger. With a gaze full of resentment, he lashed out, changing the script, befriending the Demon Queen, and using me as an axe. You are unworthy. He had zero interest in becoming a hero. Seeing his indifference, she couldn't help but ask, Hey, do you really want to conquer the world? Suddenly, he sat perfectly still, devoid of all motion. Alpha chirped back, Not at all. Ma'am, Those boring system settings are long gone. Theoretically speaking, Lady Elizabeth is my true savior now. Elizabeth wasn't buying it. She waved her hand dismissively. Forget about that. If you're staying out, then help Luo Ping rule the world. Alpha Froza. His face a mask of shock at the mention of world domination. Luo Ping scratched his head sheepishly. Or maybe we should just call it saving the world. He turned to him with a look of pure confusion. What kind of crazy game are you playing at anyway? Luo Ping raised a fist with burning determination. I've been idle long enough. It's time I shoulder the legendary hero's responsibility. I'll train for a while and then maintain world peace. Alpha stood frozen in disbelief. Train you? Have you forgotten your own pathetic lack of talent and potential? He smiled warmly in response. I know I'm not gifted, but with two legendary coaches like you and Elizabeth, I can do it. Feeling awkward, Alpha tried to brush it off. What nonsense are you? Before he could finish, a powerful hand reached out and silenced him. With that simple gesture, Alpha's mouth was sealed shut. He could only let out muffled cries of confusion, exuding an aura of absolute authority. She spoke. Luo Ping. Take a seat for a moment. I need a word with this little brat. Suddenly, a pink power engulfed Alpha as he struggled in vain. He was left suspended helplessly in midair while she coldly retreated behind a nearby tree. A violent collision erupted behind the tree, sending clouds of dust and debris billowing into the air. Emerging from the smoke, Alpha looked utterly wrecked and bruised. He slumped back to his seat, now completely submissive and obedient. I understand. No matter what, I'll follow your lead. Big brother Luo Ping. Elizabeth spoke up immediately. No time to waste. Using only swordsmanship as our foundation, let our adventure begin. Elsewhere, sunlight streamed through the windows of a magnificent, towering spire that reached for the heavens. Below, the streets were teeming with people. A young girl held a thick stack of flyers, shouting to the crowd, "The Grey Wolf Guild is hiring excellent benefits. Check out this flyer if you're looking for a new job." At a nearby stall, workers greeted customers with warm smiles. Get your hot, crispy fried chicken right here. It's the perfect snack for the guild tournament. Our main group had finally arrived at the bustling town. The place was packed, a far cry from his quiet village. This was Tetsano Town, territory of the Sword Saint Guild. The three strolled through the streets. Elizabeth was the first to share her observations. My magic sense is a massive event. If we head toward the crowds, we're bound to find some useful information. He nodded in agreement. Understood. Step 1 of world domination is gathering top-tier intelligence. Alpha looked miserable, walking with his hands behind his head in total boredom. You brought me to a place like this just to waste time. Hearing this, she shot him a murderous glare. Want me to snap you in two? That simple threat sent a wave of pure terror through him, tears streaming down his face. He clung to Luo Ping for help. Big brother, just call me if you need anything. He then shifted back into his sword form. Meanwhile, a stray flyer on the road caught the hero's eye. He picked it up and examined it closely. These flyers seemed to be scattered all over the place. What kind of event is this? The paper depicted a legendary red fist, radiating immense power. Intrigued by the text, he turned to her. Elizabeth, do you know anything about this guild tournament? She calmly explained. It's just an arena where guilds send their best representatives to battle for glory. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, followed by a thunderous announcement. Contestants, enter the arena. Betting is now open. The crowd erupted, pushing and shoving with excitement. The Sword Saint Guild will definitely win. No way. The Elven tribe is competing this year too. Don't forget the Rising Card Guild, excited by the hype. He grabbed her hand. Elizabeth, let's go check it out. The sheer scale of the place left him breathless. Whoa. This arena is absolutely massive. But suddenly, a deep voice boomed out. You two, hold it right there. A colossal golden ox blocked their path. Show me your magic tickets. I don't detect any on you. Tuck those tickets away on you. Understand. Stepping forward with heroic composure, he reached toward her. Elizabeth, he murmured. Let me handle this. Tossing his coin pouch into the air, he added coolly. I'm aware the flyer listed the ticket price at 10 gold coins. So, can we buy them now? Despite the offer, the massive minotaur holding the stack of tickets continued to be difficult. Sure. But since I've got the monopoly, I'll sell them to you for 200 gold each. He froze in disbelief. Are you kidding me right now? Even in another world, I can't escape these damn scalpers. Suddenly, she unleashed a mysterious surge of energy, striking the beast directly in the head and causing its eyes to glaze over. His demeanor shifted instantly into eerie politeness. Behold, VIP passes. It is truly an honor to serve such esteemed guests. With a deep, respectful bow, He ushered them forward. The duo strolled casually down the red carpet, entering the grand hall, taking in the breathtaking sight. He couldn't help but marvel. Whoa! So this is the VIP experience. It's on a whole different level. Everything was pure luxury. Yet, from the shadows, a mysterious dark figure flickered in and out of sight. Its face hidden, a dangerous aura emanated from the darkness. Nearby, a blue-haired man sat back, puffing on a cigarette while scribbling in a journal. This was 𝐒𝐒𝐒-𝐑𝐚𝐧𝐤. Beside him sat another figure, an elder with a snow-white beard and hair. This was Brain, a revered sage master. Down below, the warrior with the blonde ponytail was none other than Luna Sager. Her companion from the same guild was Anna Sagacer. Their presence immediately piqued Anna's curiosity. Luna, she whispered. Are those two even on the guest list? Meanwhile, our protagonists finally took their seats, settling comfortably into her chair. She spoke with regal calm. Bring out my refreshments at once. Scanning the arena, he admitted with a nervous grin. My first time at a major tournament. I'm actually a bit on edge. Anna remained suspicious. But Luna brushed it off. They're likely from that guild. Besides, their captain has been a huge help to us. Suddenly, a booming, familiar voice echoed through the stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, descending from the heavens. A circular object plummeted toward the stage. A bright green hand shot up, rippling with energy. Welcome to the guild tournament finals, he beamed. I'm your host for today's showdown. Go in. With professional flair, he continued. Enough talk. Let's meet the 4 warriors who survived the gauntlet to reach this final stage. First up, the prodigy of the blade from the Holy Sword Guild. Next, the juggernaut from the Great Bear Guild, 𝐒𝐒𝐒, and the elegant Telev, the handsome pride of the Elf Guild. And finally, the mysterious masked guest representing the Card Guild, the enigmatic 𝐒𝐒𝐒. The finalists gathered around the host as the crowd roared. The question on everyone's mind, who will claim the ultimate victory? Wearing a sly grin, the host shouted the signal to begin. In an instant, the battle chicken dropped into a combat stance, soaring high on his mount. The host bellowed, "Let the games begin." Down in the arena, Telev's eyes darted left, calculating his move. All brawn and no brains. Telev mused. That muscle-bound oaf from the Great Bear Guild was clearly his first target. With a cold smirk, he lunged forward. The true battle had finally ignited against the Great Bear's brute strength. You're nothing but cannon fodder, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 roared. Lost in a berserker rage, I'll crush every single one of you. Crush, ha ha ha. While the chaos ensued, Telev's gaze shifted toward 𝐒𝐒𝐒. The Card Guild was a recent addition to the scene. It had nearly disbanded, yet earned an exception after assisting the Holy Sword Guild in repelling the 6 demon pillars. Still, they're just second-rate hangers-on, he thought, even if they're strong. It's only their leader who matters. This 𝐒𝐒𝐒 fellow didn't seem threatening at all. Telev's eyes scanned the right side of the battlefield once more. There's only one real threat here, Telev concluded. The azure blade of the Holy Sword Guild. Just as Telev made his assessment, 𝐒𝐒𝐒's massive fist slammed into the earth, shattering the ground and sending boulders flying. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 charged headlong toward the azure blade, howling, "Crush, destroy," seeing his chance. Telev reached for his arrows, knocking 3 arrows. He took aim. Stupid. Uncivilized brute, he hissed, releasing the string as the arrows whistled through the air. The projectiles streaked toward 𝐒𝐒𝐒 and the azure blade. One grazed the swordsman, detonating against the ground in a spray of stone. Another arrow whistled toward 𝐒𝐒𝐒, who narrowly evaded it, while 𝐒𝐒𝐒 caught the final one midair with his bare hand. How annoying. You're the first one I'm going to kill, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 snapped the arrow. Just as strange sprouts erupted from the ground, vines twisted around 𝐒𝐒𝐒, disorienting him. The others were similarly trapped as the vegetation surged upward, sealing them in, landing gracefully. Telev sneered at his trapped prey. Mindless beasts with no manners belong in a cage. 𝐒𝐒𝐒's fury only intensified. He glared at his attacker, his pride refusing to buckle under the weight of the trap. You think these pathetic, rotten roots of yours are enough to stop me? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 lunged forward, smashing through the timber with brute force, vowing to crush everything. But before he could unleash his full power, the roots snared his limbs, leaving him dangling helplessly in midair. Even Tevi gasped in shock. What is this? With a smug grin, the opponent replied. Listen, you fool, those muscles are actually the living roots of the bubblegum tree. The moment they take a hit, they contract and secrete an incredibly sticky resin that traps everything it touches. In a flash, The blue sword unsheathed his blade. With a few precise strikes, the thick roots surrounding him were sliced clean through. Tevi's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered under his breath. No way. Was his blade so fast that even the sentient roots couldn't react in time? Blue sword stepped out of his cage, completely unfazed, with polite indifference. Blue sword remarked, "My apologies for cutting down your precious plant." Tevi's face twisted into a grotesque sneer as he spat back. "Don't worry. I'll take your life as payment." Deep down, a dark thrill surged through him. Defeating an opponent like this was the only thing that could truly excite a noble such as himself. Tevi drew his bow once more, sending a volley of roots and arrows screaming toward Blue Sword. Blue Sword remained eerily calm, whispering to himself like a mantra, no fear, no doubt, no shock, no confusion. His eyes sharpened with a cold, lethal light as he roared, Nirvana of the Void. A blur of steel followed as he unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes, tearing through the massive roots like they were mere paper. In a blinding flash of light, Tevi's arm was severed. Blood sprang across the arena. He stared at his missing limb, stammering in sheer terror. How is this possible? It was over. Tevi slumped to the ground, one hand lost behind him while the other gripped a stray root. His face frozen in a mask of shock. Slowly, Blue Sword approached, pointing his blade directly at Tevi's face. "It's over," he declared. "You have lost, shattered and defeated." Tevi's face darkened. "Blue Sword, you truly are the genius of the Holy Sword Union they claim you to be." Suddenly, his expression shifted into something sinister. "But don't you dare forget I am also the greatest genius of the Elven Union." Thousands of butterflies suddenly swarmed beneath Blue Sword's blade. As he stared at 1 inch from his face, Tevi screamed, "Butterfly blast!" Instantly, a massive surge of roots erupted, engulfing the space. Blue Sword swung his blade with all his might, bracing himself against the ground. The smoke cleared as quickly as it appeared, revealing Blue Sword still standing in a defensive stance. His sword remained plunged into the earth for stability. Opposite him, Tevi stood with a playful, mocking smirk, chewing on a small seedling. He spat the seed onto the ground, and within seconds, it sprouted into a colossal, pulsing flower bud. A giant lily bloomed, and Tevi began to merge with its petals. "I can't deny it," he mused. "Your Holy Sword Union is formidable indeed." He hoisted the massive flower, its severed roots fusing seamlessly with his own body. With a twisted expression, Tevi mocked him. "But your attacks are far too linear. That is your ultimate downfall." He had exposed Blue Sword's weakness. Moments later, the plant transformed into a new arm, replacing the one he had just lost. Tevi beamed with arrogance once more. "With the blessing of the tree god, our elven race is truly invincible." Suddenly, 𝐒𝐒𝐿's massive fists came crashing down on Tevi's head, crushing his face into a horrific distortion. "Hey hey. Hey hey," 𝐒𝐿 roared like a madman. "I told you. The first person I'm going to kill is you." He began pummeling Tevi without mercy. Tevi was driven into the dirt like a planted tree, standing over him. 𝐒𝐿 looked like a demon. "I can't stand flashy bastards like you," he growled. Then, 𝐒𝐿 turned his murderous gaze toward the next target. "Now, it's your turn." Even Blue Sword started breaking into a cold sweat. The sheer pressure radiating from 𝐒𝐿 was suffocating. High in the stands, the crowd erupted into a bloodthirsty frenzy. "Yeah, hit him harder, kill him, finish him off, somewhere in the chaos." The Goblin MC was hyping up the madness. 𝐒𝐿's brutal revenge had the entire stadium on their feet. The first to be eliminated is Tevi, the handsome pride of the elven race. The announcer was practically vibrating with excitement. He continued, "But how on earth did 𝐒𝐿 break free from that restraint? Well, it doesn't matter now. What matters is that Blue Sword is injured. Can he possibly withstand 𝐒𝐿's devastating heavy strikes?" Down in the arena, Blue Sword raised his hand, pointing at the earth. His blade, still buried in the ground, began to tremble violently. The sword flew in a sharp zigzag before snapping back into his palm. Blue Sword narrowed his eyes in realization. Sweat. He escaped by secreting massive amounts of sweat to lubricate himself. "Thank goodness I used my sword intent to dampen the explosion, or I would be in real trouble." Suddenly, 𝐒𝐿 launched himself into the air. With that same demonic face, he came crashing down toward Blue Sword. "Muscle release. 70%, he roared, slamming his monstrous fist into the earth. Debris exploded into the sky. But Blue Sword was already airborne. He performed a graceful mid-air flip, his blade dancing in a lethal arc. As he landed, a series of invisible sword waves tore through the air, burying themselves deep into 𝐒𝐒𝐒's thick hide. Blood sprayed from the wounds. But 𝐒𝐒𝐒 didn't even flinch. Those strikes meant nothing to him. "Is that it?" he sneered arrogantly. That didn't even tickle. In that split second, Blue Sword stared at his weapon in shock. The blade was actually bent. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 lunged forward again, raising a massive fist toward Blue Sword. 80% muscle release, he roared, swinging his fist down with crushing force. There was no choice but to block the blow with his blade. Blue Sword was sent flying, tumbling across the ground before struggling back to his feet, with his blade now utterly mangled and useless. Blue Sword had no choice but to cast the weapon aside. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 charged again, screaming. 90% muscle release. Despite the onslaught of devastating punches, Blue Sword somehow managed to dodge just in time. One strike nearly connected, grazing Blue Sword narrowly. High in the spectator stands, Elizabeth and Luo Bing watched the battle with bated breath. Luo Bing turned to his companion and asked, "How intense, Elizabeth? Who do you think will emerge as the final victor?" Elizabeth remained silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, Anna Sagashiro spoke up. "Blue Sword is a B-rank weapon forged by dwarves, yet it was broken by a single punch." Luna Sagashiro, sitting nearby, looked ready to intervene. "Sister, should we put a stop to this match? After all, the Sword Saint Guild cannot afford to lose face once again," Luna said, seeking Anna's approval. Anna replied instantly, "Not yet." A suspicious thought crossed her mind. When did the members of the Giant Bear Guild become this powerful? Could the Dark Guild be involved? Two figures in black sat at a table nearby. Hai spoke up. "It's apostle transformation, Elder Ba Di." "Should I step in and stop this?" Huai asked. Ba Di replied, "At this level of apostle transformation, those two can still handle it." "Arthur, don't you agree?" Setting down a coffee cup, Arthur responded nonchalantly. "I suppose so," Hui thought to himself. Senior Arthur truly lives up to his reputation for loathing the Dark Guild, reacting so strongly at the mere mention of apostle transformation. His fury was so intense it seemed uncontrollable, causing his entire body to tremble with suppressed rage. One wonders what he endured to form a guild just to dismantle the Dark Guild. He even slaughtered hundreds of apostles single-handedly not long ago. Suddenly spotting two figures, he thought in disbelief. "How can this be? Why are those two legendary figures here?" One of them sneered, "If they don't meet our expectations, tell me." "Darling, how should we dispose of them?" The Demon King replied coldly. "Then we kill them. Wipe them all out." Suddenly, a realization dawned. It had to be that way. Master Luo Bing was clearly here to verify if his card treasures and commands were being used correctly. To honor Master Luo Bing's incredible grace, fortunately, after mastering the basic powers, I've been diligently hunting those wicked apostles to maintain peace across the entire continent. As a hero, would these meager achievements even be worthy of notice by those two legendary figures? Smashing his fist into the ground, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 roared, "You little insect, I'll crush the life out of you." As Blue Sword lunged, he realized he had only one move left. Could he control it? No. He couldn't afford any self-doubt now. He recalled the Sword Saint's wisdom to reach the state of selflessness. One must cast away all distracting thoughts. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 flicked his tongue out with a beastly roar. Seeing this, the wielder of the blue sword steeled his resolve. He invoked a high-level spell, Earth Mountain Marsh. The blue blade soared high as boulders crumbled around him. He glared at the battlefield ahead. Boom, the massive stone shifted. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 sneered at the rock. "Did you really think our colossal guild only specialized in physical enhancement? Wrong. Our research into earth magic is easily on par with those elite high-level mage guilds. Now you know, ha ha ha." He struck the stone. But to his shock, the boulder suddenly surged forward, slamming him backward. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 stared at his severed limb and screamed, "My arm." Blue sword strikes were infused with lethal mana. No fear, no doubt, no terror, pure emptiness. That is the state of selflessness. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 roared in a blind rage. "Damn you, I'll kill you right now." Swoosh blade light sliced through the air. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 shrieked as his legs were slashed. "I'm giving you one last chance," Blue Sword warned. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 spat back. "I don't need it, I'll destroy you." 𝐒𝐒𝐒 flashed back to his master's warning. "Using the gears for power is enough. Never use the Forbidden Wing's strength unless absolutely necessary." "Understood, Master," he had replied. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 thought bitterly. I never expected the Sword Saint Guild to hide such terrifying techniques up their sleeves. Should he unleash the Forbidden Wing now, the backlash could be fatal. Suddenly, a cold blade tip pressed against 𝐒𝐒𝐿's throat as Blue Sword spoke. "Surrender your power while you're still sane. Renounce the Dark Guild, and I'll spare your life. Gaul's jaw unhinged, revealing a grotesque, wet tongue. Gaul gnashed his teeth. I'll undergo a complete Demon King transformation, he thought savagely. Then, I'll slaughter every last one of you. Swoosh. Blades flashed, and Gaul's head was severed instantly. His body collapsed as his head rolled away, coming to a silent halt on the cold ground. The scene shifts to a masked girl in blue named 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Doubt swirled in her mind. Can I really do this, or should I just surrender? Inside the card guild, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 sat in deep meditation. In the silence of the room, she focused her energy, training intensely with her mystical cards. Magic cards hovered in the air as 𝐒𝐒𝐒 concentrated every fiber of her being on controlling them. A mysterious aura enveloped her beautiful form. Each card emitted a radiant glow, illuminating the room. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 maintained a steady breath. Failure was not an option in this crucial training session. She continued her intense training with the magical cards drifting all around her. High in the air, she remained focused as her focus intensified as she channeled her mana. Once she relaxed, the training cards drifted slowly to the floor, one by one. They stacked themselves neatly beside her steaming cup of tea. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 reached out and took a slow, refreshing sip. Instantly, a brilliant golden aura erupted from her body. Her power surged, breaking through from 5-star mana spirit to 1-star great mana spirit. She let out a long sigh. Exploring via meditation really drains my mental energy. Luckily, this mystical tea helps my mind recover quickly, preventing me from getting lost in the vast, infinite universe. With both harmonizing so well, even someone ordinary like me can rank up so fast. Suddenly, the door swung open. It was her father, Rustor, carrying a heavy sack. 𝐒𝐒𝐒. I'm back, he called out. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 jumped up with a joyful smile. Father, you're finally back. How is the Sword Saint Guild? Are you injured? Rustor sighed. The Dark Guild's invasion is over, but the Sword Saint's internal issues are worse than I imagined. I couldn't even meet the Sword Saint. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 gasped. Then what do we do? Without their approval, we can't expand or promote Master Luo Bing's card series here. Seeing her worry, he set the sack down to comfort her. I didn't see the saint, but I helped drive off the Dark Guild. We have an unexpected reward. He opened the sack, revealing a pile of dark gears inside. She was puzzled. So many apostle dark gears, but as a great mana spirit, I can purify these in a day. Is this the surprise? She wondered just how massive the Dark Guild's raid actually was. To her shock, Rustor pulled out an application for the guild tournament. No, this is the real prize. The Sword Saint Guild granted us direct entry into the finals. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 froze in shock. The tournament, Rustor nodded. Win this, and our guild will be recognized. She trembled with anxiety. But how? I can't do it. The other contestants are geniuses. The weakest are mana sect rank, and I'm just a great mana spirit. I'm afraid I'll ruin our reputation instead of promoting the guild. She knew the Sword Saints were making things difficult. Rustor patted her shoulder. Have faith. Believe in yourself. Determination is everything now. We aren't the weak guild we once were. He produced another stack of cards. Take these with you when you compete. These will support you. Don't fear the outcome. Just give your all. Our honor is in your hands. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 nodded with firm resolve. I'll prepare well. I won't let you or the guild down. Father, with Master Luo Bing's artifacts, a small rank difference meant nothing. Back to the current tournament. The masked figure known as Y, currently trapped by vines, was actually 𝐒𝐒𝐒. While her opponents were distracted, she quickly formulated a plan. Despite having Luo Bing's artifacts, her current strength only allowed one tier 6 summon. She watched Azure Sword unleash his power up ahead and thought carefully. I'll have to rely on replica cards for the remaining battles. Their power is lower, but I won't back down. For Master Luo Bing's legacy. Her eyes blazed with resolve. She knew deep down that determination would be her greatest weapon. Asterisk. Click times, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 opened her side pouch, revealing her deck of cards. Next, she used a card-dealing technique to shred the constricting vines. The cards whistled through the air, slicing every obstacle. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 stepped out, ready for war. She approached the battlefield, passing the fallen head of the defeated 𝐒𝐒𝐒. He thought the man was a goner, but then 𝐒𝐒𝐒 brushed past him and headed straight for the blue sword, leaving him absolutely stunned. She stopped at the edge of a crater formed by the intense battle. Standing right across from her was Azure Sword himself. A chilling blue sword aura radiated from his entire body. Noticing an approach, he glanced back and muttered, hiding your true strength until the final moment. I see. A clever scheme. But you are absolutely no match for me as I am now. Surrender, he continued. Our guild owes you a debt. so I'd rather not harm you. This is your final warning. Suddenly, a streak of emerald light surged toward him. The attack was incredibly fast, but his reflexes were sharper, allowing him to sidestep the strike with effortless grace. Even Brian, the legendary dwarven blacksmith, who was currently dead drunk, caught a glimpse of this strange technique and wondered through his haze. What kind of weapon is that? Down in the arena, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 didn't hesitate for a second as she fanned out her cards. Deal, she cried. Clearly refusing to back down, she unleashed her flying poker technique, and the cards surged with mana, soaring forward like they had a mind of their own. Despite the cards' rapid-fire assault, the blue sword warrior handled them with ease, parrying every strike without even moving his feet. It was clear that an opponent of his caliber wouldn't be brought down by a single trick. He spoke up, seeing right through her strength. These are just illusions meant to distract me, aren't they? Your real objective lies elsewhere. With a wave of his hand, he neutralized every single one of 𝐒𝐒𝐒's flying cards, no longer holding back. He lunged straight for her. Forgive me, but I won't give you the chance to finish it. 𝐒𝐒𝐒's eyes widened in shock. He saw through my plan already, she gasped. Suddenly, her gaze shifted behind her. It seemed the clever girl had already cooked up a new strategy. As she stepped back, a card materialized beneath her feet, acting as a floating platform for her to stand on. The card propelled 𝐒𝐒𝐒 into the air, allowing her to narrowly evade the blue sword's devastating aerial strike. Deal, she shouted again, unleashing a new flurry of cards that rained down upon her foe. However, even this barrage seemed to have little effect on the master of the blue sword. He effortlessly bypassed the cards and leaped high, unleashing a massive sword strike that sent a shockwave rocking the area around 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Undeterred, she threw her cards once more, and they snapped into a perfect circular formation. Deal, she cried out again, launching lethal rings of energy created by the cards themselves. Despite being mere cards, their destructive power was immense, clashing head-on with his sword strike in a blinding explosion of light. The cards that were scattered by the impact quickly reformed and charged back into the fray. They swarmed the blue sword's aura, locking into a circular formation to suppress his burgeoning power. 𝐒𝐒𝐒's technique was more versatile than anyone imagined. It wasn't just an attack, it was a sealing prison designed to shut down her opponent's moves. In an instant, the remaining cards converged on him, triggering a massive explosion that shook the very foundations of the arena. The goblin announcer, hovering above on his platform, was ecstatic at the spectacle. Whoa, unbelievable. The Card Guild's fighting style is truly unique. The blue sword is completely surrounded. How will he escape this trap? How will he break free, trapped and under pressure? The blue sword warrior felt his energy beginning to wane. Using mana absorption to drain my sword intent, he realized, but 𝐒𝐒𝐒's sealing trap didn't last long. He shattered the seal, his aura erupting even stronger. Utterly useless, since you forced me to get serious. Prepare to die. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 continued to manipulate her cards, unfazed. I know a simple seal wouldn't hold you for long, she replied, but it bought me exactly the time I needed. The deal is complete, she smiled inwardly. She had finally drawn the spade set. This was her most powerful hand. Raising her hands high, she channeled her mana, forcing the cards into a shimmering diamond shape. Go, she commanded. At her word, the cards streaked through the air, creating a breathtakingly magical display. Thousands of spade cards coalesced, taking the form of a massive, towering dragon. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 called this her spade dragon technique. The audience watched in stunned silence before erupting into cheers. Whoa, what is that thing? They shouted. Even those on the opposite side were floored. From a sealing attack to a massive summon, how is this possible? A master scribe, puffing on his pipe, watched the technique and nodded. Now that is a technique worthy of being recorded and studied. Even the drunken Brian was jolted awake by the sight, his mind racing. Through various combinations, she can switch combat styles. What kind of treasures are those cards? The power within them is truly extraordinary, when even the masters are left in awe. You know the power is real. Can 𝐒𝐒𝐒 truly control this beast? The battle has reached its peak. Every spectator is holding their breath. Amidst the glowing cards and brilliant light, the young mage is putting on the performance of a lifetime, forged by a legendary master craftsman's hand. High in the stands, Black Bin sits beside Elizabeth, grinning ear to ear as he exclaims, Elizabeth, look over there. It is actually poker. To think those from the outside world understand poker, even using it for high-stakes combat. Back in the arena, the dragon summoned by 𝐒𝐒𝐒 let out a deafening roar and charged forward. Meanwhile, the blue sword was ensnared by a card-locking spell. Realizing the seal was tightening and the situation was dire, he narrowed his eyes, chanting the name of his ultimate technique. Entering the selfless realm, he unleashed his maximum sword intent before crossing both arms over his chest. He manifested two massive blades forged from radiant spiritual energy. This devastating move possessed enough raw power to instantly shatter the card's restrictive magic. Breaking free from the seal, he swung his blade and roared. Azure Bird, in a flash. A majestic bluebird erupted from thin air, soaring into the fray. The two forces collided as the dragon and bird faced off. One was a spirit beast born of pure energy, while the other was a grand construct of 1,000 combined cards. It was a breathtaking spectacle of power. One might have expected a long, grueling struggle, but the master of the blue sword proved far superior. He held a crushing advantage over our dear Afeni. In the blink of an eye, his azure bird tore through her spade's dragon, reducing it to nothingness. Without wasting a second, the impact triggered a massive explosion that rocked the entire stadium. The sheer volume of spiritual energy released was overwhelming. All that remained of Afeni's mighty dragon were tattered, useless cards. Only a handful remained intact as they fluttered down, clattering pathetically onto the arena floor. It was a pitiable sight, watching her prized trump card get annihilated so effortlessly. The young girl began to tremble, unable to process the sudden defeat. She never imagined she could be brought down so easily. As the dust from the explosion swirled around her, Afeni coughed, her heart heavy with shock. She was completely paralyzed by her opponent's terrifying strength. His sword intent was simply too overwhelming. How could she ever hope to turn the tides now? Would her remaining cards be enough to even form a defense? She bit her lip until it bled, her eyes filled with defiance. This battle wasn't over just yet. She couldn't help but marvel at his power. As a 3-star great spirit, using mere poker card replicas wasn't enough to bridge such a massive gap in magical level. To win, she would have to unleash her relic cards. But the risk was too high. If she lost control and accidentally killed him, what would happen then? Before she could find a moment to breathe, the blue sword master lunged at her again, closing the distance in an instant with his blade raised high. He even spared a moment to offer a word of praise to his foe. To force me to use my full strength? You are truly a formidable opponent. Without a hint of hesitation, he delivered a crushing blow toward Afeni, triggering another violent shockwave that echoed through the stadium. Unfortunately, this time, Afeni found herself trapped with no way to evade the incoming strike. She collapsed onto the floor as her opponent stood over her, declaring that it was over. No longer wishing to persist in a losing battle, she conceded, stating she had lost. Within her mind, she wondered if she should just give up. There was no need to push further. She had already fought well enough to prove her worth. Suddenly, a sinister mass of dark energy manifested directly behind the blue sword master. Sensing a chilling presence, he turned his gaze backward, realizing far too late that something was horribly wrong. Without warning, the dark entity used a jagged, sharp appendage to pierce straight into his head before he could even process the threat. As the attack landed, a black film began to consume his eyes. Bewildered and unable to comprehend the situation, he could only stammer out, "What? What is this?" Before he could find an answer, the thick darkness had already swallowed nearly his entire vision. All he could manage was a muffled groan of pain. Across from him, Afeni watched in total shock, her eyes wide as she gasped in confusion. A voice rang out, "It is me," to everyone's horror. The source was Gale's severed head. By now, the blue swordmaster had ceased all movement. His eyes had turned into bottomless pits of pure black. Suddenly, Gale let out a blood-curdling scream as a surge of malevolent energy erupted. A dark aura enveloped him, revealing that Gale was nothing more than a hollow disguise. In reality, the figure inside was a great apostle of the Dark Guild. He slowly slithered out from the fake skin, whispering chillingly that the egg had finally hatched. Moments later, his true form was revealed, now fully emerged. This monster was parasitizing the body of Than Tin Hong. With a twisted grin, he looked around in sadistic delight. He laughed maniacally, claiming that this new vessel was quite impressive. He then took full control of his host's body. He forced the puppet to swing its sword. But the spiritual energy was no longer a righteous blue light. Instead, it had twisted into a sinister dark purple. The great apostle spoke with wicked excitement, wondering exactly how he should put this stolen sword intent to use. He began swinging the blade wildly, terrifying the spirit bird and the goblin MC alike. The MC frantically shouted into his microphone, "Good heavens, Gale's head has jumped and seized control of Than Tin Hong's body. The entire scene has spiraled into absolute chaos." The Dark Guild disciple continued to manipulate his puppet, forcing Than Tin Hong to unleash another devastating strike. But this time, The target was different. He struck directly at the magical barrier protecting the arena. Seeing this, the entire audience rose to their feet in a state of pure panic. People began fleeing in every direction, screaming for their lives. They cried out that the magic protection was about to shatter and they needed to escape. Warnings echoed through the crowd, identifying the intruder as an apostle of the Dark Guild. The Sword Saint's own member had been corrupted and turned. Recognizing the dire gravity of the situation, the 𝐒𝐒𝐒 sisters of the Sword Saint Guild were left in a state of utter shock. Anna 𝐒𝐒𝐒 stood abruptly, with a voice trembling in disbelief. Anna exclaimed that he had truly become an apostle. Her younger sister, Luna 𝐒𝐒𝐒, quickly turned to her for answers. Sister, what should we do? Meanwhile, the legendary sorcerer 𝐒𝐒𝐒 calmly gripped his smoking pipe. Despite witnessing the chaos, he remained unfazed. An unexpected performance indeed, he remarked coolly. High in the stands, a worried 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh turned to Elizabeth. This isn't what we planned. Elizabeth, should we intervene? But Elizabeth's expression didn't waver. She remained perfectly composed as she spoke. No. If you intend to rule this world, you must learn to adapt to such sudden variables. Otherwise, how could you ever govern a world this vast? For now, just watch in silence. Yielding to her logic, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh nodded. I understand. Meanwhile, nearby, Roth sat eavesdropping on their conversation. His hands began to tremble as his mind spiraled into deep, heavy thoughts. I see. They knew an apostle had infiltrated. Is this a test to see how 𝐒𝐒𝐒 and I handle it? He thought. 𝐒𝐒𝐒, my daughter, you must perform well. You must satisfy both Lord 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh and the Demon King. Yet, he was oblivious to Sword Elder Barry's gaze fixed upon him, his mind brewing a cold scheme. Haha. Getting anxious, aren't you? If you move to save your daughter, it proves you have no one capable of facing the Dark Guild. The Sword Saint Guild is desperate for talent. Roth, I want you to return as our newest elder. Rhythmic clacking echoed from the arena below. The twisted arch-apostle relished his control over his new vessel. Marvelous, this body is perfection. The monster cheered through Blue Sword's lips. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 finally realized the true horror before her. Her voice trembled with realization. The Dark Guild. An arch-apostle, the grotesque. Oily mass of darkness sneered at her. What's wrong? A little girl. There's no turning back now. Initially hesitant to unleash her artifact cards, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 didn't hesitate for a second longer. Enveloped in a radiant blue light, she declared. Against the Dark Guild, I have no reason to hold back. The moment her deck surfaced, a colossal wave of spiritual energy erupted violently from 𝐒𝐒𝐒's core. Unfazed, the creature boasted. Impressive mana. I'd better end this quickly then. Without wasting another second, he unleashed a devastating strike directly at 𝐒𝐒𝐒. With a sharp crack, whip-like attacks lashed out. Closing the distance in the blink of an eye, the impact slammed into 𝐒𝐒𝐒 with a thunderous boom. A massive explosion that rocked the entire stadium in dust and debris. Miraculously, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 stood unscathed. A massive, armored warrior had manifested before her, blocking every single blow with its shield. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 danced her fingers across the floating cards, her eyes burning with resolve. 5 sacred guardians, she commanded. Watching from above, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh blinked in surprise. Wait. Why does that look so familiar? Grandmaster Brian watched in awe. What is this power? To him, these cards felt far more formidable than the last. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Severus narrowed his eyes. If memory serves, those spirits are none other than the 13 divine warriors, the sacred arts from the ancient records. Are they actually real? Swordmaster. Elder Barry turned to Alvis. Is this how you defeated the 6 demon pillars? Alvis rested his chin on his hand. I used 9. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 is using 5. I hope it's enough. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 hurled her cards forward, screaming. Get out of that body this instant. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 unleashed arcs of brilliant blue light at the possessed blue sword, but he dodged them with inhuman speed. A massive explosion tore through the ground, sending boulders and pillars of blue light soaring into the sky. Through the swirling white smoke, a dark purple creature with piercing violet eyes perched on Blue Sword's shoulder. How can ordinary cards possess such overwhelming power? It hissed in confusion. Blue Sword leaped into the air, dark energy swirling beneath his feet. Impressive. Once I've mastered this body, I'll come back to settle the score. But for now, I'm out of here. He threw a massive, explosive punch forward, causing a deafening blast. Suddenly, both Blue Sword and the purple parasite froze in sheer shock. A massive, shimmering giant loomed ahead, its form a blur. It moved with blinding speed, leaving trails of azure light with every step. The purple creature grimaced, cursing under its breath. What on earth is that thing? I just crawled out of hell. I'm not dying yet. It bared its teeth. Use your ultimate technique now. Black rings of energy spiraled forward in a lethal barrage. It was the devastating power of the chaotic great katana dance. Tendrils of dark energy still clung to Blue Sword, but the giant stood firm, its massive shield raised to intercept the blow. Trapped within that spatial cube were the azure blade and streaks of dark, ominous energy. Violet light flickered inside as the small beast gasped in shock. Outside, two giants guarded the cube containing the azure blade. That overwhelming surge of power. It was the legendary Divine Square formation. With her mask shattered, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 thrust her hand forward, commanding push. Countless giants emerged, surrounding the trapped azure blade. Inside the block, the swordsman remained stoic, but the purple creature bared its fangs in sheer terror. Drenched in cold sweat, the shivered beast cried out, "Hey! Wait, this isn't fair, don't do this." The purple creature expanded rapidly, filling the entire spatial cube. Its voice cracked with desperation. "Stop, please. Stop." A mysterious purple void opened, wreathed in violet energy. The azure blade began to plummet through empty space. Azure light swirled around him before the blade slammed into the ground, shattering the floor with a deafening thud. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 examined a fragment, sighing. "Oops. I overdid it." The azure blade lay unconscious, his face badly bruised. Pot let out a boisterous laugh. "Are you satisfied?" Black Bin chuckled, recognizing him. "So it's you. I knew you looked familiar. Elizabeth. Remember them. They're the father and daughter who stayed with us a few months back." Elizabeth glanced back with indifference. It's their fault for not hiding their identities. Pot stared at them, jaw dropping in shock. Bowing deeply, he spoke with reverence. "I didn't want to disrupt your enjoyment of the tournament by disturbing you earlier. Please forgive my late greeting." Black Bin turned around, only to find another familiar face that left him speechless. His eyes widened as he waved enthusiastically. "Uncle Pot, you're here too. I thought you were still down there competing." "Actually, I have many things to ask you." Pot bowed even lower, trembling as he thought. A lot of questions. Oh no. Could Master Lack Bin be dissatisfied with our martial techniques? Barry wondered. Who is this man that commands such respect from Pot? They moved to a large round table surrounded by various figures. An announcer called out, "Everyone, please take your seats." Lack Bin leaned in and whispered to Elizabeth. "How did we end up in this meeting?" Elizabeth replied. "To prepare for world domination. Gathering fresh intelligence isn't a bad idea." Lack Bin nodded in hushed agreement. "Good point. Next time, let's just call it training and leave out the world domination part." "Okay," Barry cut in with a smile. "Congratulations. Pot, your guild emerged victorious." Pot quickly interrupted. "Elder, we can discuss trivial matters later. First, let me introduce our honored guests." He gestured toward Lack Bin. "This is the savior who rescued my daughter and me. Master Lack Bin saved us from the Dark Apostle. And beside him is..." He glanced at Elizabeth. Pot and 𝐒𝐒𝐒 suddenly froze. They clutched their faces in terror, shouting in unison. "Don't say it. You can't say it." Barry blinked, confused. "Can't say what?" Pot stammered, sweat pouring down his face. "It's because..." Lack Bin gave a wry smile, thinking, he's probably scared. Revealing she's the demon lord would cause a panic. He quickly interrupted. "Exactly. Our presence might cause unnecessary trouble. We shouldn't burden others." He leaned toward Elizabeth and whispered, "Listen, Elizabeth, from now on, can I call you Little White for now? It's safer to use an alias." She just stared at him, looking completely bewildered. Elizabeth looked away with a huff. "Do whatever you want." Lack Bin smiled at the group. "Actually, we're from a small southern nation. I'm the Minister of Welfare there. Call me Lack Bin. And this is my companion, Princess Little White." A servant passing by paused. "Princess Little White of the South. I'm from there. But I've never heard that name before." Albert quickly chimed in. "Yes, Master Lack Bin is correct. In fact, he's the one who taught me everything about card gaming." Lack Bin scratched his head bashfully. "Haha. Teaching is an exaggeration. I'm actually not that talented at poker. Uncle Pot is the real pro. In fact, I was hoping he could give me some pointers on swordsmanship instead." Luna Sagas whispered, "Azure. Do you hear this? He gave Master Pot that legendary card. Yet he wants to learn basic swordplay. Just what on earth is he planning?" Azure Blade covered his bruised face. Quiet. The Sword Elders are present. It's not our place to speak. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 looked uneasy. She spoke up tentatively. Master 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh, did you see my match? Were you satisfied with my skills? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh looked confused. Card skills. Pot turned to him anxiously. Please. Master. Be honest. Was our performance lacking? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh's expression darkened as he sighed. I have no comment. I just never imagined my poker cards would be used like this. Albert stammered nervously. Of course, we could never hope to match your profound level of mastery. I apologize for forming the guild without your consent. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 added, I'm sorry. I reached my absolute limit. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh looked up with a bright smile. Why apologize? Playing it this way will definitely attract way more players. That is perfect. Alf suddenly asked, Master Luo Bing, do you mean most people are actually just like us, completely ordinary? In that case, our card dueling methods are actually the perfect fit for the masses to learn. Sog agreed, noting how this would revolutionize the spread of their cards. Luo Bing trembled, tears welling as he whispered, After all, this is a world of magic. I truly envy those who can use magic. He 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Meanwhile, a hidden observer watched them, muttering, This is getting more interesting by the second. The mirror of the magic eye marveled. One person unleashes a vast, savage torrent of magical power, while the other completely suppresses their presence, showing no magic at all. Suddenly, Elizabeth's gaze shifted toward a hidden figure, drenched in sweat. The magic eye mirror panicked. Was I discovered? Impossible. My observation lens shouldn't reflect any magic. What is this crushing pressure? Elizabeth turned to her companion. Luo Bing. This queen wishes to kill someone. Shocked, Luo Bing replied. What? You want to kill who? He quickly pulled out a jar. Wait. Look at this. Whatever it is, let's talk after the meeting is over. A little pudding can't hurt. Right? Elizabeth's eyes lit up. Pudding nearby. Someone watched them intently. Barry interrupted. Enough chatter. Let's get back to business. I've used this guild tournament as a pretext to gather everyone here. I want to discuss a grand alliance. He stated, the suppression of the Dark Guild is now our most urgent priority. He then revealed a mysterious object. Inside were countless eerie, violet-colored rings. These are the Dark Gears. He explained. We extracted them using purification swords from the contestants throughout the tournament, including the one from 𝐒𝐒𝐒 of the Giant Bear Guild. We have 30 in total. Luo Bing stared in silence. Luna looked on in horror. The Dark Guild. What are these things? Quest answered. Once you accept their dark gift, these gears of flesh grow inside your body. I've discovered these same fleshy gears within the corpses of the apostles I've hunted down. Brian added grimly. The Dark Guild's corruption has truly infiltrated every corner of our world. Luna Sagas questioned, but didn't 𝐒𝐒𝐒 pass the purification test earlier? Did he only succumb to the darkness afterward? Anna Sagas shook her head. No. There's another possibility. The Dark Guild may have developed new methods to bypass purification magic entirely. The magic eye mirror explained. Only the lowest level of fusion can be detected by standard purification spells. In the other two cases, the corruption can remain perfectly hidden from the world. He continued his analysis. In the first stage, the host's body fails to withstand the backlash, turning them into a mere puppet of the Dark Apostles. In the second stage, if the host survives but loses control, they become a living vessel to birth a great apostle. Finally, if one masters that power, they gain the strength of a demon king. Their power skyrockets, and they are elevated to the rank of a pillar within the Dark Guild. The magic eye mirror sighed. However, no matter how much they change, they remain bound by the will of their master, nothing more than a loyal slave to the darkness. The Azure Sword asked nervously. Was I about to become a great apostle? The mirror replied. Who knows? You were only being controlled, not fully fused. Given your talent, you might have even evolved into a pillar. Brian. It's a relief Brian arrived when he did. Otherwise, my old bones wouldn't have lasted. Brian replied. I was once part of the Saint Sword Guild. Helping is only natural. Brian continued. I was away on a mission when the guild was in peril, so I couldn't stand against the Dark Guild then. But seeing the cards that struck down the six-pillar demon today, I admit my defeat. You are truly formidable. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 laughed. Oh, it wasn't me. It's all thanks to Master Luo Bing's incredible cards. Brian turned to him. Young man, did you create these? Where did you learn such forging? It's not just the cards, Brian noted, eyeing his back. That sword of yours is no ordinary blade. Luo Bing smiled. I just enjoy crafting things at home to kill time. Brian let out a hearty laugh. A humble one. Aren't you, Lunasaurus added. If the Sword Saint were here, the Dark Guild wouldn't dare show their faces. Anasagus snapped. Keep your mouth shut, Luo Bing then asked. Master Brian. Isn't the Sword Saint's technique the pinnacle? Where is he now? Brian looked away. Luo Bing. I'm afraid I can't say. After all, I am no longer a member of the Saint Sword Guild. Barry sighed. It's all right. This secret won't stay hidden much longer anyway. Rumors are already beginning to spread. Brian gasped. So, the rumors are true, the Magic Eye Mirror interjected. After the internal rebellion, the guild's power was gutted. But worst of all, the Sword Saint has vanished. That is precisely why the Dark Guild seized the opportunity to strike. Barry confirmed. Since the Sword Saint sent word from the mountains 6 months ago, there has been total silence. No one knows his location or his fate. The guild is in turmoil, fearing for his safety. The balance of power is crumbling. It seems the Dark Guild planned this long ago. We must uncover the Sword Saint's whereabouts. Luo Bing nodded. I see. This is a grave situation indeed. Brian Sihil. We must rely on our own strength now. The road ahead will be long and treacherous. Barry clenched his fist. We will overcome this together. It has been a full year since the last trace of him vanished. Lac Bin asked. The Sword Saint went missing during a civil war, he replied. To be precise, the great Sword Saint left to hunt down Elder Axe, the traitor who turned his back on the guild and has yet to return. Azure Sword explained. My previous mission was to track the Sword Saint's coordinates in the Great Valley Mountains. But by the time I arrived, he was already gone. Luna interjected. But the Sword Saint had reached the level of a 5-star demon sovereign. He was only half a step away from becoming a demon king, capturing Elder Axe, who had just reached demon sovereign rank. Should have been effortless. Right as your sword sighed. No one doubts the Sword Saint's absolute power. But when I reached the Great Valley Mountains that day, the entire range was riddled with massive cracks. Azure Sword wandered deeper into the wasteland, searching aimlessly. Suddenly, his expression froze in pure shock. He looked like a mere ant standing before those colossal peaks. Azure Sword whispered. Half of the Great Valley Mountains had been ground into dust. It is impossible to fathom the sheer scale of the nightmare that unfolded between the Sword Saint and Elder Axe, Barry added. That is because Elder Axe wielded a supreme demonic weapon, the Great Burial Dark Axe, Barry continued. It is a massive axe known as the Great Burial. It radiates a terrifying malice, granting him enough power to bridge the gap between himself and the Sword Saint. Rand noted. I have checked the list of S-rank weapons forged by the Dwarf Kingdom. There is no record of the Dark Axe described. It must be a masterpiece created by the Dark Society itself. Lac Bin muttered. I still don't quite understand. Who exactly is Elder Axe? Why would he betray the guild like that? The power of that weapon is truly horrifying. We must uncover the truth behind this. Lac Bin fell into deep thought. Who was this Elder Axe? And what drove his betrayal? Why turn against the Sword Saint Guild? Barry explained. The Great Sword Saint is our esteemed guild master. Under him, 5 elders manage operations and guide the disciples. I am Elder Barry, in charge of the sword division. The others were the elders of the blade, spear, shield, and axe. Barry's voice grew heavy. But when Elder Axe launched his bloody rebellion, he slaughtered both the blade and spear elders. Elder Shield later fell in a heroic final stand against the Dark Society's pillar demons. Now, I am the only senior member left in the guild. During the chaos, many took the chance to desert us. Among the traitors was my own precious son, Sagittarius Tartarus. Lac Bin blinked. Wait, was your son a centaur swordsman? He thought to himself. If his son is a centaur, then what was his wife? Barry asked urgently. You met my son. How is he? Lac Bin paused. Well, he's dead. He thought, this isekai world is truly bizarre. Barry closed his eyes. It doesn't matter anymore. That is the fate of all traitors. The guild is facing its darkest hour. I need your strength to join us in the fight against the Dark Society, Brian replied. The Dwarf Kingdom can certainly provide weapons without issue. However, for A and S rank gear, the lack of whetstones makes Elder Barry's request difficult to fulfill. My father has entered seclusion to find a solution. The Mirror of Magic suddenly spoke up. May I ask a question? Elder Barry, you say the guild is at its lowest point. Why do you believe this alliance can truly destroy the Dark Society? Barry answered. It starts with us. Bert, I think you should abandon your plan to start a new guild and return as our vice guild master. Bert looked surprised. Elder Barry, me. The Vice Guild Master, I don't think that's appropriate. I left the guild a long time ago, Barry insisted. If I say you're fit, you are. Cards are a power too. We can form a new division with unit cards and make 𝐒𝐒𝐒 the card elder. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 gasped. What, me? How could I possibly be qualified to be an elder of the Sword Saint Guild? Barry reassured them. If the seniors agree, I will handle everything. There will be no issues. The guild's resources will be yours to command. I will even follow your orders without question, Hui whispered. Senior Bert. Elder Barry is being incredibly sincere. Being Vice Master is a position of immense power. It's far easier than building a guild from scratch. Please. Consider it. Bert turned to Lac Bin. Master Lac Bin. What do you think? Could the guild's reputation help spread the poker style faster? Lac Bin chuckled. Huh, Uncle Bert. Are you asking me for career advice? Back home, we say it's much easier to be a high-level executive in a big corporation than to struggle as an entrepreneur. He smiled. But those with true ambition often choose the hard path of starting their own business. It all depends on what you want. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 thought to himself, for someone like me with no ambition, it's probably best to just give others advice. Bert pondered Lac Bin's words deeply. Promotion is within your reach, no help needed. If this tiny spark is the extent of your ambition, I'm truly disappointed. Poe realized Lac Bin was guiding him. But Elder Barry's petty nature remained a major obstacle. Rejecting him now would be a direct insult. A slap in the face to the entire Saint Sword Guild. Barry offered any terms Poe desired. But Poe slammed the table, rising to silence the elder once and for all. I built this guild not for petty fame or fortune, but to revolutionize the world of cards. Mr. Lac Bin, my resolve is unshakable. Barry could only ask if Poe had truly considered the consequences. Barry sensed no power from Lac Bin, dismissing his teachings as a mere cover-up for Poe's secret agenda. Such a tempting offer. Lac Bin mused, his eyes glinting with a hidden plan. Perhaps I could use my ties with Uncle Poe to enter the Saint Sword Guild and master their arts. I won't return to the Saint Sword Guild. But rest assured, Elder Barry the Dark Guild's destruction is my priority too. The Card Guild will provide full support. Barry nodded, acknowledging the alliance with a simple, I see. The agreement was set, the Card Guild was now official. Barry smiled inwardly. He had just killed 3 birds with 1 stone. He'd lure Poe back while seizing control of those mysterious cards for the Saint Sword Guild's arsenal. It's time to head south and unmask the hidden shadows pulling the strings in that tiny nation. Lac Bin chuckled at Poe's legendary decisiveness. But Poe knew there was one critical factor. Everything depended on Lac Bin. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 exhaled with relief, vowing to push herself to the absolute limit. Prince Brian. When will the king end his seclusion? We desperately need rank A and S grade weaponry for the war. Brian shook his head. I honestly can't give you a definitive answer on that, lacking magic whetstones. The Dwarven Kingdom was paralyzed, with Aristotle refusing to help. My father was forced into deep research. And Tago, we need enchantments for our weapons and magic core soldiers. Mirror of Knowledge let out a thoughtful sigh. I am a neutral observer. But simply weaving a few spells shouldn't be too much of a burden. The objective is clear. The Saint Sword Guild will mobilize its full might in exactly 2 months. We must resolve every obstacle immediately. Any final questions before we proceed? Lac Bin raised his hand. Me, I want to sign up, Barry blinked. You're joining the crusade against the Dark Guild. No, I meant, is the Saint Sword Guild still taking students? I want to learn the way of the sword. I've been a bit lazy lately, but it's never too late for a fresh start. Right. Barry stood stunned. You're joking. Right. Even 𝐒𝐒𝐒 was baffled. Why on earth do you need swordsmanship? Well, Little White set this up for me. You'll have to ask her for the details. As Elizabeth enjoyed her pudding, Barry's face went pale. Forgive me, I'm sure your plan is flawless. Barry took a nervous sip of water. Of course, but swordsmanship is vast. What's your skill level? Young man, what's your mana density? Lac Bin gave an awkward laugh. Well, I checked, and it's pretty much non-existent. Magic isn't really my thing. Barry sighed. Without mana, my legendary magic sword arts are completely beyond your reach. Is there a style for those without a drop of magic, just pure, raw swordsmanship? There is. But only one person has ever mastered the non-magic blade. Our guild leader, the Sword Saint herself. If you can track her down, I'm certain she'd be willing to take you under her wing. Elizabeth nodded. Indeed. The only master worthy of teaching someone like Mr. Lac Bin is the Sword Saint. Lac Bin wept inwardly. I get it. He thought. The Sword Saint is missing. They're just trying to get rid of me. They clearly thought he was a hopeless case. Wait. The Mirror of Knowledge interrupted, scribbling mysterious runes onto parchment. The glowing runes detached from the page, dancing elegantly in the midair. The mirror gazed at the orb of runes. I've recorded some sword charms. They might actually work for you. For real. How do I use this? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh asked, showing the runes to Little White. Look. It's a manual for legendary sword techniques. Pudding time is over, Elizabeth declared, crushing the container in her grip. Time for the real work to begin. Blood suddenly sprayed across the room as the mirror of knowledge vanished, leaving only a gruesome crimson stain behind. Pests who think they're clever need to be exterminated. Miles away, a violent explosion tore through the desert dunes. 𝐒𝐒𝐒𝐒, the legendary sword saint of the guild, stood tall. Come out, stop hiding like a coward. Landing softly. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 questioned me. Why must you be such a nuisance? He asked, clinging to me like a shadow. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 declared, Elder, today I will settle the score for your betrayal with the Dark Guild and your fallen comrades. Raising her hand, she roared. Sand erupted in the wake of 𝐒𝐒𝐒's strike. Then, a heavy foot crashed down onto the dunes. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 raised his axe, which pulsed with a sinister blue light. As a purple eye manifested on the blade, he unleashed black shockwaves, shouting, Take this back. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 remained unfazed, a brilliant blue spark igniting before her eyes. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 smirked, boasting that his fusion with the spirit was deepening, making her threat vanish. Very soon. Great President, I will be the one hunting you, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 replied. You are still lost in your delusions. Soon. This cursed axe of resentment will consume your soul entirely. Wake up. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 gripped the axe, its purple eye glowing, and mocked her, asking what it mattered if he lost himself. He leaned back, claiming that experiencing such supreme power made losing oneself a divine blessing. His eyes flared purple as he whispered, It is time. Claim my flesh. Lord 𝐸𝐸𝐻, black ribbons of energy erupted, slowly coiling around 𝐸𝐸𝐻's body until he was completely consumed by darkness. A chilling cackle escaped his lips, but the voice was now feminine. Finally, I am free, she hissed, filled with nothing but pure, burning hatred. How dare you abandon me? I will never forgive you. Suddenly, 𝐸𝐸𝐻's physique began warping into the form of a beautiful woman, while his head remained that of a savage man. His body had fully transformed. He sneered, promising to find his target even at the ends of the earth. This power is magnificent, he marveled, declaring that no one alive could possibly stand in his way now. Prepare yourself for death. 𝐸𝐸𝐻 swung his axe, releasing an overwhelming pressure, and grinned, vowing to hunt her to the world's edge. He will find you. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 calmly called him a fool, stating he was now a mere puppet controlled by the dark gear. Laughing like a madman, 𝐸𝐸𝐻 reached into his chest and ripped out the gear. You mean this? You truly underestimate its power, he mocked. Veins bulged across his skull as he tore the skin from his chest, blood spraying everywhere. He claimed this meager evil was nothing compared to his hatred. He wrenched the gear from his flesh, skin tearing and blood flowing profusely. It was a gruesome display of absolute madness. With one violent jerk, the gear pulled the skin from his face. Beneath the mask of gore, the sharp, piercing eyes of a woman appeared. The transformation was complete. Dark energy swirled violently as a woman with long purple hair stepped out from the shadows. She walked forward, clutching the axe and stroking her hair. That feels better, she sighed. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 immediately shifted into a combat stance. The sword saint resolved to end this monster here and now. From her palm, she summoned a legendary S-rank weapon, the Phantom Blade, forged from the claws of a mythical beast. It possessed the power to increase her speed tenfold. 𝐸𝐸𝐻 raised the axe high. You talk too much, 𝐒𝐒𝐒, he hissed coldly. Get down here, you brat. In response, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 prepared her ultimate technique. It was the micro-dust slash. She moved with such blinding speed that the earth beneath them collapsed before 𝐸𝐸𝐻 could even react. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 spoke again. Since the elder is already dead, she realized there was no longer any reason to hold back her power. This ends now. Suddenly, her blade began to crack. She watched in shock as the phantom blade shattered and vanished from her hand. She gritted her teeth, calling out for her weapon. 𝐸𝐸𝐻 just mocked her, saying he was still adjusting to this new vessel. My movements are still a bit stiff. I am not quite used to this body yet. My timing was off, allowing a few hits to land. She continued. But you managed to draw blood. Impressive. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 truly worthy of praise. He challenged her with a smirk, asking if she had any other pathetic tricks left to show him. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 fumed inwardly, shocked that a weapon made from the Phantom King's claws only managed to leave a tiny scratch on the enemy. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 arrogantly suggested he warm up first. He began stretching on the sand, casually telling her to take her time thinking of a plan. He continued his exercises with total indifference. 𝐒𝐒𝐒's eyes blazed with fury at his blatant disrespect, gripping her hilt. She revealed a secret family technique. A series of explosive palm strikes erupted across the sky like thunder. Simultaneously, a golden crescent moon appeared. "Weapon fusion!" she cried, merging the two legendary armaments held in her hands. One was the S-rank stalactite spear. It appeared as fluid and graceful as water. However, it possessed the unique ability to turn harder than diamond upon impact, granting it invincible destructive power. The second was the S-rank awakening sickle. Its barbed hooks could lock onto targets and drain their mana directly into the wielder. The two legendary weapons began to fuse. From this union, two entirely new and terrifying instruments of war were born. The first was the S-rank withered staff. It erodes the user's soul, but grants the wielder the forbidden powers of the Dark Sea. The second was the S-rank explosive dagger. It requires master-level precision to handle, or it will instantly detonate the user. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 poured her remaining strength into the ritual. Gritting her teeth, she screamed, "Invoke spatial warp." The withered staff unleashed a blade so swift and sharp that a massive explosion rocked the battlefield in two. The arsenal continues to fuse with terrifying speed. At this moment, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 is forced low, using his massive blade as a makeshift crutch just to stay upright. He lets out a strained breath, muttering that his bones are finally stretching. Suddenly, a mysterious scroll manifests, radiating blinding pulses of light across the battlefield. From within a swirling fireball, weapons hurtle toward 𝐒𝐒𝐒 on the ground. The scroll reacts instantly, spitting out ethereal silk threads that weave into a shimmering net. This is the Snow Silk Shield, a legendary S-rank artifact. Its frame is forged from celestial silk, emitting a freezing aura that creates an impenetrable, icy defense. Encased within the Snow Silk Shield, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 simply continues his casual stretching. He scoffs with cold arrogance, asking if she truly dares to look down on him. Did she really think a monster like him would run to 𝐒𝐒𝐒? Grits her teeth, pouring every ounce of her remaining mana into her next strike. Her mind races through the combo, buffing the awakening sickle with the stalactite spear, then using the 𝐒𝐒𝐒 staff to warp space, trapping the explosive daggers inside to build a massive energy surge. The core begins to pulse with devastating power. She wants to charge it longer, but she can only maintain the space warp for 60 seconds. Any longer, and the void's influence will devour her very will. With no time to waste, she summons her next trump card. She whispers that this strike is as close to world-ending magic as one can get. Behold the Myriad Elephant Hammer, a supreme S-rank weapon. Even a basic swing unleashes the crushing force of 10,000 stampeding elephants. She swings the hammer into the fireball, screaming for the strike to land. The prepared weapon ignites, launching like a guided missile toward 𝐒𝐒𝐒, who is still trapped in silk. This is the World Ender arrow. As the clock ticks to 0.01 seconds, a sinister smirk plays across 𝐒𝐒𝐒's lips. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashes the firewood-splitting slash, effortlessly shredding the divine silk that bound him. At 0.002 seconds, he delivers a single, blinding strike. The supposedly unstoppable World Ender arrow is sliced clean in half mid-air. By 0.003 seconds, the shockwave from his slash carves through the valley, burying the arrow deep in the sand. A massive explosion erupts at 0.004 seconds. The momentum of his blade carries forward, reaching to 𝐒𝐒𝐒 in a heartbeat. Before she can even blink, both she and her massive hammer are cleaved through by the invisible force. Her eyes widen in pure horror at the impossible speed of the attack. But at 0.005 seconds, she forces a desperate counter, summoning gargantuan swords to surround her. She activates her ultimate defense, the sevenfold Abyssal Wind Guard swords. It is a final wall against 𝐒𝐒𝐒's brutal onslaught. At 0.006 seconds, the collision begins. The slash tears through the wind barrier, shattering every spirit sword in its path. Standing behind the crumbling defense, 𝐒𝐒𝐒's face pales as sheer terror takes hold. Cold sweat beads on her brow. At 0.007 seconds, 𝐒𝐒𝐒's strike finally connects, the sheer pressure shredding her clothes and battering her body. She tries to hold her ground, but her strength is completely spent. The impact sends her hurtling backward. At 0.008 seconds, The blade pierces the final wind layer. The energy blade tears through her form and embeds itself deep into the earth. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 collapses in agony as 𝐒𝐒𝐒 laughs mockingly, calling her efforts pathetic. Where the blade landed, a bottomless, smoking abyss now scars the landscape. He stands over the destruction, coldly stating that the warm-up is finally over and it is time for business. Hovering in the air like a god of death, he surveys the ruins below. He repeats his chilling words, his eyes scanning every inch of the dust for any sign of his prey. He looks left and then right, before lifting the sentient eye on his axe for a better view. The axe itself speaks, promising to find the heartless wretch wherever they hide. The massive eye dilates, projecting its vision across the horizon. It tracks every vibration and every shadow with predatory focus, ensuring nothing can escape its gaze. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 waits patiently for the perfect moment to end this. He is drunk on his own overwhelming power, while a broken 𝐒𝐒𝐒 clings to a fading flicker of hope. The very air feels heavy under the demon's suffocating pressure. Is there anyone left who can stand against him? Suddenly, the eye on the axe freezes on a mysterious point in the distance. It seems he has found his target. A twisted, sadistic grin spreads across his face. Meanwhile, in a completely different space, the tension is just as thick. In a quiet courtyard, two shadows stand in deep conversation. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh follows closely behind Elizabeth, who seems quite amused by the unfolding chaos. He mutters that the enemy is approaching. With a simple click of a remote, the red-haired girl collapses onto the sofa, propping her feet up. She sighs happily, claiming that AC, 20 TV, and chips are the only things that matter. Munching on a chip, she tells 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh to handle all that annoying world domination business. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh sinks into the couch with a heavy sigh, complaining about how exhausting life has become. He grumbles that he really isn't cut out for the tyrant life. She shoots him a look, reminding him that a deal is a deal and he needs to take his job seriously. She promises her full support, but 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh just rolls his eyes. He asks if, next time, she could at least give him a warning before throwing him into the fire. She just keeps snacking. Stop complaining, she snaps. Suddenly, Barry's eyes snap open as visions of blood fill his mind. He bolts upright, shouting for everyone to stay on high alert. Nearby, 𝐒𝐒𝐒's expression turns ice cold as he grips his sword, ready to strike. Shadows flicker as Luna and Anna draw their blades, while a bandaged swordsman feels his energy fading. He realizes he's down to his last drop of sword intent. Meanwhile, the master smith, half drunk on wine, chuckles to himself, deciding it's better to just sit back and watch the world burn. Barry stands up shakily, trying to calm the panicked group at the round table. He rubs his hands together humbly and looks at 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh, asking if he could shed some light on this disaster. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh just stares back blankly, wondering what situation they are even talking about. All the while, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 remains poised to strike, his eyes fixed on the shadows. Smoke swirls as Luna and Anna reinforce their defensive positions. The bandaged warrior focuses on the faint spark of battle aura remaining in his hands, preparing for the end. The master smith takes another swig, laughing at the absolute mess the world has become. He's perfectly content being a spectator in this high-stakes game. Barry pleads with everyone to stay calm and listen. He turns back to 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh with a desperate look, begging for an explanation of the current crisis. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh is completely lost, his mind a total blank. Barry continues to rub his hands together, imploring the young man to tell them what on earth is happening. As the weight of their gazes hits him, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh starts to retrace his steps. He blinks in confusion, his inner voice screaming, "What situation? What is everyone talking about? Is that all?" Demon King Elizabeth sat calmly on her throne. With skills like that, no wonder the Dark Guild infiltrated and wrecked this place. Puzzled, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh spoke up. "Wait, Little White. What exactly do you mean by that?" Little White shouted. "Everyone, open your eyes and look closely." She flicked her fingers and commanded, "Dispel." As she began the incantation, a strange creature suddenly materialized and fell to the ground with a heavy thud. The Sword Elder gasped. A parasitic curse. The parasite on the floor began scurrying wildly. Trapped in a state of panic, the parasite suddenly realized 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh was staring right at it. In a heartbeat, it lunged forward to attack, caught completely off guard by the creature's sudden strike. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh cried out in shock. Elizabeth's sharp eyes caught every movement. The Demon King coolly pinched her slender fingers together. Suddenly, the parasite was crushed flat, letting out a pained shriek. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 watched in disbelief and yelled. Even its physical body was just a clone spell. Luna was gripped by doubt. Has even a powerhouse like Lord Tago defected to the Dark Guild's side? Anna spoke from behind. That explains everything. It seems more and more people are joining the ranks of the Dark Guild. They managed to evade the evolution site only because they had high-level tactical support. Elizabeth overheard them and countered. You are both right and wrong at the same time. The signature of this spell and the mana from that fleshy gear are completely different. Elizabeth continued. If he had truly cast a spell for you to fight with, the battlefield would have become a breeding ground by now, you fools. Unable to take it, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh sat there trembling and biting his nails. That magic worm was terrifying. Getting bitten would definitely hurt. Barry stepped forward, full of curiosity. Princess Little White, how were you able to detect it? Little White gave a cold, dismissive laugh. That is none of your business. Despite her blatant contempt, Barry just chuckled. The Sword Saint Guild may have grown weaker, but they weren't about to let anyone look down on them like this. Seeing the tension between Little White and Barry, Bot panicked and looked around frantically. This is bad. Elder Barry is a very prideful man. Since he doesn't know the true identities of Master 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh and the Demon King, he won't let this go. If he accidentally provokes the Demon King, the consequences will be beyond imagination. Bot leaned over and whispered to 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh. Master 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh, if you know the answer, could you please explain it to us? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh replied innocently. Oh, are you asking me? I don't really get it either. Suddenly, a hand grabbed 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh and pulled him back. It's time for afternoon tea, Little White said, dragging him away. The adventure is over. Come home with me. Startled by the sudden pull, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh called out awkwardly. Goodbye, mister. Bot, let's meet again next time. Bot watched his lead walk away and cried out in despair. This is bad. If things aren't explained, the petty Elder Barry will go looking for trouble. He's walking straight into his own grave. If that happens, not even the Sword Saint himself could save him when he returns. Little White suddenly glanced back with a look of pure annoyance. Are you done yet? Bot instantly went silent, covering his mouth in fear. The group then stood up to say their goodbyes. As Little White and 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh departed, Barry turned to Hui and ordered, Ho, follow them immediately. Investigate the south with me. Now, move later. Little White and 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh were settled comfortably in a large room. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh sighed. Still, if something like this happens again, at least give me a heads up so I can prepare myself. Munching on potato chips, Little White thought to herself. There are two key pieces of information here. First, those goggles can scan mana. They were likely crafted using the red demon eye of 𝐒𝐒𝐒𝐬 as a base. Second, the mana from that spellcaster is entirely different from the Dark Guild's signature. It's clear that other evil forces are stirring in the shadows. But no matter, Amelia has already wiped out the Dark Guild's elite, so the source of the disaster is gone. The survivors can stay alive just to serve as playthings for 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh's adventure roleplay. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh leaned back in his chair. And that magic worm, it really gave me a good scare. There are no worms where I come from. By the way, Elizabeth, how did you know he was a bad guy? Can you teach me? Then he hesitated. Actually, never mind. It's probably some magic skill that requires mana. Right, I don't have any talent for that. Little White glanced at 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh. When those goggles scanned for mana, there was absolutely no reflection from him. Even someone as powerful as I am wouldn't normally notice it. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh's creations are truly of unidentifiable quality, but because I'm wearing the clothes you made, I can detect any malice directed at me without needing any mana at all. Suddenly, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh put on a mock menacing face. Just admit that I'm more skilled than you. Just say it. Spit it out already. Xiaobai trembled, paralyzed by Luo Ping's chilling aura. Fuming with indignation, she thought, how loathsome. He already knows the truth. Yet he's only asking to toy with me. This king was simply seizing an opportunity to pressure him. Or so I thought. Little White huffed in annoyance, munching on chips while fuming. She completely ignored his existence. Luo Ping remained seated, asking calmly, by the way, what should my next move be? Is swinging a sword 1,000 times a day really enough? I should learn some techniques. But the Sword Saint Guild keeps rejecting my application. Elizabeth, why don't you teach me some moves? Hearing this, Little White flatly refused. No way. We must honor our agreement. There are strict prerequisites if you truly wish to rule this world. Elizabeth explained. First, you must conquer using only swordsmanship and magic you are absolutely terrible at. Second, aside from basic clothing, you cannot carry any items crafted by your own hands. Third, I will accompany you to guide your world-conquering journey, but I will not teach you a single magic or sword skill myself. Confused by her words, Luo Ping blinked. When did we ever agree to something like that? Just now, Elizabeth replied coldly. Luo Ping slammed his hands onto his knees and sighed deeply. Ugh, should I ask Uncle P again? Even though he switched to card games, he might still remember some sword techniques to teach me. Suddenly, a loud pop erupted beside Luo Ping, making him jump. Alpha emerged from a cloud of white smoke, looking superior. Crossing his arms, he scoffed. You should just give up. I don't sense a shred of pure swordsmanship from any of them. There is absolutely nothing those people can teach you. Luo Ping tilted his head. Pure swordsmanship, Alpha explained. That means sword skills entirely separated from magic. None of their moves work without it. In a world built on magic, who would bother learning pure swordsmanship? Is it just for fitness? Luo Ping considered Alpha's logic, rubbing his chin as he pondered the situation. Alpha, you're right. In this magical realm, combat is always a fusion of spells and blades. Right. Pure swordsmanship for fitness. Luo Ping rushed to the bookshelf and cheered. I found it. Alpha watched him. Found what? Crossing his arms again. He added, It's been a while, yet this is my first time inside. Luo Ping frantically dug through the piles of old books, searching for something specific. I remember getting this from a random system reward. I just tossed it on the shelf to gather dust. Is this it? Alpha turned to Little White. Curious. What kind of place is this that makes you stay cooped up all day? How is the world domination going? Placing his hands behind his head, Alpha strolled around. Let me take a look. He saw the microwave, a new fan, and a robot vacuum. Alpha frowned at the strange appliances. What are these weird gadgets? Suddenly, the ground beneath Alpha's feet shifted. With a sharp crack, Alpha's body split in two, terrified. He broke into a cold sweat as visions of death flashed before him. Clutching his stomach in pain, Alpha collapsed. He glanced at Luo Ping in shock. Could it be him? No. Such sharp killing intent doesn't fit his style at all. Meanwhile, Luo Ping kept searching the shelf. Where is it? Where could it be? Alpha eyed Little White suspiciously. Is it her? No. That old woman's bloodlust is far more violent. It should be more terrifying. Suddenly, Alpha looked toward the kitchen. The hanging knives and utensils were radiating a pitch-black aura. Alpha narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Are you telling me that Meat Cleaver is the source? I am the king of weapons. The holy sword Alpha, his face distorted in pure terror, resembling the famous painting. The scream. Beside him, Luo Ping shouted joyfully. Aha, I finally found it. Overwhelmed by fear, Alpha bolted for the door, screaming at the top of his lungs. I'm getting out of here. In a flash, Alpha vanished. Luo Ping blinked in surprise. What's his problem? He quickly grinned, dismissing the drama. Oh well, forget him. I finally have it in my hands. It was a Tai Chi sword exercise book, a hallmark of Chinese culture, designed to be easy to learn and practice. Moderate exercise to prevent illness, extend life, and strengthen the body. Let's uncover the mysteries of nature together. Luo Ping flipped through the pages with a smile. I thought this was useless and tossed it away. Who knew I'd need it today? Closing the book, our hero touched his forehead, deep in thought. Only 13 moves in total. It looks simple enough that even the elderly could master it. No magic required. But can it really be used for combat? He raised the book high, calling out, Hey, I found a sword manual, Elizabeth. Can you guide me, Elizabeth? However, was busy stretching her limbs with a lazy moan. I ate way too many chips. I'm so sleepy. Sinking into the sofa, she waved him off. Nope. Go play by yourself. I wish to rest for a while. Closing his book, Luo Ping nodded in agreement. All right then. I'll head out and see if Alpha has any ideas. Luo Ping's mind raced with silent thoughts. Asterisk Elizabeth. You narrow-minded woman times. Meanwhile, Little White lounged on the sofa, watching Luo Ping's departing figure. Little White's gaze drifted away, resting his chin on his hand. He smirked while munching on a potato chip. Mastery of the blade takes a decade. Asterisk. You won't achieve a thing without years of blood and sweat. Go ahead. Fumble around in the dark for a while. Asterisk. When you hit a wall and lose all hope, that's when I'll step in. Only then will you truly understand my supreme status times. Meanwhile, Luo Ping searched everywhere. Shouting Alpha Alpha, he suddenly spotted something. Approaching a wooden log with a sword embedded in it. He muttered, How did you end up as a sword here? He picked it up. Hey, since you're not answering, I'll take that as a yes. Time to start training. Luo Ping rested his manual against the tree trunk. First form, Here we go, with a shaky stance. He swung the blade and roared. Dragonfly grazes the water, Haya. 300 miles away. A golden frog stood tall. Amidst a desolate landslide sat the frog immortal, a 3-star demon sovereign. Though wounded, the golden frog remained defiant, raising its hand. It let out a thunderous ribbit. Suddenly, it slammed its palms together, weaving intricate hand seals. Rat, rabbit, and then goat. A sinister red aura surged around the creature. Opening its maw, it unleashed the gastric acid blood mist. Suddenly, a silhouette leaped through the crimson haze. Charging toward the frog was the weapon soul, Yatang, gripping her massive axe. She lunged forward. Once I slay you, the other beasts will learn their place. Move aside, or die. The frog immortal stared in terror at Yatang's approaching form. It scrambled backward, desperate for an escape route, but Yatang's blade was already at its throat. The red mist swirled violently as the roar of battle echoed across the fractured earth. The frog immortal never expected to face such an overwhelming foe. The sheer force of the axe seemed to tear through space itself. It let out one final, piercing cry. Annoyed by the sound, Yatang roared and lunged again. Unleashing her sundering strike, a massive explosion rocked the battlefield. The frog was sent flying, its body gravely wounded. It crashed into the dirt, a gaping hole in its belly, letting out a pained, pathetic croak. Yatang slowly approached with her axe in hand. With so many monsters acting as your watchdogs, it's no wonder you managed to hide for so long. She hoisted her weapon once more, ready to finish it. But as of today, your peaceful life comes to a violent end. Yatang swung her axe with devastating force. Yet an eerie, unsettling silence suddenly fell over the surroundings. She struck with a palm blast, her sound-absorbing ability rendering the frog defenseless. Suddenly, something began to crawl out of the frog's head. Yatang tensed. Asterisk, a real threat has arrived, asterisk. Wang Kai emerged from the frog's head, tilting his own with an innocent look. He let out a cheerful woof, as if simply saying hello. The frog trembled and stammered. If the big boss is joining the fray, then this humble frog shall take its leave. Wang Kai continued to pace atop the frog's head. With a poof, the frog vanished, leaving Wang Chai to land gracefully on the ground. Yatang's temper flared. Hey, if you don't want to die, get out of my way. Wang Kai's eyes scanned her as his internal system activated. Scanning. Target unidentified. Danger level extreme. Red X marks flashed in Wang Kai's eyes. Do not disturb Master's peace. Initiating primary protocol. Eradication mode engaged. Defense level increased to 3. With that, Wang Kai unleashed a devastating barrage of missiles directly at Yatang. Thundering explosions filled the air as thick smoke billowed upward. High above, a hand pointed toward the sky. It was Luo Ping, his sword creating a whirlwind of force. Luo Ping poured everything into his blade. The sound of clashing air echoed everywhere. Even Yatang was pushed back by the sheer pressure. The battle was nearing its climax. Wang Kai's power was undeniable. Luo Ping stared intently at the foe before him, drenched in sweat. Luo Ping wiped his brow and chuckled happily. Finally, I've mastered it all. That wasn't so hard after all. Haha. Suddenly, the sword erupted in a burst of smoke, forcing a startled Luo Ping to jump back. Whoa, Alpha. You're back. There on the ground sat Alpha, calmly cross-legged with hands on his knees. He opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. Phew, finally restored. Luo Ping grinned and showed off his moves. Perfect timing. Give me some feedback on the sword techniques I just practiced. Alpha's eyes widened in confusion. Huh, sword techniques. What are you talking about? Luo Ping patted Alpha's head and offered some comfort. Don't worry. Feel free to speak your mind. I know this Tai Chi sword exercise is just for health and not for real combat, but after one session, I feel like my entire body is overflowing with newfound energy. Reality finally dawned on Alpha. With a grim expression, he muttered, I remember now. That nightmare from earlier. Just moments ago, Alpha had been running for his life from kitchen utensils, tears streaming down his face. He wailed. Why do such terrifying weapons even exist? Every single one of them can suppress me. Clutching his head, he sprinted out of the house, screaming at the top of his lungs. I can't live here anymore. This place is a living nightmare. Reaching a tree, Alpha collapsed and began to sob uncontrollably. Sub. I can't take it. In the world of weapons, once you admit defeat, your spirit dissipates, and you revert to your base form. I am the legendary Holy Sword. Yet I Wah, as he cried. Alpha transformed back into a sword. Stabbing into the tree trunk, Alpha slammed his fists against the ground. His pride completely shattered. He trembled in self-loathing. Damn it all. I was suppressed so badly I reverted to a sword. I almost lost my soul and became a common tool. Me, the strongest weapon. The holy, a sword of legends, damn it. Damn it all, how is this even possible? Alpha trembled with rage. Realizing that if 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh hadn't used those strange sword techniques to awaken him from his dormant state, this sacred sword might have ended up as a common kitchen knife. He used skills beyond my comprehension to save me. Then had the nerve to ask for my guidance. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh was casually stretching nearby. Looking completely at ease as he focused on relaxing his body and mind, Alpha could almost hear 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh's intimidating voice whispering, "Young man, the depths of this world are far beyond your reach. Do you understand now why I didn't bother looking for you or the Demon King compared to my power? Your sacred sword is nothing but a pile of scrap metal." Overwhelmed by fear, Alpha began to tremble uncontrollably. He muttered to himself, "Forgive me. I was far too arrogant." Watching from behind, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh was completely baffled by the sword's strange behavior. Suddenly, Alpha clutched his head and began shaking it violently. He let out a desperate cry. If that is the case, then what is the purpose of my very existence? Why was I created? Why am I even here? I can't take this anymore. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh watched the sword's mental breakdown and instinctively backed away in fear. In an instant, Alpha transformed back into a sword. Whoosh! He bolted away at lightning speed, screaming in terror. I have to get out of this terrifying place. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh was left standing there, completely stunned. His eyes widened in confusion as he called out, "Wait. Alpha, where are you going? If you leave, how am I supposed to learn swordsmanship?" Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Vuong Tai and 𝐸𝐺 Tang reached a fever pitch. Massive explosions shook the heavens, turning the sky white. Standing amidst the swirling smoke, 𝐸𝐺 Tang sneered. "Are you truly satisfied spending your whole life as a mere puppet? Join me, together. We can raise this place to the ground and rule the world outside." Vuong Tai listened intently to the offer. "Then shut up and stop your barking." 𝐸𝐺 Tang stood tall, blinded by arrogance. "I only offered to cooperate to save myself some time." With a roar, 𝐸𝐺 Tang hoisted her massive axe high into the air. "Don't think for a second that I'm afraid of you." Her weapon swung down with the devastating wood-chopping slash, tearing through the air as it surged toward Vuong Tai. The strike was so powerful it seemed to rip through the very fabric of space, carving a path from the distant mountains to the lush plains. Rubble and debris floated into the air. Vuong Tai watched calmly as his internal systems hummed to life. Damage analysis initiated. Processing visual data of the impact zone, that single strike had sliced through ancient ruins millions of years old, reaching all the way down to the molten core of the earth. Seeing the results, even Vuong Tai felt a flicker of alarm. He lifted a robotic leg, checking his calculations as he muttered to himself, "If this isn't stopped, it will hit the mantle and trigger a massive magma explosion, causing catastrophic tectonic shifts and world-ending earthquakes. And most importantly, it will disturb Master's peaceful life." Suddenly, a hatch on its back opened, and a mechanical arm extended at high speed to investigate. Deep below, as the mechanical hand lunged forward, it suddenly clamped shut on something solid. It had met an obstacle. 𝐸𝐺 Tang emerged with a twisted, delighted laugh. "Ha ha ha, there is nowhere left for you to hide now." She unleashed another devastating wood-chopping slash. The robotic dog remained silent, but another hatch slid open on its flank. A second mechanical arm shot out with blinding speed. With effortless precision, it caught the powerful strike as if it were nothing. Brilliant blue arcs of electricity began to dance and crackle around the robotic hand. The sheer force of 𝐸𝐺 Tang's attack was being drained, the rate of absorption accelerating with every passing second. The grip tightened with a thunderous boom, with what looked like a mere flick of its wrist. Vuong Tai neutralized the ultimate move as the electrical aura intensified. Vuong Tai calmly retracted his mechanical arms. 𝐸𝐺 Tang stood frozen, her lips trembling in disbelief as she gnashed her teeth in pure frustration. "This is impossible," she shrieked. "How could you absorb my entire attack?" Meanwhile, the little robotic pup sat down with perfect composure. It even began to nonchalantly scratch its ear. With a heavy, mocking sigh, it barked. "Woof, I must say, your energy had a rather exquisite flavor. As a token of my gratitude, I will let you leave with your life if you walk away now." These words only fueled 𝐸𝐺 Tang's burning rage. 𝐸𝐺 Tang raised her axe, her gaze radiating pure malice. A grotesque eye embedded in the blade darted around. "I was saving this move for that traitor. she hissed. But now, I have no choice but to use it to obliterate a mangy mutt like you. High in the clear blue sky, she hovered, enveloped in an eerie, pulsing purple aura. She let out a piercing scream. Hope shatters into a million pieces, leaving only eternal torment, 500 years of sorrow, abandonment, and pure hatred. Converga now? A terrifying power exploded. Yet Vuong Tai simply continued to scratch his ear with his mechanical arm. Looking completely bored by the display, the swirling mass of dark purple energy surged forward, spiraling into the bulging eye embedded in the head of her axe. A suffocating, murderous intent filled the air as she erupted into a crazed laughter. You filthy dog, you will soon realize that being killed quickly would have been a mercy. Ha ha ha, from high above. The concentrated energy condensed into a single point before erupting toward the earth like a pillar of death. This was the resentment death beam, locked directly onto the tiny robotic dog. The horrifying energy exploded with world-shattering force. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 watched the destruction with a manic grin as the world trembled around her. The resentment death beam had finally been unleashed upon that tiny machine, looking incredibly optimistic. The pup calmly rummaged through the storage compartment on its back. Vivid, mechanical clicking sounds echoed as it searched. It was a mini cat-ear mirror, the chosen tool for this mission. This gleaming little gadget was a custom masterpiece crafted by Lac Bin. Vuong Tai swiftly raised the mirror to intercept the attack. He countered his opponent's death ray by perfectly applying science to the battlefield. Just like that, the beam was effortlessly reflected. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 stood frozen against the blue sky, watching her own ultimate move soar back toward her. With a sharp crack, the clouds above were sliced clean in half, parting ways for 𝐒𝐒𝐒's own redirected, devastating strike. It didn't stop there. The beam soared into space, shattering a massive asteroid. Stunned and speechless, she gazed into the distance with pure disbelief. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 muttered in shock. 500 years of her accumulated hatred and resentment had vanished in a single instant. At that exact moment, Vuong Tai pulled out yet another mysterious weapon. She caught a glimpse of it and immediately turned away, trembling with fear. A new presence appeared in the sky. A drone shaped like a puppy's head was approaching. It was, quite literally, a high-tech surveillance drone. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 swung her axe, ready to crush the intruder. She growled in frustration. Vuong Tai, what on earth is this thing? Destroy everything, she screamed. But her body suddenly froze. A fleet of drones surrounded her, generating a lethal, shimmering electrical barrier. She was completely paralyzed, trapped within a massive, high-level containment field that suppressed her every move. Meanwhile, the little guy acted as if he were just playing around. He lay comfortably on the grass, legs swaying, and casually praised his opponent. After that fierce woman, you might be the strongest invader I have ever encountered, he remarked playfully. Luckily, this great king has also leveled up. It's over. As the field intensified, the drone's eyes turned a menacing red, leaving 𝐒𝐒𝐒 pale with terror. Beads of cold sweat poured down her face like rain, driven by pure stress and a growing sense of dread. Her face twisted in agony as she screamed internally. I can endure this. 500 years of vengeance cannot end like this. A blinding light of desperate desire flared within 𝐒𝐒𝐒's eyes. A final struggle against her fate. But no. It was 500 kilowatts of electricity surging through her. She shrieked. I refuse. I won't accept this. No. 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 The eye on her axe widened unnaturally, glowing with a sinister purple light before suddenly shattering into 1,000 jagged pieces. The soul residing within let out a blood-curdling scream. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 was now nothing more than a weapon spirit howling in eternal resentment. She continued to wail into the void. I refuse to accept this. I will not give up. After his break on the grass, the pup Vuong Tai stood up, stretched his back, and wiggled his tail. 𝐒𝐒𝐒, these invaders are getting tougher lately. Looks like I'll have to dig through Master's trash for discarded manuals to power up even further when I get back. Suddenly, a hand burst from the ground like a scene from a zombie movie. The little pup's fur stood on end as he jumped back in fright. What's still alive? He gasped. Beneath the rubble lay 𝐒𝐒𝐒, who had reverted to her original form. Tukishi, lying unconscious. Her body was covered in wounds, and the pendant around her neck began to show deep, ominous cracks. That was the fabled Lucky Necklace, a supreme artifact crafted from star fragments that wandered through the vast cosmos every 10 years. As it passed by the brave continent, it would shed rare fragments of pure luck. Years ago, the Sword Saint gathered these fragments during his global adventures and commissioned the Dwarf King to forge them into jewelry. It was said that anyone wearing this accessory would have their luck amplified many times over. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was happily munching on a bag of snacks, savoring every bite. On the television, an April Fool's special series was playing. Watching Gao Bai reincarnated in another world, she grumbled. Another ad. I'll have to make 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh buy me a premium membership later. She reached into the bag for another piece, but her hand found nothing. The snack bag was completely empty. Slumping onto the sofa, Elizabeth held up the bag and sighed in disappointment. Is it gone already? That was too fast. Suddenly, a small smile touched her lips. The essence of the snacks, the flavorful crumbs, was still clinging to the bottom. Using her finger, Elizabeth carefully gathered every last crumb and all the lingering seasoning left inside. She savored the taste with her eyes closed, looking blissfully content. The seasoning at the bottom is what truly satisfies this great king, she thought. After that, Elizabeth crumpled the empty bag into a ball and tossed it perfectly into the trash can. She stood up and slipped into her adorable pink bunny slippers. With a faint smirk, she slowly opened the door to head outside. She felt a surge of secret joy, thinking that by now, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh must be suffering and groaning from the brutal sword training. It was only natural, back when she accepted his challenge. She had to endure hellish training to truly master the way of the sword. Stepping outside, Elizabeth called out, "Not slacking off, are you? This great king is here to inspect your progress." How was the training going? Before she could finish, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Elizabeth stood there in silence, staring at him. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh was intensely focused, holding something mysterious in his hand. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh set aside his branch and sank into deep meditation. A shimmering magic circle flared to life around him. Curious, Elizabeth approached and demanded, "Didn't I tell you to practice your swordsmanship? Why are you just sitting there?" Ignoring her completely, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh focused on his breathing. His hands moved in a blurred, rhythmic dance, flowing through endless forms, fuming at his silence. Elizabeth snapped, "Hey, this queen asked you a question." Then, a mocking smirk crossed her lips. "Ah, I see. You failed, didn't you? You're too embarrassed to face me? So you're hiding. Fine. I've changed my mind. If you bow and ask nicely, I'll teach you a few moves. Once you master them, no one will stand in your way, and you'll have nothing to fear within the bounds of our 3 agreements." 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh remained unmoved, staying focused on his internal cultivation despite her chatter. After finishing his session, he looked up with a bright smile. "Oh, Elizabeth, were you saying something to me just now?" "Sorry. I was lost in my Tai Chi meditation." Elizabeth trembled with suppressed rage, forcing a strained smile. "Oh, is that so?" Quickly regaining her composure, Elizabeth placed her hands on her hips and scoffed. "You seem quite confident. But make no mistake, you need to learn the sword. Sitting here in silence is utterly meaningless." Suddenly, a branch whistled past her face, making her jump in shock. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh pointed the branch directly at her, laughing with absolute confidence. "Who said it was meaningless? This is a health-strengthening art. It focuses on tempering the mind while you were just standing there dazed. Listen, Elizabeth, I've mastered all 13 forms of this sword technique. Care for a demonstration? Then you can give me some pointers." Elizabeth smirked and agreed. Fine. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh spun the branch with expert precision. He drew the branch behind his back, extending his other hand forward in a classic stance. Closing his eyes, he spoke. "Tai Chi requires a calm heart. First form dragonfly touching water." He lowered the branch, standing atop the water's surface as light as a dragonfly. Real dragonflies gathered around him. Elizabeth watched, stunned. She muttered, "Entering such a high state instantly, not bad. But then again, you are the legendary hero. I'm used to your surprises. But this peaceful aura has no bite. Where's the killing intent in your sword?" 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh transitioned into the second form breeze, caressing the willows, gliding across the water with ethereal grace. Third form swallow step. He swung the branch down with sharp, decisive power. Fourth form wind, sweeping the clouds. As he pointed the branch down, a sudden gale began to swirl. He surged forward into the fifth form wind-breaking spirit. The peaceful atmosphere shattered as a massive vortex began to form in the sky above. Violent winds tore through the lotus leaves. Elizabeth stared in disbelief. The domain was transforming right before her eyes. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh whispered under his breath, shifting his stance as the lake began to churn at his touch. Water spiraled upward, coiling around his arms. Sixth form primordial thunder. Lightning struck the water with a deafening roar. Elizabeth raised her hand, gathering a sinister crimson aura. She thought, "To reach this level so quickly, I need to humble him a little. Soaring into the air, she conjured a blinding light. Not bad. Allow this queen to give you a real lesson. Water droplets danced on his branch as 𝐒𝐒𝐒 ascended. A massive torrent erupting from the lake below. The water shaped itself into a colossal blue dragon. Soaring skyward, 𝐒𝐿izabeth roared. World-ending magic sword. Gigantic claws emerged from a crimson rift as a terrifying red dragon, wreathed in lightning, bared its fangs. The two dragons clashed violently amidst the raging hurricane. Under a pitch-black sky, the red dragon dived with murderous intent, its eyes glowing with fury. The majestic blue dragon rose from the depths, letting out a thunderous roar that shook the world. As they collided, the red vortex suddenly dissipated, and the crimson dragon vanished into thin air. The blue dragon ascended toward the moon as silence returned. Moonlight bathed the world in a shimmering, starlit glow. The dragon glided peacefully above as 𝐒𝐿izabeth and 𝐒𝐒𝐒 stood locked in a tense, silent gaze. A twisted smile broke across 𝐒𝐿izabeth's face, her eyes wide and veins pulsing with terrifying intensity. How could my sword style be broken so easily? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 simply raised his branch, his eyes closed in perfect serenity. Quietude, he begins, a heart unmoved by chaos, a soul steady in motion. Only through absolute composure can one grasp the true essence of Tai Chi. With those words, he points a simple branch toward the water, balancing on a single leg. The tip grazes the moon's reflection, sending ripples across the surface until suddenly, the moon itself begins to rise from the depths. This is the 8th form moon retrieval from the depths. A mere reflection transforms into reality right before their eyes. As it ascends, 𝐒𝐿izabeth watches in disbelief while massive boulders crumble and drift into the sky. Suddenly, the debris rains down like a localized storm. 𝐒𝐿izabeth grits her teeth in fury. That damn Luo Ping. He was playing weak this whole time, but if it's swordsmanship you want, she growls. You've challenged me in the wrong domain. The moon swells in size as the rocky downpour intensifies. Dodging the falling stones, 𝐒𝐿izabeth bellows. Fine, I'm done holding back. Suddenly, an invisible force seizes her, lifting her high into the air. 𝐒𝐿izabeth's eyes widen in sheer panic. Before she can process the situation, her vision blurs. Damn you, she screams as she's pulled even higher. You think gravity can hold me? Not a chance, she shouts defiantly. Just as the space around her warps and the rocks vanish into thin air, eerie dark rifts begin to manifest. 𝐒𝐿izabeth scans the distorted surroundings, her heart racing. Her confidence falters as dread sets in. She realizes too late this boy's realm has completely evolved. Meanwhile, Luo Ping remains the picture of serenity, channeling his profound power with effortless grace. Flow with the motion, he thinks, entering the void of the Tai Chi sword state. Suddenly, he thrusts his wooden stick forward with decisive force. He initiates the 9th form, meteor chasing the moon. Every floating celestial rock suddenly shifts, homing in on their new target. 𝐒𝐿izabeth watches the incoming meteors with growing terror. Each one carries the weight of a world-ending spell, and there are hundreds of them. They ignite, streaking across the sky at terminal velocity. 𝐒𝐿izabeth stares them down, her eyes bleeding into a void of pitch black and crimson. Dark markings etch across her face as she ascends to her demon god form. Her ears sharpen, and her hair cascades down like a dark river. Her locks whip in the gale as her attire transforms. A jagged horn erupts from her brow, and a suffocating darkness envelops the entire area, hovering in the abyss. She delivers a devastating slash at an oncoming meteor. Underestimating you was my mistake, she admits. But don't think you've surpassed me in the art of the blade. With one swift stroke, she cleaves a massive meteor in two. As the others swarm her, she charges forward, her blade a blur of destruction. You're dead wrong, she screams, effortlessly shredding every rock in her path. Her voice drips with pure, unadulterated rage. I'll kill you. From a distance, Luo Ping watches calmly, his arms crossed as he tracks her every move. 𝐒𝐿izabeth raises her blade high, aiming for a finishing blow. My swordsmanship is the greatest in all of history, she proclaims with soaring pride. Even as death nears, Luo Ping doesn't even blink. Flaming fragments rain down around them as her demon god energy shatters the very fabric of space. She lunges with terrifying speed, her blade glowing with a lethal chill. Her only goal is to erase the man before her. Yet, Luo Ping stands his ground. With a flick of his wooden stick, he prepares to parry the strike. The screech of clashing energy echoes through the smoke. 𝐒𝐿izabeth is stunned by his inexplicable strength as her dark mana explodes in a final desperate burst, refusing to let her pride be tarnished. She pours every ounce of her essence into her blade. The battlefield trembles under the weight of their clash. With a primal roar, Elizabeth bets everything on one final attack. World-ending light consumes the field. But Luo Ping remains as immovable as a mountain. He stands motionless before her. Elizabeth screams at the top of her lungs. All things severed and brings her blade down with all her might. The strike is powerful enough to make the moon tremble. But Luo Ping is gone. He vanished into thin air at the moment of impact. Chunks of earth fly as dust chokes the air. Elizabeth's strike was so devastating, it left a literal scar across the lunar surface. As her fury cools, a sudden pang of anxiety hits her. Oh no, she whispers. Her competitive spirit replaced by genuine worry. Did I actually kill him? She looks toward the heavens, only to find Luo Ping looking back down at her. He's actually smiling. Reach the ultimate void. Maintain absolute stillness. He calls out, leaving Elizabeth completely bewildered by the turn of events. What on earth? She stammers. Luo Ping explains gently. When the heart is empty, you become one with Tai Chi. Danger can no longer touch you. He then performs the 10th form, embracing the moon. With a gentle motion, he begins to mend the fractured moon. Seeing this, Elizabeth's rage boils over again. The veins on her face throb as her temper flares to new heights. I'm such a fool, she hisses through clenched teeth. To think I actually worried about his safety for even a second. Fine then, let's finish this. A crimson vortex erupts behind her, swirling with malevolent, dark energy. One final clash to decide it all, she screams, unleashing her full, unbridled magical power. The sheer pressure causes the moon to splinter further into fragments. Then, in the blink of an eye, Elizabeth vanishes into the storm. She reappears before Luo Ping, her form now towering and titanic amidst the raging gale. A mocking smirk plays on her lips. If this is all you've got, don't get cocky. Whatever you can do, I can do better. Luo Bing remained unfazed by Elizabeth's taunts. With serene grace, he cradled the moon's essence and tossed it toward the heavens. The final stage, he whispered, is the mastery of meditative heart cultivation. This inner peace governs the swordless style. He spun his wooden staff with fluid grace, centering his mind. Then, he initiated the 10th form, Path to Sword Enlightenment. The technique follows the law of origin. 1 births 2, and 2 births 3. As 2 phantoms flickered beside him, Elizabeth scoffed. Swordless, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? A mere doppelganger trick. She flashed a radiant, predatory smile. Fine then. This queen shall play along to the very end. Elizabeth then unleashed her world-ending magic to counter him. Ninefold Demon King Symphony, she roared. Instantly, countless phantoms of the queen materialized. With absolute confidence, she sneered. A word of warning for you. My clones are no mere illusions or cheap tricks. This isn't about quantity over quality. Every single phantom here exists. Each one possesses the exact same overwhelming power as I do. Luo Bing slowly raised his arm with deliberate calm. 3 births, all things. And all things return to 1. He murmured. He swept his staff in a wide, graceful arc. His phantoms began to merge back into him, surrounding his body with shimmering, celestial light. Elizabeth and her army of clones lunged forward, her voice dripping with triumph. Retreating now, too late. My blade moves faster than the speed of light itself. Let's see you try to dodge this. Yet, Luo Bing showed not a shred of fear. He concentrated the swirling lights into a single point. Elizabeth and her legion thrust their swords toward him simultaneously, to her absolute shock. However, he evaded every single strike. He slipped through her assault with effortless ease. He dodged it, she stammered, trembling. Suddenly, a massive yin-yang circle manifested beneath Luo Bing's feet. Elizabeth clenched her fists in a blind rage. It was only then that she realized a terrifying truth. He hadn't actually moved an inch, as she had previously thought. Luo Bing's prowess had surged far beyond her wildest calculations. Every attack was neutralized by that mystic circle. The very space around him began to warp in a strange way. Impossible, Elizabeth gasped, her voice shaking. How can this be? The condensed light formed an absolute defense. Through it all, Luo Bing maintained a serene expression before his foe. A crushing pressure radiated from his body. Elizabeth finally saw the truth. He wasn't moving at all. Instead, he was forcing the fabric of space to expand outward. Space was stretching away faster than the speed of light, forcing a distance between them. Luo Bing casually twirled a simple tree branch around his hand several times. A vibrant, multicolored vortex appeared, resembling a miniature universe. When meditation harmonizes with nature, he softly explained. The mind expands to encompass the entire world. He closed his eyes peacefully, feeling the primal energy of nature surging within. Elizabeth, however, continued her desperate threats. You bastard. Luo Bing, she screamed. Do you think moving faster than light will save you from me? She raised her blade high, her conviction burning with a dark, fanatical intensity. As long as a target exists, my techniques will strike them down even if I have to transcend the speed of light itself. The dark blade levitated into the air, suddenly swelling to a colossal size. Eerie. Crimson lightning crackled around the weapon, pulsating with a sinister, magical aura. Elizabeth extended her sharp claws, channeling her ultimate spell. Taste the full might of my greatest creation. The world-ending demon blade, she shrieked. Calamity point. The titanic blade hurtled toward Luo Bing. Without missing a beat, he activated the 10th form's true essence, the all-encompassing trinity. He raised both hands, and the multicolored magic circle expanded rapidly. Its light flooded the battlefield, radiating a sense of eternal, indestructible power. The demonic sword continued its frantic charge toward the center of the array. The distance between the blade and the mystic circle vanished in an instant. The array expanded further, making the once massive dark blade look like a mere needle. The moment the sword touched the circle, it was instantly obliterated. The blade shattered into nothingness. Elizabeth could only stand there in paralyzed silence, watching helplessly as her ultimate treasure was reduced to dust. She recoiled in agony, unable to process what her eyes were seeing. How is this possible? How can a mere low-born human stop my world-ending demon blade? Elizabeth let out a scream of pure, unadulterated fury. Yet, Luo Bing remained unshakable, standing as one with the universe that surrounded him. Radiant power continued to pour from the circle, bathing the entire battlefield in light. The tide of the battle had shifted completely toward the young man. Her most prized technique, the one she took the most pride in, had been wiped away like common dust before his very eyes. Her eyes welled up with tears. Suddenly, the image of a vast, infinite cosmos appeared within a single dewdrop resting on a lotus leaf. In the pond, a fresh, crystal-clear morning dewdrop clung to a vibrant green leaf. As a gentle breeze swayed the lotus, the drop began its slow descent. That single drop eventually fell, creating soft, rhythmic ripples across the surface of the quiet pond. Amidst the vast, tranquil void, Elizabeth and Luo Bing stood upon the water's surface, staring at each other in a heavy mien. Prolonged silence. Suddenly, Elizabeth flinched. She looked at Luo Bing, her eyes filled with a deep, melancholic sorrow. Looking down at her hands, she spoke with bitter disappointment. The swordsmanship I spent lifetimes perfecting. Was it all for nothing? Luo Bing offered a gentle, comforting smile. Think on it, he advised. Wander through the essence of time and space, then return to the beginning. Only then will you find true peace in your heart. Hearing those words didn't soothe her. Instead, her anger flared even brighter than before. She lowered her head, her face turning pale with rage as she bared her sharp fangs. How dare you? You have the audacity to lecture me. You're trying to humiliate me. Then, she let out a soft, hollow laugh, seemingly accepting the reality of her defeat with a strange sense of serenity. Fine. So be it. Elizabeth spread her wings and soared into the sky. Extending her hand toward him, she asked, Forget the past. You say. Throw away my pride. Abandon every technique I've ever mastered, and just follow your guidance. Is that what you're suggesting? She wove a shimmering red web of energy, using her fingers to manifest a mysterious black vortex that caused the entire mesh to twist and distort. Luo Bing continued his gentle persuasion. Cast aside your magic, and even your very life. Stop calculating gains, losses, or consequences. Give your everything, pouring everything into one final strike. He slowly draws the simple branch behind his back, sensing the atmosphere. Elizabeth brushes against the fabric of reality, warping space itself. She shows no hint of regret for her actions. With unwavering resolve, she declares, transcending space and time. This is the void sword form that belongs to this king alone. The demon queen raises her hand, weaving mana into a shimmering ritual circle as she speaks from within. No matter how vast the power of time and space, it cannot withstand your absolute rules. To kill you, I must surpass reality itself. Her heels click as she lunges forward. The demon queen dives into the circle, where Luo Bing stands waiting. Standing at the center, he says, Thank you for the guidance. Using this technique costs everything. I'll perish right after this. won't I? But it doesn't matter. Once you are gone, this king no longer has any reason to remain in this world. For us, this might be the perfect end. But remember this. In the end, I am the one who defeated you. Luo Ping whispers, the final form, holding up 4 fingers. He focuses the 13th stance, all in a single breath. Luo Ping's finger gently grazes the demon queen. Within the circle, 2 figures stand as a long cry echoes through the air. The demon queen's eyes turn a deep crimson. Weeping tears of blood, Luo Ping pulls her close. His expression calm as he embraces her. Their bodies collide. The demon queen's soft curves press against Luo Ping's firm, toned chest. Their faces are inches apart, noses nearly touching. You, she gasps. As she leans forward, Luo Ping spins her around and lifts her up. Me what? A surge of energy dissipates, and something fundamental shatters. 2 shadows stretch across the tranquil grass. Somehow, the demon queen has ascended to the demon god realm. She looks at Luo Ping shyly as he asks, Elizabeth, how was it? Can you feel it? Was I impressive? The demon queen, looking dazed as if drunk, stammers. What do you mean? Luo Ping sighs. My swordsmanship. Of course, even though it's just a workout, I feel stronger every time. What do you think? She can only manage a soft... Inside, her heart is racing. Luo Ping is so handsome. He continues. Well, is there anything I should improve? Luo Ping thinks to himself. Whoa, Elizabeth is way too cute. She just nods again. Flustered, Luo Ping asks, why are you staring? Did I do something wrong? He quickly shakes the thought away. No. Time. Stop. Don't let your mind wander. I can't disrespect the demon queen. I still need her protection. Elizabeth blushes as 2 adorable rabbit slippers approach. Luo Ping hurriedly sets her down. This is getting awkward. He thinks. I need to say something to break the ice. Luo Ping speaks up. As expected of your guidance, Elizabeth, that was truly incredible. Even with my eyes closed, I could vaguely feel you right there, leading the way. Even though it's just those 13 moves, I felt a deeper connection to nature today. Like I actually surpassed time and space. It's definitely because of you. Elizabeth. Right, ha ha ha. Elizabeth is deep in thought. He knew I hit a bottleneck. He used swordsmanship as a pretext to help me break through. First, he provoked my power, pushed me to the brink, and forced me to sacrifice everything to grasp that transcendent sword intent. Then, he rewound time to the moment before we started, letting me keep the breakthrough without paying the price. 3 ranks in an instant. This is the ultimate one. An unfathomable mystery of the Tao. Luo Ping interrupts her thoughts. Hey, but the demon queen continues her delusions. I was so naive. I thought reaching the demon god realm would let me stand by his side. He could easily suppress me, yet he chooses not to toy with me. Nor does he want to destroy the world. He keeps helping me grow stronger. But why? There's only one logical reason. Just as I suspected, she begins to imagine a rosy, romantic future with him. The crystallization of our love. The strongest child in existence. Her imagination runs wild. Luo Ping waves his hand in front of her. But she's completely lost in her fantasies. You want to create a child who surpasses all dimensions with me. But you're afraid my current body can't handle your seed. She opens her eyes, blushing furiously. Stop looking down on me. Luo Ping is utterly confused. Looking down on what? She thinks. He always gives me an out. He wants me. But he's so afraid of hurting me. In her mind, an imaginary Luo Ping smirks wickedly. You still need much more training. She sighs. Fine. For the sake of our ultimate child, I'll endure a little hardship. Clenching her fists, she speaks aloud. I'll agree to your terms. But you must tell me one thing. Luo Ping blinks. Tell you what, she continues. Are you sincere? She panics internally. Do you like me, Arg? I can't say it. Suddenly, boom, something streaks down from the sky. Both Luo Ping and the demon queen snap their heads toward the source. A creature approaches. It's Wang Chai, accompanied by a young girl, battered and bruised. A figure approached on trembling legs. Luo Bing stood watching. Wang Chai. 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Did you pick up another stray? Wait. She's injured. A girl lay collapsed on the grass, her body covered in wounds. She let out a pained gasp. Luo Bing watched, examining her. He muttered, these injuries are severe. We must treat her immediately. Good job. Wang Kai. At that moment, The dog's tail wagged. Asterisk Wolfmaster praised me. I'm so happy times Wang Kai was overjoyed. But Luo Bing sensed something shifting in the air. His survival instincts flared. The atmosphere turned heavy. Just as he feared. The queen's voice, dripping with murderous intent, boomed from behind. You wretched, filthy mutt, bringing home more useless trash again. The demon queen's eyes crackled with electric fury. It seems you've forgotten my warnings. Haven't you? Wang Chai whimpered in terror. Suddenly, a streak cut across the sky. Times, whiz times, with a heavy thud. Arthur came crashing down to the earth, standing up. Arthur gasped for air. Did I fly 30 kilometers yet I only just woke up from my slumber? Why has everything spiraled so far beyond my understanding? Arthur fell silent, his mind racing. The hero had abandoned his true path, breaking his character role. He joined the Demon Queen, and their relationship utterly scandalous. A vision of the Queen and Luo Bing appeared. They were making a heart sign together. Fine. Whatever. But those terrifying artifacts Luo Bing creates, they completely overwhelm my own power. What about me? I'm supposed to be the king of weapons. Images of legendary swords and artifacts from that house filled his vision. In that place, I'm treated like mere scrap metal. I was even scared back into my original form. How absolutely humiliating. My destiny was to help the hero defeat the Demon King. But everything has changed. What is the meaning of my existence now? Am I nothing more than a common woodcutting blade? Who created me anyway? This is so unfair. Why wasn't I forged by Luo Bing if the hero won't fight the Demon Queen? What else can I do, Arga? That's it. Ahaha. Alpha clutched his head in agony as tears of frustration began to stream down his face. Crossing his arms, he declared, No, I finally left them. I will find my purpose again and reclaim my confidence once and for all. Suddenly, a faint cry reached his ears. Save me. Alpha instantly dropped into a defensive stance. Who's there? Show yourself. A girl lay prone on the ground, pleading. Please. Help me. Alpha stared in shock. A weapon spirit. He stepped closer. Oh, where is your vessel? Without it, your soul will fade away, she sobbed. My physical form, it was shattered by evil men. Can you find me a new host? I truly need you. Alpha's heart skipped a beat. Asterisk. She's beautiful. And she actually needs me, asterisk. Snapping back to reality. Alpha puffed out his chest. Of course I will help. The girl looked up. Truly, but we must hurry. I cannot hold on much longer. Alpha looked around in a panic. Wait. Right now I have no vessel. What should I do? He stammered. The girl whispered, There is one way. Could I temporarily enter your physical body to survive? You want to enter my body? Alpha asked. I see. My mana can sustain you until we find a permanent solution. The girl's eyes flashed with a sharp, sinister glint. Asterisk, perfect. He swallowed the bait times. Suddenly, Alpha burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Alpha stood tall with hands on his hips. Don't think I don't know your game, she tensed. Asterisk, I'm weak. But I can still win. Asterisk. Defeating a low-level brat like this is easy. Asterisk, she played along, whispering softly. Is that so? Then what now? There's no helping it. Alpha's ego swelled. You realized I'm an extraordinary weapon and want to latch onto my greatness. Right. Admit it. You want my power. I won't lie. I am indeed the legendary holy sword Alpha of the legends. Asterisk 𝐒𝐒𝐒 times Alpha thought proudly. Asterisk. The moment I'm on my own. Someone finally recognizes my worth. I'm back in the spotlight. Asterisk. The world is vast, and I am still its king. He turned his back heroically. So, I suppose I could let you join, just this once, and only for you. Anyone else would have been rejected by my divine greatness instantly. She stared at his hand. Asterisk, what a complete idiot. I'll use him as a temporary host and then discard him like trash. Pushing herself up, she clutched her chest. Lord Alpha, please. Come a little closer to me. I beg of you. Asterisk. What's she doing? Times Alpha wondered. Suddenly, her arms wrapped around him in a tight embrace. Look into my eyes, she whispered. Alpha blinked, confused. I'm looking. Now what? She pulled him even closer, her voice haunting. I said, look into my eyes. Oh, sorry. As their eyes met, a cursed sigil flared. Tell me, what resentment do you hold against your life? I can solve everything for you. An eerie purple glow radiated from the weapon spirit's eyes, ensnaring his mind completely. Alpha's face flushed red. Asterisk. My resentment. It's all because of them. They took away my glory and my purpose. Asterisk. Sinking into her illusion, the spirit hissed Quilly. Then surrender your body to me. I will settle your heart's sorrows. Yes. Alpha muttered. Entranced. With a triumphant leap, the spirit lunged forward, dissolving into his chest like a shadow. She surged into his body, her essence weaving through his soul until she had seized total control. Alpha's body convulsed as the spirit took over. A thick, suffocating darkness erupted, casting a sinister shadow across the ground. A dark, malevolent aura from that weapon spirit began to swallow the grass around Alfred. Suddenly, he snapped his head up, his eyes burning with an eerie purple glow. Alfred was gone. The weapon spirit had seized total control. Hey, hey, hey. At last, it cackled. I can finally taste the sweetness of revenge once more. Springing to its feet, the spirit examined its stolen vessel with a sneer. Just, this body, it is pathetic. So incredibly weak. And this was supposed to be a holy sword, it mocked. Still, the deep-seated resentment within this boy resonates perfectly with my power. It will amplify my ultimate techniques beyond measure. I will not be so reckless this time. I have learned my lesson. First, I must avoid that beast. Then, find the right moment to slaughter that traitor. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 slowly drifted back to consciousness, Elizabeth's figure appearing as a hazy blur before her, letting out a soft groan. She realized she was lying in a bed. Elizabeth stood over her, arms crossed tightly. Since you are awake, quit idling and get up. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 struggled to sit up, her voice trembling. Did you save me? Where am I? What is this place? Elizabeth's gaze narrowed coldly. You are in no position to be asking questions. She slammed her hand onto the mattress, leaning in close. Now, listen to me very carefully. She hoisted a leg up onto the bed, looming over 𝐒𝐒𝐒 with an overwhelming presence. I am giving you a warning right now. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 recoiled in terror, stammering. What? But, Elizabeth pressed even closer, her expression dead serious. Listen well. I was the one who was here first. Still trembling with confusion, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 whispered. Down. I'm sorry, but I don't quite understand what you mean, no matter what that man asks of you later. You must refuse him, Elizabeth hissed. Everything in this place belongs to me, and that includes you. I thank you for watching. I understand, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 stammered. Just then, the door swung wide as Luo Ping burst in, carrying a steaming bowl of noodles. The noodles are ready, Luo Ping announced cheerfully. Is she awake yet? He stopped mid-sentence, the words dying in his throat. He stood there like a statue, the bowl slipping from his hands. To his eyes, it looked as if the two beauties were locked in a heated, intimate struggle, panicking. He scrambled backward and slammed the door shut. Even as he retreated, he couldn't help but steal one last confused glance. Asterisk bam times. The door was sealed shut. A while later, the three of them gathered in the living room. So, that's basically the gist of it. Luo Ping explained, you were severely injured, so I brought you inside to recover. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 bowed her head, filled with gratitude. Thank you both for saving my life. By the way, Luo Ping asked curiously, how did you end up so badly hurt? Was it a monster attack near the area? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 hesitated. Asterisk, for the honor of my guild. It's probably best if I keep my true identity a secret. Asterisk, she thought. Actually, she began. I was pursuing a traitor linked to the Dark Guild, but I grew overconfident and underestimated his strength. That's how I ended up in this state. I was truly fortunate to run into you two. Luo Ping felt a cold sweat break out. Asterisk, the Dark Guild again. Seriously, asterisk. Elizabeth spoke up, her voice skeptical. Are you certain it was the Dark Guild? They should have been keeping a low profile lately. Shouldn't they? Asterisk. Why are those pests still causing trouble times? Elizabeth wondered. Asterisk. Is 𝐒𝐒𝐒 even doing her job properly down there? Asterisk. Asterisk. I'll have to give her a good scolding next time we meet. Asterisk. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 looked up in surprise. The Dark Guild stopped their operations. I've been tracking that traitor for 3 months now. I lost contact with my guild long ago, so I'm completely out of the loop regarding recent events. My name is 𝐒𝐒𝐒. May I ask how I should address my saviors? Luo Ping chuckled awkwardly. Right, we haven't even introduced ourselves yet. I'm Luo Ping. Lately, I've been trying my hand at being a hero. Specifically one who takes down the Dark Guild. He gestured toward Elizabeth. And this is Xiaobai. She's well, my roommate. Qiqi's eyes widened as she covered her mouth. Roommate. Roommate, Elizabeth snapped, her brow furrowing. You got a problem with that. Luo Ping quickly waved his hands to de-escalate. Haha, don't mind her. Xiaobai is just blunt, but she's a good person. Really, while you were out. She was the one who changed your clothes and used her magic to treat your wounds. Qiqi stared at her hands in shock. She used healing magic on me, she whispered in disbelief. Asterisk. My injuries were so severe that even as a peak 5-star demon lord, I couldn't heal myself. Asterisk, she thought. Asterisk. Unless her magic is on par with the great elf matriarch Asterisk. Her gaze shifted to Elizabeth's ears. Asterisk. Those are definitely the ears of an elf. Asterisk. Asterisk. Not only is her aura overwhelming, but she can also cast high-tier healing spells. This girl's background. It's definitely not ordinary. Luo Ping scratched his head with a grin. Magic really is amazing. Isn't it? I'm truly jealous of you guys. Scanning the room, Qiqi noted, Mr. Luo Ping, your home is truly unique. I've traveled across the entire hero continent. Yet I've never seen a style quite like this. There are so many fascinating things here. Have you two been living in seclusion all this time? Elizabeth scoffed. Why are you so nosy? Ignoring Elizabeth's sharp tone, Luo Ping smiled. You could say that. We've been living here for quite some time now. Asterisk. These two give off completely opposite vibes. Asterisk, Qiqi thought as she observed them. She looked at Luo Ping. Asterisk. One is exceptionally kind. Asterisk. Then she glanced at Elizabeth. Asterisk. While the other is terrifyingly fierce. Asterisk. Asterisk. I've met the Dwarf King, the high scientist of the I Tao, and even the greatest elf elders. Asterisk, she pondered. Asterisk. I've even dealt with the likes of Malfoy from the Dark Guild. Every powerhouse on this continent has ties to my Holy Sword Society. And yet, I've never heard a single whisper about these two. Elizabeth snapped her fingers, breaking the silence. Hey, you listening. If you are done here, get lost and stop mumbling. This is my house, Qiqi gasped. Startled by the cold dismissal, Lac Bin intervened, reminding Little White that Qiqi was injured fighting the Dark Guild. She is our guest. I will handle the cleaning. Elizabeth pouted and turned away, huffing, fine, whatever, feeling guilty. Qiqi stood up and apologized for being such a burden. Images of Dai Tang, that terrifying soul weapon, flashed in her mind. Stronger than Malfoy. Was she also part of the Dark Guild? Her resolve ignited as she spoke up, declaring she had to hunt down that monster immediately. The fate of the brave continent was at stake. Qiqi knew that. Currently, she was the only one who could stop her. She raised her hand, shouting, sword, but nothing happened. Only a hollow silence answered her call. Lac Bin watched, confused, as Qiqi tried again. Faint sparks of magic flickered at her fingertips before dying out completely. Magical backlash surged through her, forcing a cry of pain. Staring at her trembling hand, she whispered, but why? Every sword technique had vanished from her mind. Elizabeth explained coldly. The filth within her had devoured her legendary skills. This was the ultimate price for seeking a forbidden shortcut to power. Confused, Lac Bin asked Little White about this filth. Qiqi's hands shook as she prepared to reveal the truth. To crush the Dark Guild, she had forged a desperate pact with the Dark Sea. The Dark Sea, Lac Bin wondered. Elizabeth scoffed, dismissing it as nothing more than a swarm of filthy insects that had accidentally breached their realm. Qiqi admitted her greed had led her into temptation. It was her own cross to bear. Seeing her despair, Lac Bin spoke softly. Even if your memories are gone, we can start over together. Let us rebuild your strength from the very beginning. I have been training with Little White, a true master. If you learn from her, you will become stronger than ever before. Elizabeth snapped at him, fuming. Hey, who gave you permission to include her in our training sessions? The Great Queen never agreed to help her. Stop making decisions for me, startled. Lac Bin frantically apologized. He thought they shared the same goal of defeating the Dark Guild. Why was Elizabeth suddenly being so petty and territorial? Qiqi stood abruptly, her voice firm. She refused to be a burden to them any longer. She thanked them for saving her and prepared to leave. Wait, Lac Bin called out. You must be starving. He offered her a bowl of steaming, delicious noodles he had prepared. Qiqi politely declined his kind gesture. Her appetite was gone. She needed time to process everything. Tears began to well up in her eyes, As she walked away, Lac Bin warned her to be careful. The area was crawling with dangerous magical beasts. Elizabeth grabbed the noodles, huffing that 𝐒𝐒𝐒 was smart to leave. This meal belonged solely to the queen. Lac Bin urged Elizabeth to help, reminding her that 𝐒𝐒𝐒 had suffered while fighting their common enemy. Slurping her noodles, Elizabeth flatly refused. If he wanted to help her so badly, he could do it himself. Alone on a grassy hill surrounded by drifting dandelions, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 sat cross-legged, sinking deep into her thoughts. Sweat beaded on her brow as she struggled to remember. Suddenly, a terrifying face with piercing purple eyes emerged in her mind. With a sinister grin, he unleashed a shattering slash. The clear blue sky above began to crack and crumble into pieces. A mysterious figure stood over her broken, bloodied body before vanishing into thin air as she plummeted to the earth. Engulfed in darkness, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 sank into the unforgiving quicksand, her body battered and covered in blood. A golden gemstone hung from her neck. As the sand dragged her down, she fought with every ounce of strength to reach out. She had emerged in a completely different world. Her precious gem was cracked, and her vision was fading fast. A robotic dog approached before she finally succumbed to unconsciousness. She jolted awake, her eyes wide with lingering terror. The traumatic memories flooded back. Drenched in sweat, she cried out, "I remember everything. It was nothing short of a miracle. That lucky gem transported her through a 1,000-mile quicksand rift. Without it, she would have perished long ago." Eyes burning with hatred, she hung her head. A single strike. That was all it took for her total defeat. She once believed she was invincible, the strongest warrior on the continent. She never thought she would be this vulnerable. Her arrogance had been her downfall. Behind her, Lac Bin appeared, noting that she had not wandered too far off. Sitting beside her under the starlight, he confessed that he truly understood the heavy burden she was carrying. He once ignored the path of the sword for a quiet life. Now that he wanted to learn, he felt like a fool, lacking any natural talent. He yearned to strike down the Dark Guild, but felt utterly powerless to do so. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 listened in silence to his sincere confession. Together, they sat quietly beneath the vast, shimmering night sky. Slowly, she hugged her knees in sorrow. "No, you don't understand," she whispered. "What I learned was no ordinary swordsmanship. It was the fallen manual sword script, a forbidden demon lord technique I found within ancient demonic ruins." Lac Bin glanced over with a gentle smile. "Even without your sword arts, isn't your mana still intact? Why not switch classes? You might become even stronger. I once knew an old man who did that." 𝐒𝐒𝐒. "Switching, that's impossible. To me, losing my sword is like losing my very life." Lac Bin tried to comfort her. "Just look at the sky. Before the universe, we are all insignificantly small. Nothing is impossible. If you lose everything, just start from zero. We'll work together." High above, Elizabeth's soul watched them. She had cast high-level stealth magic to keep her presence hidden while spying. "Work together," she muttered. She clutched her rice bowl and chopsticks, her blood boiling with jealousy at Lac Bin's words. "You absolute bastard." Lac Bin below. Lac Bin swung a stick. "This is Tai Chi sword, an exercise I've been practicing." 𝐒𝐒𝐒 looked at him, her curiosity piqued. "Tai Chi? Sword." Lac Bin stood up, rhythmically swinging the wood. "Exactly. I suppose it counts as a sword style. It needs no mana, it's just for inner peace." "Care for a little exchange?" Lac Bin offered. Elizabeth's temper flared. An exchange? She imagined Lac Bin holding 𝐒𝐒𝐒's waist, their hands intertwined as they practiced, gazing into each other's eyes with deep affection, fuming with rage. Elizabeth's soul snapped her chopsticks. The bowl slipped from her hands and went tumbling toward the ground. Lac Bin heard the noise. That's Little White's voice. Both of them turned toward the sound instantly. A heavy rustling sound followed. Elizabeth, under the name Little White, finally made her grand appearance. Her sudden arrival startled them both. Lac Bin grinned excitedly. "Does showing up mean you're finally going to help?" Little White stuck out her tongue. "This queen does as she pleases. It's none of your business. So don't interfere." She began to grumble. "Have you already forgotten the promise you made to this queen? Without my permission, nothing in this house goes to others," Lac Bin protested. "I didn't give anything. You ate the noodles yourself?" Little White gave a mocking scoff. She reached out and gripped the air, literally tearing the fabric of space apart. A shimmering, transparent barrier appeared for her to grab. She swung it toward 𝐒𝐒𝐒. "You get over here right now." 𝐒𝐒𝐒 gasped in shock. "What?" In the blink of an eye, both women vanished from the spot. As the wind whistled past, Lac Bin tapped his head with the stick. "I knew she had a sharp tongue but a kind heart." Inside the spatial rift, The mystical light was blinding. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 shielded her eyes, struggling to adjust to the magical radiance. In Elizabeth's dimension, she stood tall over the girl. Once 𝐒𝐒𝐒's vision cleared, she looked around the space in total awe. This is a spatial domain. Only a powerhouse at the Demon King level could ever create such a world. Allow this queen to lend you a hand, Elizabeth said. 𝐒𝐒𝐒's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Lend me a hand. And how exactly? Elizabeth looked down like a goddess judging a mortal. By completely and utterly destroying you. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 froze in horror. She couldn't believe her ears. Suddenly, a devastating strike roared toward her, struggling to dodge. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 grit her teeth. We have no grudge. Why? Why are you trying to drive me to my death? She realized with dread. She's at the Demon King level. Even with my sword, I might not stand a chance against her. First she saves me, and now she wants me dead. Elizabeth was now completely shrouded in suffocating Demon King energy. Elizabeth's face darkened. Just stay still. It will be much less painful. A massive magical hand surged toward 𝐒𝐒𝐒. No, this is bad, she screamed. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 tumbled across the ground, desperately evading the relentless magical onslaught. The hand pursued her like a predator. Suddenly, her expression shifted. She slammed her hand down to halt her momentum. Rage flared within her. I am a 5-star demon venerable. Did you think I'd just accept death? It won't be that easy. A swarm of magic erupted from Elizabeth. I'm done wasting words on you, she declared as the energy coiled around 𝐒𝐒𝐒. The speed was overwhelming. A colossal magical hand clamped down, pinning 𝐒𝐒𝐒's small hands tight. Her limbs were completely shackled. What are you doing? She shrieked. Let me go. Release me this instant. Elizabeth watched calmly. Your consciousness is fracturing. You lost your sword, but still use that power. You can't suppress it. This queen is merely helping you. Helping you drag that hidden catastrophe into the light, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 screamed. Let me go. Let me go, she howled. But the magical hand pressed closer, forcing its way right into 𝐒𝐒𝐒's mouth. Agony surged through her. Her head snapped back, her eyes bulging as a mysterious magic circle manifested in her pupils. Tears of pain fell as guttural. Choking sounds escaped her throat. Deep within 𝐒𝐒𝐒, something ancient and terrifying was finally waking up. Filthy insects were crawling all over her. It was a parasite. Xiaobai grabbed 𝐒𝐒𝐒, whose shoes fell as she went limp. Magic surged from her mouth, and with mystical fingers, she dragged out a writhing bug. The mana extracted the parasite along with a trail of thick slime. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 collapsed as the magic finally released her. Consciousness returned, but her gaze remained vacant. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 stared blankly, drool escaping her lips uncontrollably. Xiaobai brought the insect close. Why have you invaded my domain? She demanded. The creature thrashed, but Xiaobai gave no quarter. Confess, what is your link to the Dark Guild? The hideous thing just shook its head. Could it be? A dark thought crossed Xiaobai's mind. Xiaobai crushed the bug without hesitation. Forget it. You are not worth the trouble. Suddenly, 𝐒𝐒𝐒's body contorted. I am your parasite. A strange voice echoed. I can grant you the power of a demon king. Her arms twisted back painfully. With her head bowed low, she spoke in that eerie tone. But when you are weak, I take something. A magic circle flared in her eyes as dark veins spread across her face. If my true form is destroyed, your body becomes mine, the voice shrieked. Then she screamed. You knew the contract. Elizabeth, you shameless oathbreaker. Xiaobai just crossed her arms. Right. That does sound familiar. Time spiraled back 500 years. Back to the roaring rivers of molten lava. The fire swallowed everything whole. At its center, a powerful figure sat in deep meditation. An ancient tome opened, releasing a dark mist. Within the Demon King's sanctum, Xiaobai refined her mana. Swirling purple and black aura soon engulfed the entire chamber. She focused everything on breaking her limits, though a flicker of doubt remained in her heart. To defeat the legendary hero, I must reach the next level. Suddenly, a deep, ominous voice broke the silence. Spectral eyes flickered within the gathering mist. You crave power, don't you? It whispered temptingly. I can help you. Disturbed, Xiaobai slowly opened her eyes, shining like brilliant rubies. Ancient scripts floated around her as the dark shadows danced in the air. Annoyed by the intrusion, she asked in a biting tone, Who are you? How did you enter my sanctum? The mist coalesced, introducing itself with mock gravity. I am 𝐒𝐒𝐒, Lord of the Dark Sea. How I entered is irrelevant. What matters is the power I offer. The queen narrowed her eyes. Help me get stronger. And how exactly? It shifted into a grotesque face with a jagged grin. Its many eyes narrowed with sinister glee. Simply, just accept my power. Let me reside within your vessel. My chaos energy will make you a demon king. You will never have to fear that hero again. Every word was laced with poison, designed to manipulate her very soul. Xiaobai reached out, her expression full of doubt. Accept your power. Suddenly, a demonic star flared in her pupils, a mark of fate. Azazel's eyes curled with joy. Yes, that is it. Just like that. Take my power. But before the demon could celebrate, a slender hand clamped around its throat. It let out a strangled cry. Xiaobai gripped Azazel's face with terrifying strength, her expression darkening. She squeezed without mercy. Who said I was afraid? You are just a parasite from another world, Azazel thrashed, his form distorting. You used me to spy on my world. Her grip tightened even further. The entity's eyes looked ready to pop from its head, terrified. It scrambled to strike a deal. Fine, let me stay in your body. My chaos energy will grant you the rank of Demon King. You are strong enough to suppress me anyway. I could not possibly threaten you. Isn't that so? Xiaobai's eyes blazed with lethal mana. She saw right through the creature's lies. You are waiting for me to fight the hero. You want to steal everything when I am weak. That is your true plan. Azazel stared back, eyes spinning in shock. Despite the brief contact, the contract had already begun to take hold. A sinister smirk escaped her lips. Refuse me now, and you'll pay a price beyond imagination. With a flick of her wrist, Xiaobai spoke. Your world has feasted on chaotic essence. Dizzy and resentful, Ajop shrieked in fury. You're nothing but a deceitful snake. Unmoved, she sneered. That energy is withered, fit only to enchant the weak-minded. Ending the talk, she ruthlessly let that dark, pulsating mass plummet into the void, plunged into molten lava. Ajop let out a terrified howl. What are you doing to me? Despite his struggles, the infernal heat surged forward, relentlessly consuming the dark aura. Powerless, he roared. Our contract is sealed. The backlash of breaking it will destroy you. I'll seal you here. Ascend to Demon King, and devour your essence as my own. Tell me, wouldn't that make our little contract completely null and void? Xiaobai remained indifferent, casting a cold, mocking gaze toward her desperate prisoner. With no escape, Ajop thrashed violently in the magma. Elizabeth, you shameless wretch. His voice faded into a bitter murmur. Damn it. To be caught in such a trap. Silence soon swallowed the screams, leaving only a trail of black smoke over the abyss. Back in reality, Ajop possessing 𝐒𝐒𝐒 howled in madness. Elizabeth, you're the reason for this. My true body is imprisoned. I only act through the consciousness of these fractured clones. In contrast, fake Xiaobai remained unfazed. Oh, that this queen had almost forgotten. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 smiled twistedly, gnashing her teeth as drool spilled from her mouth in insanity. Without a host, my power was shackled. That's why your pathetic scheme succeeded. She lunged forward like a ravenous ghoul that had just scented fresh prey. Feel the terror of chaos. The fake Xiaobai watched her move with silent contempt. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 buried her face in her hands, her body convulsing with dark energy. Spikes erupted from her back. With a scream, 8 thorny arms burst from her spine. A wave of horror washed over as she officially ascended into her monstrous chaos form. Demonic hands twisted. Veins bulged as her smile stretched hideously from ear to ear. The sight was truly terrifying. I've stolen supreme swordsmanship, fused with my chaos energy. Its power is unimaginable. Elizabeth, die. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 unleashed a devastating strike aimed directly at her rival, a technique known by one name, the Chaos Arrow of World Destruction. Just as it struck, an impenetrable red barrier flickered into existence before the queen. A deafening boom echoed, yet she stood perfectly composed amidst the settling dust. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 gritted her teeth. How could my ultimate sword technique fail? Before she could process the counter, her powerful strike had simply vanished into thin air. Fake Xiaobai explained coldly. That technique you boast of, I am its original creator. In the presence of its true master, no technique would dare show such insolence. Memories of Luo Bin flashed. Sadly, that strongest title is now a relic of the past. This is impossible, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 thought, her mind a mess of rage and panic, combined with chaos essence. This host should have reached the level of a 2-star demon king. Seeing her opponent pale with fear, the fake Xiaobai spoke with cold authority. You're just a frog in a well. Show me everything. The monster prepared to strike. In a blur, she flickered across the battlefield, her movements unpredictable and shrouded in shadows. Rushing forward with a manic grin, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 hissed. Just you wait. Elizabeth, I'm done playing. I'll escape this place and finally unseal my true primordial form. As she fled, she continued to hurl silent, venomous threats at her pursuer. Suddenly, a massive claw wreathed in red energy seized 𝐒𝐒 by the throat, cornered and desperate. 𝐒𝐒 found no path for escape. Unable to shake the phantom grip, she commanded her extra limbs to seize her own trapped garments. "How annoying!" she roared, her fury boiling over. In a heartbeat, her 8 arms shredded her clothes into confetti, revealing her true form. Yet, the sinister black hand refused to yield. It lunged forward like a predator, instantly crushing 𝐒𝐒 within its iron palm. She thrashed wildly, but the intruder only mocked her struggle. Within this domain, space itself bent to the entity's twisted will. Despite being utterly restrained, the stubborn spirit refused to submit, its voice dripping with arrogance. "What can you do, unless you slay both me and this host? No magic can ever cast me out." Suddenly, a torrent of hot noodle soup splashed across her face. Her beauty was instantly masked by grease as she was forced to endure the scalding humiliation. Standing tall with a hand on her hip was Xiao Bai, striking a dramatic pose while holding the empty bowl. "Killing you is trivial," she said coldly, "but I refuse to be outdone by that outsider. So consider this soup a final gift." 𝐒𝐒 trembled with pure indignation, her face twisted into a mask of dark spite, her voice shaking with absolute resentment. "I am the Supreme Lord of the Black Sea, you wretched woman. How dare you mock me?" Her words died instantly as her senses screamed a terrifying warning. Something was wrong. The energy in the broth was piercing her cells, stripping away her chaos power as the liquid began to glow with divine light. The soup surged into her flesh. 𝐒𝐒's face turned pale as a soul-shattering scream erupted from her lungs. Moments later, the dark spirit was forcibly expelled as a cloud of black mist. It tried to flee, but was drawn into the bowl to settle the debt. Xiao Bai watched in silence as Luo Bin's noodle bowl vacuumed up every last shard of the corrupted soul. Once finished, she stared into the bowl with a frown. The thought of needing someone else's tools to win made her pout in pure dissatisfaction. In the end, everything was still unfolding according to that man's grand design. "It's only because I'm too weak. Damn it." Meanwhile, Luo Bin paced the grass, his lonely silhouette yearning for her safe return. Suddenly, a rift in space tore open, instantly catching his undivided attention. From the portal, a figure in pink rabbit slippers stepped out casually. Luo Bin's eyes lit up with relief as he rushed toward her. "You're back, is it done? As if you didn't know," she snapped, carrying the unconscious girl she had just rescued. The girl was completely blacked out and entirely stark naked. Caught off guard, Luo Bin shielded his eyes as a nosebleed erupted. "Wait, why is she like that?" he yelled in a panic. Elsewhere, 𝐒𝐒𝐒's sword streaked through the sky like a guided missile, searching for its target. Her purple eyes flashed as she picked up a signal. By the next morning, her golden blade was tearing through the air at supersonic speeds. That was when Wang Kai stepped out into the open path, detecting an obstacle. The sword screeched to a halt, the blade bending under the force. Not that guy again. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 froze as she recognized her former rival, her eyes filling with genuine dread. Wang Kai's eyes glowed as he approached with a menacing stride. He looked like a reaper coming to collect a soul. Using his sharp instincts, the little guy sensed something had just warped away, but it moved too fast for his sensors to confirm. Wang Kai shook his head in confusion, trapped in a state of self-doubt. Wait, did something just fly past? His internal radar showed nothing. But suddenly, a screw popped off his frame. A spring burst through his outer casing. It didn't stop there. Within seconds, components were flying off his body, scattering uselessly across the grass. Overcome with despair, Wang Kai wailed in agony. It's all that violent woman's fault. Ever since she thrashed him, his systems had been riddled with errors. How the hell did she get so strong? He recalled Elizabeth's devastating blow that sent him flying. Now, he lay slumped on the grass, desperately trying to self-repair. Once that she-devil mastered the Master's Taiji realm, her power became insane. He grumbled, "Thank goodness I kept a backup body in the drawer and activated indoor mode. I have to finish the cloud data sync quickly, or this machine is going to be scrap metal soon." Suddenly, a sword-like object blurred past in the distance. The tip of the blade surged forward before coming to a dead stop. The sudden deceleration caused the blade to warp. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 appeared, standing atop her sword, radiating pure, cold bloodlust. "Didn't I just fly past here?" She glared at Wang Kai, her teeth gritted in annoyance. Why is he still here? In an instant, the sword vanished like a gust of wind. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 smirked. Her target was finally within her grasp as she circled around. "We just need to avoid it. There's no reason to risk a direct clash." But the moment the words left her lips, Her eyes nearly popped out of her head at the sight before her. Her blade veered off to find another path as she commanded. Yet, like a ghost, Vuong Tai was already standing right in its way. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 panicked. Damn it, how is he over here too? Desperate, she wrenched her sword toward yet another direction to bypass him. For a grueling hour, she recalibrated her course 3 times to reach her goal. But every single path was stonewalled by that damn dog. The sword screeched to a sudden halt. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 stared in pure disbelief as Vuong Tai continued to block her. Why? Why is this mutt everywhere I turn? She screamed in rage, her expression clouded with murderous intent. He knew I was here from the very start, she hissed. He's just been toying with me this whole time, hasn't he? Suddenly, the earth beneath them trembled. Alpha lunged onto the grass, staring at Vuong Tai. It seems I'll have to slay this watchdog before I can face that traitor, he muttered to himself. With a burst of speed, Alpha vanished, reappearing directly in front of where Vuong Tai was standing. He roared to steel his resolve. Do or die, a warrior chooses death over disgrace. Even if I'm down to my last breath, I'll crawl in there and take a piece out of him. Vuong Tai slowly turned his head toward Alpha, his ocular display flashing a cold, scanning notification. The machine remained eerily still as Alpha drew closer. Alpha poured every ounce of his power into his fist, his eyes burning with a lethal resolve to strike. At that precise moment, Vuong Tai's sensors locked onto Alpha's face, completing the identification process. Identification Master's Tool number 99999. Danger level 0. Status whitelisted. Once the scan finished, opposite, a secret compartment on Vuong Tai hissed open. From within, 2 mechanical hands emerged, hoisting a banner that fluttered in the wind. The text on the flag read, "Welcome home." Still in his combat stance, Alpha froze mid-strike. His jaw dropped, and he couldn't hide the pure shock written across his face. Are you kidding me? Alpha whispered, reading the sign. He was completely baffled. Welcome home, since when Vuong Tai let out a joyful bark. Woof woof. The mechanical hands on the dog's back waved a warm greeting. Dazed, Alpha stepped inside. His hand trembled as it touched the stone wall. Staring blankly at the small house, he looked around the property and let out a long, heavy sigh. It was a humble abode, weathered red roof tiles, and a wooden door scarred by time and decay. Nearby stood a massive Otis Point action, lush banyan tree. Beneath it sat an old stump used for chopping wood, surrounded by neatly stacked piles of freshly cut logs. I'm finally back, Alpha whispered, beside him. 𝐒𝐒𝐒's demeanor shifted instantly. Tears began to stream down her cheeks as she spoke in a voice thick with sorrow. This is where I was born, she sobbed. I remember 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh in this very house, forging blades. He would craft the heads and carve the wood for the handles. She watched the memory of him assembling an axe with pride. In that moment, as he held his creation high, he had also lifted her tiny, innocent soul. He had lifted 𝐒𝐒𝐒's spirit and laughed with joy. So sturdy, I'll call you Dai Trang from now on. Okay, the golden sun bathed the entire yard in a warm, nostalgic glow. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh was busy chopping wood in the yard. Back then, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 was merely the spirit dwelling within that axe. As the years bled away, she never grew tired of watching him. She sat there, watching him work every single day without fail. She was his silent companion, observing him toil from the first light of dawn until the stars emerged at night. Then came a night of thunder and fury. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh scrambled to save his lumber from the downpour, hauling his cart back through the drenching rain to the safety of home. But in the chaos, he had forgotten his axe. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 manifested from the cold steel, her heart sinking as she watched his silhouette vanish further into the storm. He had abandoned the axe he had left her behind. He left her all alone in the heart of that dark, suffocating forest. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 screamed after him in total desperation. Her cries were swallowed by the howling wind and the freezing rain. His back faded into the shadows until he was gone. She was left entirely alone in the oppressive dark. The old axe lay forgotten on the sodden earth, consumed by an infinite sorrow. She wondered in the silence if he would ever come back to find her. Her voice pleaded through the rain. Master, but the years dragged on. 15 years. 50 years. And the once shining blade began to tarnish and rot. Grass and wild mushrooms claimed the steel as their own. 2 centuries passed, then 500. And in that hollow silence, 𝐒𝐒𝐒's soul finally snapped into madness. Her gaze turned predatory, her nails lengthening into black talons. The poison of 5 centuries of abandonment and resentment had transformed her into a vengeful monster. On a moonlit night deep within the woods, the axe lay shattered, Its handle was gone, leaving only a rusted, forgotten blade buried under thick weeds and decay. Suddenly, a man's raspy voice broke the silence. "I've delivered the secrets of the Sword Saint Guild to you. Where is the power you promised in return?" A monstrous blue hand with jagged claws extended a black vial. A masked figure in crimson robes hissed, "Drink. This is the Dark Guild's newest, most potent concoction." The man stepped into the light, a brute with a powerful build and a wild beard. He looked at the vial with suspicion. "You're telling me this will make me invincible? If that sorcerer hadn't sworn by it, I'd never trust your kind." He tore the cap off and downed the entire vial in one greedy gulp. Desperate for strength, the man tossed the old axe aside like trash and let out a guttural groan. Smoke erupted around him as a void opened in his chest. Bleeding out a thick, dark miasma, he let out a sinister cackle. "I can feel it, the power. It's overflowing." Nearby, the discarded blade began to vibrate, resonating with that foul, dark energy. The masked figure froze in terror. "What?" The brute turned, following the masked man's gaze. Behind them stood a phantom, radiating a bone-chilling, murderous intent. Who are you?" the man stammered, his bravado vanishing before those glowing crimson eyes. Only the mournful whistle of the wind through the leaves answered him. The rusted axe head rose into the air, defying gravity in a ghoulish display. Sensing his impending doom, the masked man bolted. As a crushing spiritual pressure descended, the man collapsed, gasping for air as 1,000 years of pure, unadulterated hatred finally erupted. The forest went deathly silent, as if nature itself was terrified. Looking back in horror, the man gasped. Behind him, a colossal shadow was rising, a dark presence that began to swallow everything in its path. A surge of dark energy is violently awakening. Cold sweat poured down his face as he stared in terror. He hadn't felt a shred of mana, yet the High Apostle and 2 others were slain in an instant. Could it be that Guildmaster? He spun around, his eyes locking onto something. No, that's impossible. It was the axe. Suddenly, a haunting, demonic voice commanded, "Kneel." Paralyzed by fear, the man dropped to his knees. Who are you?" he stammered. At that moment, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 emerged, shrouded in a suffocating dark aura. She looked down at the trembling man and spoke with chilling indifference. "I am 𝐒𝐒𝐒. You crave power. Don't you? I can grant it to you." Alpha approached the brick house, its windows still glowing with light. Fuming with rage, he stormed toward the entrance. Suddenly, the wooden door swung wide open. Alpha recoiled in shock. It was 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh. He called out to those inside. "I'm going to gather some firewood for dinner. You two carry on. Bye now." Alpha had transformed back into a sword. As 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh descended the stairs, he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, you're back," inside the blade. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 was stunned by his words. Does he recognize me?" she wondered. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh approached the sword, dusting off his hands. "Alpha, you vanished so suddenly today. I was actually worried about how I'd chop the wood." 𝐒𝐒𝐒 seethed with anger. "Ha, no wonder this man's resentment resonates so perfectly with mine. So, he's my replacement. You traitor, you'd rather use this worthless scrap of metal than come looking for me." 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh gripped the sword's hilt firmly. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh spoke to the blade. "Since you're ignoring me, I guess it's time to get to work." Hearing this, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 quickly turned her gaze away. She trembled, thinking to herself, "Damn it, this cursed, familiar feeling." Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh placed a log on the block, ready to strike. He raised the blade high. A decisive strike rang out through the air. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 was in utter disbelief that she was being used as a mere labor tool. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh looked at the sword and smiled with satisfaction. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh gently stroked the blade, wondering aloud, "Why does holding you suddenly feel so familiar? Like something I lost long ago." Standing nearby, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 flared up in anger. "Shh, stop your pathetic acting." She flashed a sinister smile. "Let's see what games you're playing." 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh swung the sword high, preparing the killing blow. He brought it down with all his might. Ha! The log split perfectly in 2. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 trembled, her face flushing as she endured. "You traitor! I won't lose to you." Another log was split clean. Unable to take it, her face turned crimson as she let out a soft moan. "Even after 500 years, I could never forget the sheer joy of chopping wood with you." 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh scratched his head, examining the blade with doubt. "Alpha, Did you just make a strange noise? His suspicion lasted only a second before he resumed his work. Whatever. We're perfectly in sync today. Let's keep going a bit longer. As the wood continued to split, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 leaped with joy. Master, another log split. And she collapsed gracefully. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 loves chopping wood with Master the most. As the blade struck again, she rolled over in ecstasy and screamed, "Ah, that's it, please. Use 𝐒𝐒𝐒 however you wish." 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh neatly stacked the split wood on the grass. He finally let go of the sword, plunging it into the earth, and let out a weary sigh. I've tried doing this before, but I could never recapture this feeling. Today, using you feels just like when I used 𝐒𝐒𝐒 in the past. It's incredibly satisfying. Hearing those words, tears of joy welled up in 𝐒𝐒𝐒's eyes. So, Master hasn't forgotten me after all. Weeping with a look of pure contentment on the grass, she whispered. Knowing this, my heart is finally at peace. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh raised the sword, wiping his brow as he exhaled. If only you could hear me. He gazed at the blade with a nostalgic smile. Perhaps this is a new beginning. With the firewood ready for winter, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh stood up and gazed toward the distant horizon. If the barrier hadn't vanished and the world hadn't changed so much, I would have gone to find 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Hearing this, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 sat up, her body beginning to fade into mist. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh continued. This is the last time I'll chop wood with you. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 nodded softly in agreement. Yes, this is the end. 𝐒𝐒𝐒's physical form is gone. I can no longer stand by Master's side. She closed her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. The only thing that sustained my soul until now was the 500 years of accumulated resentment. But after reuniting with him, I find I can no longer hate. Now that my resentment has vanished, it's time for me to fade away. To have been created by Master, that was 𝐒𝐒𝐒's greatest blessing. I hope the next act serves Master better than I did. Farewell. And just like that, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 vanished. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh picked up the sword as a trail of black smoke drifted upward. Rubbing his chin, he said, Don't be upset. I'll craft a better axe eventually. Alpha, from now on, fulfill your duty as a holy sword and join me on my adventures. With that, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh drove the sword into a log and walked away. I'm going to cook dinner now, he called out. The sword remained silent, as if it had something left to say. Poof, Alpha leaped out from the cloud of smoke. He hung his head, speaking with a voice full of frustration. Must be nice for you two to make up, he grumbled angrily. But what about me? Meanwhile, back at the house, Elizabeth was talking to 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Elizabeth asked, How did you recognize my personal swordsmanship? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 lowered her head in deep thought. That story begins over 100 years ago. She began to recall the image of a mysterious, cloaked figure from that era, radiating a power so overwhelming it struck terror into everyone's hearts. She began her tale. Back then, the Dark Guild began its uprising, capturing people from every race. Dark days fell across the continent. Heroes became lab rats, while the strong hid in fear. No one dared defy the Dark Guild. Then, a tall, blue-cloaked figure emerged within her memories. His cloak billowed as he vanished into the bone-chilling mist. Having founded the Sword Saint Guild, she scouted the demon realm alone, only to be surrounded. Faceless monsters with razor-sharp claws and sickly green skin closed in on her. Remembering her plunge into the abyss, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 sighed. My presence was exposed far too quickly. The Dark Guild dispatched legions of apostles. At that time, I had just reached demon sect rank, outnumbered by 100 apostles. I fought desperately before a heavy blow sent me spiraling down. She awoke in agony amidst a sea of flames, the Demon King's legendary training grounds, trapped by molten lava within ancient demon ruins. My body was broken and heavily scarred. Through fading consciousness, I saw after-images of Lady Elizabeth's divine sword techniques etched into the cavern. Reaching out, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 whispered. I only mimicked those fading shadows with my bare fingers. Suddenly, the path of the sword became clear. I began absorbing the surrounding raw energy immediately. For 3 months, I trained in that subterranean abyss until every last after-image finally vanished. She exhaled wearily. Unfortunately, my limited talent could only grasp a fraction. I mastered only fragments of Lady Elizabeth's sword art, unable to grasp its true, overwhelming depth. Yet even those fragments sparked an earth-shattering transformation within me. As you can see, within 3 months, I ascended to a 3-star demon venerable. Yet joy was overshadowed by sorrow. Witnessing that divine style revealed the true vastness of the sword. But that once-in-a-lifetime chance is gone. This means my ultimate potential in this lifetime has already reached its final peak. Amidst my doubt, an ethereal, Genderless voice resonated deep within my very soul. Do you crave power? I can grant it. Qiqi frowned. Searching for the source. Back in reality, Luo Ping brought out the steaming pot. Then what? Qiqi hesitated. Then, to gain the strength necessary to crush the Dark Guild once and for all, I allowed it to parasitize my body for power. But it claimed its true form remained sealed, unable to offer much chaos energy. It gave me a single tentacle to forge my weapon. Asterisk. To think he's the legendary hero. Living in secret with the Demon King herself. Asterisk. Asterisk. Is he testing me? After all, I did embrace the forbidden power of the Dark Sea. Luo Ping set the pot down. Elizabeth noted. Indeed. I personally sealed that creature's true form. What contacted you was likely just a fragment of its consciousness. Luo Ping sought. Removing his gloves. A tentacle? You mean like an octopus? Luo Ping pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Come to think of it, I've never tried seafood here. Elizabeth asked curiously. Is it delicious? Luo Ping Sihil. Probably. But who knows what terrifying monsters lurk in your world's oceans? Asterisk. Weren't we discussing the Dark Sea's threat? How did we end up talking about food? Asterisk. Luo Ping grinned, lifting the lid. Food first. Today's special dish is... A blinding radiance filled the room. Qiqi gasped. What is this immense surge of mana? It was happy hell curry, bubbling intensely like a miniature volcano within the pot. Elizabeth grabbed a spoon, beaming. Curry, my absolute favorite dish in the world. She took a large bite, her face glowing with pure, unadulterated culinary bliss. Suddenly, her face flushed crimson, fanning her mouth desperately. She shrieked. It's way too spicy. Elizabeth grabbed a glass, gulping down water as if her life depended on it. Curse this, a 7-star demon god. Defeated by spice, Luo Ping noted the peppers were extra potent. Elizabeth? You okay? Maybe some fresh snowflake onions will help balance the heat. Panting from the heat, she stubbornly replied. Of course. I am perfectly fine. Luo Ping held a vibrant purple snowflake onion, expertly dicing it with a few swift strokes, shredding the onion into hundreds of tiny fragments right in his palm. Luo Ping's fluid movements left Su Zhizhi completely mesmerized. She thought to herself, to use the super micro divine slash on his own hand with such delicate precision, and he still claims to know nothing of swordplay. Furthermore, those snowflake-like onion slivers falling into the curry pot from his knife made the meal look far more mouth-watering. Luo Ping then gently ladled several spoonfuls of the rich curry onto a bed of fluffy white rice. The golden, velvety sauce blended perfectly with the fresh vegetables, creating a dish that looked absolutely irresistible. Luo Ping said, this should tone down the spiciness. Elizabeth, give it a try. Holding her orange juice, she reached for her chopsticks with her other hand. She snapped back. Are you looking down on me? This king craves spice. Luo Ping then turned to Su Zhizhi with a warm smile. Miss Zhizhi, please, have a taste. Su Zhizhi was caught off guard by the invitation. She asked hesitantly, am I truly allowed to eat this? As she reached out to accept the plate, Elizabeth let out a sharp huff, raising a warning finger. She cautioned, think very carefully before you eat. You can only choose one of 3. Luo Ping turned his head in confusion, asking, one of 3, what are you talking about? Su Zhizhi followed up. Please clarify. Great Demon King. With a graceful wave of Elizabeth's hand, the pot of curry, the kitchen knife, and the secret manual all rose into the air. Baffled by her sudden actions, Luo Ping couldn't help but ask, Elizabeth, what are you planning? Casually sipping her orange juice, she replied, seeing as you worked so hard against the Dark Guild and share a certain destiny with this king shall grant you a choice between these 3, the pot of curry, Luo Ping's kitchen knife, or this secret manual. Luo Ping stammered. Wait, Elizabeth, She cut him off sharply. The curry. Obviously, the curry is fine, and the manual is no problem since I have already mastered it. But I never said anything about giving my cleaver to someone else. Elizabeth shot him a sharp glare and snapped. Silence. This is a test and a trial from this king for her alone. This game isn't just for your benefit. This king wishes it too. Luo Ping stammered in response. A game? What kind of game? Fine. Fine. You're the Demon King. So you decide. Su Zhizhi whispered softly. I understand. She suddenly realized that these 2 legendary figures were testing her, and the hidden answer lay within their recent conversation. She sat there, filled with anxiety, The curry radiated an immense magical energy. Just one bite could instantly elevate her to the rank of Demon King. Perhaps even 2 stars. Yet, the Demon King had pointedly tasted the dish before her, hinting that even someone of her caliber could barely withstand its power, even if the legendary hero had purified it. There was no guarantee a mere mortal like herself could survive such a surge of energy. Glancing at the cleaver, she thought further compared to this blade. Every S-rank weapon she had ever owned was instantly overshadowed. Even her hard-earned title as a sword saint felt like nothing more than a joke in the face of such power. The great hero had personally demonstrated its might, subtly implying he refused to part with the knife because he knew she simply couldn't control it. It was a stern warning not to overestimate her own meager abilities. Her eyes filled with inner turmoil. She realized that both the curry and the cleaver were impossible choices for her. Turning her gaze toward the manual, she mused. Then the only path left is this unfathomable book of sword techniques. After a moment of careful deliberation, she finally spoke up. Lady Elizabeth, I choose the sword manual. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a violent crash. Amidst the swirling dust, the 3 of them looked out in shock. Luo Ping whispered, Alpha, Elizabeth snapped. What are you standing there for? Alpha charged inside with pure madness in his eyes. Surrounded by an eerie, dark mystical aura, he chanted like a broken record. Kill, 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 kill. I am beyond furious. I'll slaughter every single one of you right now. 𝐒𝐒𝐒's gaze suddenly turned razor sharp. She thought, there's no mistaking this feeling. It's that traitor. It must be him. He realized I survived and tracked me down. I cannot let him disturb the great hero and the Demon King any further. With that, she snatched the cleaver from the table, not forgetting to ask permission. This is my burden to bear, and I will handle it myself. Great hero, allow me to borrow your blade for a moment. As 𝐒𝐒𝐒 gripped the handle tightly, the spectral image of a god suddenly manifested from within the steel. A massive, towering entity drifted into the air with its arms folded. Thousands of ethereal swords began to materialize around the divine figure. Staring at the blindingly bright knife in her hand, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 was struck with awe. She could feel a terrifyingly powerful pressure radiating from it. A domain. There is a godly realm hidden inside a kitchen knife. Suddenly, a surge of electricity shot through 𝐒𝐒𝐒's hand, paralyzing it instantly. The electrical discharge enveloped her entire body, knocking her out cold in a single blow. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 lay motionless on the ground, smoke rising from her mouth, with no one left to hold it. The cleaver slipped from her grasp and took flight on its own. It spun toward Alpha with incredible, blinding speed. At such a lethal velocity, it was impossible to control. Right then, Alpha suddenly snapped back to his senses. I'm wondering. Wait. What am I doing? He stared blankly at the knife hurtling toward his face, unable to react in time. The sheer killing intent emanating from the blade froze him where he stood. The divine blade was closing in. Everything was happening too fast for anyone to intervene as he stared at the incoming knife. Unable to dodge, the blade sliced through the Alpha with ease, splitting him in 2. The severed Alpha then reverted into 2 broken sword fragments that fell to the earth. After delivering that lethal blow, the massive blade continued to spin wildly through the air, tracing a deadly and relentless arc. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh caught it effortlessly, without breaking a sweat. He stared blankly at the weapon before noticing 𝐒𝐒𝐒 motionless like a shriveled husk, smoke drifting from her mouth. The Alpha had returned to its form as a shattered blade, while the suffocating black mist slowly began to dissipate into nothingness. Panicked, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh called out. Miss 𝐒𝐒𝐒, hearing no response, he turned and shouted toward the other side. Alpha, what is happening? He screamed in terror. They were in the dead swamp, a desolate wasteland far from any sign of civilization. Grotesque rock formations loomed under a pitch-black sky, creating a suffocating atmosphere. This was a godforsaken mire where not a single soul could be found. Violent gusts of wind shook the surroundings, whipping up clouds of dust. Nearby, a figure resembling a white bear lay completely still on the ground. His face was drenched in crimson blood. This was a member of the Dark Six Pillars, Farastach of the Demon Tribe. He held the rank of a 1-star Demon Lord and was formerly the Great Bear Guild leader. A robot silently approached, gazing down at the unconscious Farastach. This automaton was also a member of the Dark Six Pillars. Known as Subject 24, he too held the rank of a 1-star Demon Lord. Gritting his teeth in fury, he muttered, "Restore suddenly." A massive bolt of lightning struck Farastach's body, making him convulse violently. His body began to swell, growing massive as bulging veins appeared across his skin. all while being shrouded in a crackling electrical field. Farristock stood up, unsheathing his razor-sharp claws. He let out a deafening, primal roar that shook the very air. His eyes blazed with an eerie blue light. Clapping his hands together, he barked a challenge. "Come at me. Golden Dragon King, I am far from finished." He was ready to fight again. But suddenly, Farristock's heart began to flutter wildly, as if he had suddenly fallen head over heels in love. This was the hypnotic effect of the gentle wind's kiss. It was a spell designed to make Farristock fall into an inescapable state of infatuation. Saliva dripped from his mouth as he stared ahead with a lecherous gaze. His eyes were filled with nothing but pure, unadulterated lust. The mysterious and seductive woman responsible was 𝐒𝐒𝐒, another member of the Dark Six Pillars. She held the rank of a 2-star demon grandmaster. "Calm down," 𝐒𝐒𝐒 said softly. "The battle is over." Subject 24 glanced at her and grumbled. "I've had enough of you. Our vice leader was just devoured. William has been blown away to who knows where. Yet you only decide to show up once everything is already finished." "I had no choice," 𝐒𝐒𝐒 replied nonchalantly. "Against a demon king, level Golden Dragon King. A 2-star demon grandmaster like me has no business interfering." Lowering her head, she continued. "Besides, our esteemed guild leader is already here. The outcome was decided from the start, wasn't it?" Suddenly, a massive, bizarre yellow fruit sprouted from the ground. Surrounded by numerous small, wing-like appendages, it continued to rise rapidly. And in no time at all, the strange entity had fully emerged from beneath the earth. Weiser spoke with a smirk. "To think Lady Amelia possessed such a remarkable life-preserving skill. Now, any physical attack or magic will be utterly useless against her." On a nearby circular machine, a strange black liquid began to emerge and stretch outward. The dark fluid began to intertwine, reaching higher and higher into the air. Before long, the liquid transformed into a long, undulating tentacle. A voice echoed, "However, I never once harbored any intention of harming Lady Amelia." The massive tentacle suddenly lunged forward, hurtling toward the strange yellow fruit in the distance. It coiled tightly around the giant fruit and hoisted it into the air. Slowly, the tentacle began to dissolve back into its liquid state. The fluid completely enveloped the massive fruit, attempting to consume it whole. In just a short moment, the tentacle had finished its meal. It pulled the giant fruit into its own body before moving it back toward the glowing machinery. The fruit was then placed inside the device. Blinding streaks of light erupted instantly. The machine, having absorbed this immense power, began to glow with an overwhelming intensity. Radiance flooded the area. Wise closed his eyes, feeling the surging energy. The power began to swirl around and coat his entire body. A moment later, he vanished, leaving behind only a few leaking transmission tubes. A mysterious purple solution began to drip onto the ground. A skeleton was soon surrounded by the purple fluid, as a body began to reconstruct itself piece by piece. Wise had finally regained his human form. "The Demon King rank is truly on another level," he whispered, feeling a chill. "If we push just a bit more, our master can finally be resurrected." Now, Wise stood proudly atop a massive machine, overlooking everything. Suddenly, a purple dark bee flew in from out of nowhere. It mocked him. Has the Dark Guild really fallen this low? Moments later, a swarm of bees gathered in front of the giant machine. The black swarm coalesced into a human figure wearing a white shirt and trousers, topped off with a sharp brown coat. He asked coldly, "Have we lost contact with Dos?" Wise turned and replied, "Forgive me. Dos sacrificed his life to protect the guild." The bees soon transformed into Tepes. In his complete form, he stood there with a cigarette in his mouth, asking calmly, "You've returned to your youth. I see. Did you finally achieve a new breakthrough?" Wise pushed up his glasses and looked puzzled. "There's no way that's the case. It was all pure luck. I simply happened to stumble upon and collect this immense power. I finally gathered the right materials. Now, tell me, what brings you here specifically to see me?" Magus Boozer exhaled a thick cloud of smoke before answering. "This vessel's identity has been exposed. It's officially useless. I plan to demand a new body. But I never expected this place to be in total ruins." Approaching the machinery, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 asked with flickering curiosity, "Number 24. Just who is that man?" Farristock pointed toward the figure hovering in the sky, like Vice Chairman Dos. "He hails from the dreaded Sea of Darkness. He also serves as the chairman's external proxy. Once he ascended as a pillar demon, he took full command of the guild." With a grim expression, subject number 24 continued, Now that Vice Chairman Darkust is dead, there is no harm in revealing the truth to you. This man is exactly like Vice Chairman Dos, one of many conscious clones known as Azathoth. As for the so-called Sea of Darkness, it isn't a location in our world, but an entirely different universe of pure chaos, lacking fixed forms. They must parasitize others to survive in our realm. A stunned Yuzaruba whispered, "From another universe." And here I was, thinking the Sea of Darkness was just some remote territory on the Hero continent. I still don't quite understand. Why would the chairman collaborate with such a being? What is his true goal? Number 24 replied dejectedly. Chairman Waz created the Dark Gears after researching his chaotic power. As for his ultimate objective, even I am kept in the dark. Magus Boozer took one last drag of his cigarette before delivering a chilling announcement. Too many unpredictable variables are emerging. The Card Guild has interfered. And then there's the beast dawn of Bopster Town. The invasion of the Dwarf Empire and Istar Kingdom is officially postponed. Waz sighed in exhaustion before issuing his next command. There's no other choice. The apostles I spent years nurturing have been wiped out. We shall remain dormant for a while. We flash back to the past, when Kaiser was obsessed within his lab, desperately seeking a way to resurrect Elizabeth. Standing before the machine with number 24, his fingers danced across the keys with frantic, elegant precision. Kaiser's face was a mask of extreme tension, drenched in a heavy, cold sweat. Once the settings were locked, Kaiser pressed the eye-shaped key. Inside the chamber, biological cells began to materialize. They slowly formed a woman's face with large eyes and crimson hair, the image of Elizabeth. Vidi stared, stammering, Master." Number 24 cheered with joy. "Master, at long last. You are finally about to return to life." Kaiser's hands shook against the desk as he watched, mesmerized. Inside the machine, his master's form continued to weave together. Flesh and muscle fibers began to construct a complete physique. The body expanded. But suddenly, the form began to liquefy and slump. Kaiser's eyes widened in horror. Refusing to accept failure, he roared in agony. No, in an instant. The vessel mutated into a grotesque mass of flesh, sprouting eyes, mouths, and ears in a chaotic mess. Kaiser watched in stunned silence as centuries of desperate effort crumbled into ruin in a mere heartbeat. Slamming his fists onto the table, he roared in pure despair. Why? What is missing to stabilize the mana flow? Suddenly, he froze, eyes bulging. The overwhelming shock forced a violent spray of blood from his lungs. Crimson stained the keyboard. He clutched his mouth, desperately trying to stem the flow as his body shook uncontrollably. Damn it. His body was at its breaking point. If he couldn't break through to the peak demon venerable rank, old age would claim him soon. My entire life, every waking second has been dedicated to bringing Master Elizabeth back to this world. Why must I be a human with such a fleeting lifespan? I refuse to accept this. Number 24 watched him with sorrowful guilt. It's all my fault. My infinite magic grimoire wasn't enough to act as a proper power source for Master. Suddenly, a dark vortex swirled before Oser. A voice echoed from within. Do you crave power? I can help you. Oser scanned the room warily. Who are you? Spindly, black legs emerged, surrounded by an eerie luffiket. Pulsating purple light, a bizarre, tiny insect stepped out of the radiance. It introduced itself with a grin. I am Ash, from the Sea of Darkness. Partner with me. It flaunted its power. And instantly, the distorted mass inside the machine transformed into a plump, innocent-looking mouse. But moments later, the creature surged in size, its eyes glowing with a ferocious light as its screech shook the chamber. It bared terrifyingly sharp fangs. Then, hideous protrusions began to erupt from its spine, tearing through the skin. The mouse had mutated into a colossal beast, jagged, saw-like bones burst forth along its entire spinal column. Its forelegs twisted into powerful arms tipped with lethal claws. While jagged purple shards erupted from its shoulders, it unleashed a deafening roar. Oser and Ash stood there, staring intently at the monstrous creation before them. Oser broke into a satisfied grin. Success finally. My long years of labor have paid off. This power is absolutely terrifying. Ash smirked mysteriously at the reaction. This is only the beginning. Together, we shall bring this entire world to its knees. By infusing your chaotic essence into biological hosts, we can cultivate the perfect magical conduits for our world. We just need to mass-produce these dark gears. The mana supply crisis will vanish. Ash emerged from its shell, cackling wildly. I told you we were a perfect match. My chaotic energy is infinite, a never-ending power source just for you. And in return, you provide the vessels. The machine churned again, birthing a monstrous canine abomination. It was a massive beast with snow-white fur and lethal fangs, its body embedded with twin dark gears. Moments later, a colossal boar with razor tusks emerged, a dark gear pulsing ominously atop its skull. Next came a wretched-looking goblin, a dark gear shackled tightly around its throat. Countless machines hummed to life for Weissman's experiments. He lowered his head, sighing with a deep, crushing exhaustion. Aj hissed with curiosity. 10,000 trials later, and you still refuse to host my power. Why? Weissman replied with cold resolve. It's unnecessary. My only goal is the resurrection of my master. I seek no power or world conquest. Our bargain is struck, and that is all that matters. You supply the chaos, and I will craft the perfect conduits to harbor it within this world. Your ultimate goal is your own business. In return, my future research remains strictly confidential. Aj's eyes flared with irritation. You stubborn old fool, yet, after a pause, it relented. Fine. It doesn't matter. I'm leaving for a while. Privately, Aj mused. Weissman is too cautious. I can't stake everything on him alone. I must hedge my bets and find another pawn who can keep this old fox in check. With a wave, a crimson magic vortex tore through space. Out crawled a nightmare of writhing tentacles. Before vanishing, Aj left one final instruction. Meet Dagon, an extension of my consciousness. He will oversee the Dark Guild alongside you. Weissman, his voice laden with fatigue, muttered, Whatever you wish. I'll focus on preparing your apostles. Asath smirked, turning away. Excellent. I'm counting on you. Then, it bared its fangs in a savage grin. Back in the present, Tegosius hovered in the sky, glaring at Weissman. Asath perched upon him as Tegosius made his demand. I need a new vessel, one at the Demon Lord level. How long will it take? Weissman adjusted his spectacles with a sigh. That will be difficult. The lab is in ruins and the subjects are gone. Besides, you've already ensnared many elites, including the Sword Saint. Tegosius gnashed his teeth, his voice booming with fury. Stop playing dumb with your skills. You could fabricate a Demon King in the blink of an eye. He suddenly broke into a dark laughter before making a brazen demand. Actually, let's settle this now. Just hand over Elizabeth's clone from your secret storage. That will be more than enough. Rage clouded Weissman's face. One more word against my master, and I'll end you. A massive violet bear loomed. Its muscular frame rippled with strength. Huge gears were embedded into its shoulders and wrists. This was Farash. An invisible weight crushed down on him, forcing Farash to one knee. He gritted his teeth, struggling to endure. His veins bulged as he poured every ounce of strength into staying upright. This killing intent, it's monstrous, even as a one-star demon lord. I can't even stand beside him. A hooded Luther bird shivered. Despite his efforts, Luther's knees slammed into the jagged stone. The scene was absolutely overwhelming. Is this the chairman's true power? Weissman, in his red cap and blue scarf, looked down. He glanced at the creature on his shoulder. Arth gave a sly chuckle. Relax. I was only joking. I'll just find a new host myself. Meanwhile, a trembling Farish realized Weissman was a ticking time bomb. He was slipping from their control. Farash decided then, the secrets about Elizabeth must stay hidden. She was his ultimate bargaining chip. In the meantime, he had to accelerate his own body's restoration. Weissman turned back to Arth. Our alliance stands. If any news surfaces, I'll find you. Nearby, a grotesque circle of pulsating flesh sat on the ground, supported by a mass of squirming tentacles. It looked like a pit of writhing worms, glowing with an eerie pink light that pulsed with life. The light bled through the flesh, forming cracks as if the mass was about to explode from the pressure. Suddenly, a pale, lifeless hand thrust upward from the gore, grasping for the surface. That writhing mass of flesh was actually the hand of Weiser, the chairman of the Six Pillars, a wretched old man with long, silver hair clinging to a balding scalp. His skeletal frame seemed fused to the cold glass. He salivated with unholy greed, moaning in a raspy voice. My master, my glorious master soon. Your time of ascension will finally arrive. Weiser's expression twisted with sinister malice. Drool leaked from his mouth as he spoke with ecstatic joy, waiting for his master to return to his side in true, perfect form. Within the space, before the rotating seal, stood a breathtaking girl with long, cascading curls. Atop her head sat two obsidian horns, curved like those of a beast. As she gazed up toward where Weiser peered down, his gaze shifted to the neutral territory of Westport. Below, the townspeople were toiling away, desperately trying to rebuild their lives amidst the ruins of their shattered homes and fallen timber. Some hauled water while others strained against heavy carts, each lost in their own labor. Among them was 𝐒𝐒𝐒, hauling a heavy golden sack over his shoulder while sharing a lighthearted laugh with a companion. This time, Elizabeth had opened a dimensional rift for him to travel alone, determined to scout the area thoroughly. He scanned the surroundings, noting that the reconstruction was still in its messy, early stages. He couldn't help but grumble at the sight. It has only been a month. So why is this entire town still undergoing such massive renovations? Eventually, he reached the church, its prominent cross standing tall against the sky. Two bluebirds were perched quietly upon the roof, looking up with a spark of excitement. He wondered to himself if it was finally time to check in on Annie's psychological recovery progress. I wonder how she is holding up. With that thought, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 sprinted toward the ancient, weathered structure. Reaching the entrance, he rapped his knuckles against the wood. Knock. Knock. To his confusion, the heavy door wasn't even locked. It swung open with a haunting creak, revealing an interior that was swallowed by a thick, impenetrable darkness. Suddenly, he spotted a shadowy figure kneeling low on the floor. They were frantically scrubbing at something, leaving the ground slick and wet. While rhythmic chants erupted from both sides of the hall, the surrounding crowd was roaring with intense fervor, shouting, "Hero!" The thunderous cheers echoed through the once silent chamber as 𝐒𝐒𝐒 squinted, trying to identify the mysterious figure on the floor. An inexplicable sense of dread began to churn in his gut. Had something terrible happened to Annie? He edged closer, his pulse quickening and his breath growing shallow with every step. For a heartbeat, the entire world seemed to freeze. Every eye was fixed on that enigmatic silhouette, while the deafening cries of Hero continued to ring relentlessly in his ears. "Keep at it, brother pig. Scrub harder." A massive pig man huffed and puffed, drenched in sweat, before letting out a boisterous laugh. "Heh. It is still edible, is it not, my friend? Wait. What is this?" The bizarre sight sent a shockwave through 𝐒𝐒𝐒, who immediately shouted in a panic. "Hey, what on earth do you people think you are doing?" Suspecting foul play, and fueled by his heroic instincts, he slammed his foot against the wooden door, sending it crashing down with a roar. "Stop right there." The figure froze and turned to investigate the intrusion, caught off guard by the sudden assault. The pigman recognized the intruder instantly. "You, not you again." 𝐒𝐒𝐒 grit his teeth, his eyes flashing with suppressed rage as he snapped back. "That is right, it is me. Now tell me, what have you done with Annie?" The pigman braced his hands against his knees to haul his massive bulk upright. "Relax. We are right here. She is currently taking a well-deserved rest," he replied casually, clutching a soaking wet rag in his hand. The beastman began to loom over 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Sensing the sudden shift in momentum, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 instinctively recoiled, his guard rising. The massive pig grew more imposing by the second, his face contorting into a terrifying mask as he growled low, slamming a heavy hand onto 𝐒𝐒𝐒's shoulder. "So, you were the one claiming this guy was causing trouble." 𝐒𝐒𝐒's heart hammered against his ribs in terror. "I forgot Elizabeth isn't here to protect me this time." The beast leaned in and whispered softly, "You look like a real professional. So why not join us? My arms are absolutely killing me from all this scrubbing." Saliva trickled from the pigman's maw as he spoke, making his jagged grin appear even more villainous and predatory to the frightened young man. Though trembling, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 steeled his resolve. A true hero cannot yield to fear. He met the beast's gaze and shouted defiantly, "Annie, do not be afraid, I am coming to save you." At that precise moment, a young woman emerged from the shadows. She was busy gathering her hair into a neat bun at the top of her head. It was Annie herself. Spotting him, her face lit up with a bright, welcoming smile. "Oh, brother 𝐒𝐒𝐒, whatever brings you to this place today?" The two men, who had been locked in a deadly stare down just seconds ago, turned in unison toward her voice. The pigman stood there, completely stunned. "Big sis." While 𝐒𝐒𝐒 called out her name, the pigman immediately released his grip and scrambled toward Annie with an eager, wagging tail. "Why aren't you in your room resting? We told you to leave everything here to us." He reached out to take her hand, his massive paw dwarfing her delicate frame. With a proud flourish, the beastman pointed toward the floor, which was now polished to a mirror-like shine. "Big sis, please inspect our hard work." I personally scrubbed away every single stubborn stain on this floor. Your humble servant, 𝐒𝐒𝐒, did his best. She adjusted her glasses to get a better look before offering him a warm compliment. Ah, the entire church is practically glowing. You have all worked so incredibly hard. Aside from the pink pig man, 4 others were busy cleaning. Among them was another pig man, though this one possessed a coat as black as night. The rest of the crew included a leopard, a duck, and a human, all of whom were dressed in clean, comfortable attire, suitable for a day of hard labor. Realizing he had completely misread the situation, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh stood there in awkward silence. Oh, so this is just a general cleaning, I thought. Annie tilted her head, confused. Brother 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh, what exactly did you think was happening? She then ushered him inside with a gentle smile, pouring him a cup of steaming tea to settle his nerves. He smiled back, trying to act natural while catching up with his old friend. Annie, is it just me? Or have you actually grown taller recently? She blushed slightly at his observation. Yes, it is just as Lady Elizabeth predicted. Once my mana was fully restored, not only did my power level skyrocket, but my physical stature increased as well. He scratched his cheek, feeling a surge of embarrassment over his earlier outburst. I honestly thought the Beast Gang was back to their old tricks and causing you trouble again. I remember them constantly harassing you for protection money. How on earth did they end up becoming your loyal subordinates overnight? Annie sighed, a look of mild distress crossing her face as the members of the Beast Gang continued their diligent cleaning in the background. To be honest, I didn't have much of a choice in the matter. It all started last week, when a few unexpected situations arose within the Beast Gang. The devastation left Boster Town in absolute ruins. Realizing the cause immediately, he began investigating the Dark Guild's sinister interference, and confirmed his suspicions with a heavy nod. She then recalled that dark era in Boster, when a monstrous 2-headed, 4-armed pig, crowned in hellfire, emerged. 3 ominous purple gears rotated on its back as it unleashed a blood-curdling roar, its massive stomps shattering the very earth. Terrified citizens fled through the chaos, their desperate cries of, "Run for your lives," echoing through the air. The leader of the Savage Beast Gang had been corrupted into an apostle. It turned out that Anne's attackers were actually his former subordinates. The pink pig was actually the monster's younger brother. Witnessing his siblings' descent into madness, he cried out in absolute despair, trembling and weak. He tried to reach his brother's soul, pleading, "Please, wake up, it's me, your adorable little brother." Amidst the unfolding tragedy, a mysterious figure watched from the shadows, casually puffing on a tobacco pipe, hovering effortlessly in midair. He remarked that beastmen seemed to attain mid-tier strength much easier than humans or elves. Beside him, a magical notebook and pen recorded every detail autonomously. This calculating man was none other than Malfoy. Still clutching his pipe, he noted that while powerful, they lose all reason, becoming nothing more than mindless killing machines, making them poor vessels for parasitic hosts. The monster, now completely feral, let out a roar so violent it felt as if the heavens were splitting. Just as the beast's colossal foot was about to crush the Savage Beast Gang, a massive impact struck it with a thunderous boom. The pink pig braced himself, eyes shut tight in terror, certain that his end had finally come. To his utter shock, the blow never landed. He gasped, staring wide-eyed at the impossible sight unfolding before him. A massive panda had intervened, a magical plushy warrior standing tall in a classic Chinese martial arts stance. The wounded beast turned even more feral, its demonic shrieks making it look like a terrifying guardian from the gates of hell, and suddenly appeared behind the panda, her hand raised in a confident gesture. "Baxter Town is under my protection now." Her eyes flared a dangerous crimson as she commanded, "Awaken in an instant." An elite squad of plushy warriors materialized. The team consisted of the Swift Rabbit, Storm Tiger, Binding Snake, and the duo of the Panda and Protector Bear, each as massive as the beast itself. Without a moment's hesitation, the entire squad charged into a fierce, hand-to-hand confrontation with the monster. It was 4 against 1 in the scorched ruins of Baxter Town, where smoke and fire rose from the wreckage of shattered buildings. The once arrogant beast was now pinned helplessly to the ground, struggling under the overwhelming weight of the plushy warriors. It wailed in agony as the 4 plushies seized the purple gears on its body, ripping them out ruthlessly amidst a spray of dark blood. The creature's resistance broke as it let out a haunting, soul-shattering scream. From the excruciating pain, its body began to disintegrate, with massive stone-like fragments crumbling and crashing heavily onto the earth. Moments later, the beast drew its final breath, its physical form dissolving into nothing but drifting dust. watching his brother vanish forever. The pink pig broke down, his voice trembling as he choked out a final. Brother. Anne looked on, admitting she couldn't purify the strange mana alone. Watching her, Malfoy grew curious and released a dark insect to spy on her. Who is this girl? He muttered. Intrigued that Baxtertown possessed such a formidable powerhouse, he realized she had used the Crimson Demon Eyes. He wondered how. Since the 𝐒𝐒𝐒 bloodline was supposed to be extinct, using the spy insect as his eyes, the villain began weaving a new secure, wicked scheme in his mind. Let me get a closer look. He thought, she might be the perfect candidate for a parasite. The insect moved in on Anne's position, sensing the intruder, and turned with a piercing glare that instantly crushed the insect. Who's lurking there? She demanded. But she was too late. The remnants of the spy had already vanished into thin air. After hearing her story, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 noted that those dark gears confirmed the Dark Guild's involvement. His aura suddenly turned chillingly intense. She agreed, noting that before the mysterious presence vanished, she felt a mana resonance identical to her own eyes. Capturing them might be the key to recovering my lost memories. She added. He reassured her. Stay calm, your past will surely return. Annie smiled, thanking him for the encouragement before asking. But tell me, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh, what brings you here today? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh scratched his head awkwardly. Admitting he mainly came to check on her recovery progress, he told her that if she ever struggled with her past or felt burdened, he was always there to listen. Holding her teacup, she replied that thanks to his guidance, she had finally moved beyond her traumatic history. Her gaze sharpened with new resolve. Like Elizabeth said, I must use this 𝐒𝐒𝐒 power to fight for world peace. Relieved, he sighed. That's good to hear. I knew entrusting everything to you all was the right choice. Confused, she asked. Entrusting us, he confessed sheepishly. Well, it's embarrassing. But Elizabeth isn't exactly paying attention right now. I care for nothing in this world, save for one thing, returning it to its rightful path. Yet, a nagging thought remained. What could a man without a shred of magic contribute to the battlefield? If I, the legendary hero, truly draw my blade, he warned, I fear it would leave only ruins behind. His words struck Annie like a physical blow. Her hands shook, tea splashing violently from her cup. What do you mean by that? She stammered. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh stood abruptly, a verdant globe shimmering within his grasp. In my eyes, this world is far too fragile, he declared. His gaze flared with an eerie blue light as a chilling smile crept across his face. If you mortals cannot even vanquish a trivial dark guild on your own, then must I step in. He plucked a fragment from his miniature earth, his voice cold. In that case, I might as well just recreate this entire world. He hurled the globe into the sky, where it erupted into a blinding flash. Annie watched in horror as the shattered remnants rained down like falling stars. She lowered her head, trembling under the weight of his words. The message was clear. If they failed to prove their worth, the price would be their very existence. Suddenly, his aura softened as he sat back down with a gentle smile. Elizabeth has always spoken highly of your magical talent, Annie, he said warmly. With power like yours and a heart so pure, the peace of this continent is best left in your hands. Breaking into a cold sweat, she managed a strained reply. I will do my absolute best. Secretly, she wondered if his praise was actually a veiled warning. Suddenly, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh's shadow seemed to tower over her. A miniature angel fluttered within his palm as he spoke with divine authority. I shall bestow this power upon you. This strength alone will be more than enough to wipe that dark guild from the face of the earth. Feeling small and insignificant, Annie whispered, but I still cannot control it. She hung her head in shame, only for 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh to suddenly spin around. Oh, that's right, he exclaimed, slamming a heavy sack onto the table. With a playful grin, he shouted, Da, I promised to bring you some of the harvest. Didn't I? I'll be dropping by regularly with more, so make sure you keep up the hard work. The bag was overflowing with a vibrant array of exotic fruits. Annie's lips parted in pure astonishment. Mr. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh, she breathed. She realized then he knew she was far from mastering her magic. So he had brought these rare, mana-infused fruits to accelerate her growth. To her eyes, the glistening bag of fruit was more precious than any treasure in the world. He mentioned coming back regularly. She thought nervously. Is he planning to monitor me to see if I'm using the power he gave me wisely? Visualizing the peaceful streets of Webster Town, Annie's resolve hardened. Thank you, Mr. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh. I swear I won't betray the trust you both have placed in me. I will protect Webster Town with my life, seeing her determination. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh stood with hands on his hips. Good. Now I can finally set out on my journey. He let out a long sigh before revealing the nature of his secret agreement with Elizabeth. He was bound by a vow to achieve world domination, a task Elizabeth had practically forced upon him. Despite it being her own wild ambition, Annie's eyes widened in shock. World domination. She had no idea such a massive plot was brewing between them. Wait. World domination? She echoed. But then, a different thought crossed her mind, and her heart began to race with excitement at the prospect. Does this mean the legendary hero will finally take action himself? She chirped. That's incredible news. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh quickly waved his hands in frantic denial. No, it's not quite what you're imagining. The ultimate goal is world peace, he explained. But in Elizabeth's eyes, the only way to achieve that is through total dominion. His gaze turned serious. I'm not like her, though. I intend to bring peace in my own way. As she pondered what his own way could possibly be, he let out a sheepish laugh. Actually, that's where I need your help. He chuckled. In truth, I came here today because I have much to learn from you. Learn. From me, she stammered. Completely baffled, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh scratched his head. Well, you've read so many books. You must know everything about the hero continent. Right. Could you fill me in on the major powers and how they're currently distributed across the land? Sensing his sincerity, she felt a surge of eagerness to assist him with the knowledge she had gathered. Of course, I'll tell you everything I know, she promised. The Dark Guild is hidden deep within the magic realm, so information on them is scarce. However, using the poisonous marsh as a boundary, 3 great powers dominate this side: the Holy Sword Guild, the Elf Tribe, and the Kingdom of 𝐒𝐒𝐒. The Dwarf Kingdom focuses on support, providing weapons to the Holy Sword Guild in exchange for their protection. Because of this, the Holy Sword Guild is recognized by everyone as the unofficial leader of all guilds. In fact, any new guild seeking to establish itself must first gain their formal recognition. Before the rise of the Dark Guild, the various races were locked in endless, bloody conflicts, but now, with the Dark Guild keeping everyone on high alert, a fragile alliance has finally been formed against a common enemy. Out of the 3 great powers, Guildmaster 𝐸𝐸𝐻, Gazer of the Holy Sword Guild, stands as the strongest. She built her fortress right on the edge of the poisonous marsh to keep the Dark Guild in check. The East Shadow Kingdom, a superpower famous for its fusion of science and sorcery, went into total isolation 10 years ago. Since then, not a soul knows what has truly become of them. Although the Spirit Kingdom is also secluded, they still allow their people limited contact with the outside world. Yet, gaining entry to their lands is no simple feat. Meanwhile, the Sword Saint Guild has risen as the world's most dominant force. Countless towns have turned to the Sword Saint Guild, desperately seeking their protection. This shift in power has fueled deep resentment within both the East Kingdom and the Spirit Tribes. They feign peace out of fear, yet secretly hope the Dark Guild will rise to cripple the Sword Saint's influence. As for your current town, its distance from these 3 major powers has allowed it to remain neutral. They didn't even bother sending reinforcements during the recent Apostle Crisis. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh listened intently to her words, his mind confirming that this matched everything he already knew. Aside from the Sword Saint Guild, these factions only care about themselves, giving the Dark Guild the perfect opening to strike. You've heard of the Sword Saint Guild, right? Wait. Why does the name of the Sword Saint sound so familiar? She asked him nervously. So, how do you actually plan to bring peace to the hero continent? True peace can never be achieved simply by wiping out the Dark Guild. If the core conflicts remain unresolved, they will eventually turn on each other and trigger an even greater catastrophe. Elizabeth uses absolute power to suppress everyone, but I want to forge a true, lasting alliance through diplomacy instead. After a month of grueling sword training, I've realized that my true path lies beyond just magic or steel. There is no way the Sword Saint Guild would even recognize someone like me. Every time I practiced with Elizabeth, she would scold me for messing around and tell me to give up. It seems I truly possess 0 talent for the way of the sword. Brute force isn't my destiny. After careful thought, I've decided to take a different path, the path of unity, he continued. The threat of the Dark Guild. It might actually be a golden opportunity. Without a common enemy, we could never build the foundation for a permanent, stable peace across this continent. But how do I persuade these great powers? I'll only find that answer by experiencing the world for myself. This was the one path he could take that differed from Elizabeth's. Andy seemed to finally understand his vision. She compared his methods to Elizabeth's. Perhaps this was just a cosmic wager between the hero and the demon queen. 2 opposing shadows flickered in her mind, representing the clashing ideologies of 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh and Elizabeth. He declared firmly, My way is the best way. Elizabeth shot back with a fierce glare. No. My way is the absolute best. 500 years ago, Elizabeth's iron-fisted rule brought a simple and effective peace. But it had one fatal flaw. The moment she was gone, the world spiraled back into chaotic bloodshed. Then, she considered 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh's revolutionary approach. 5 centuries later, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh wants to teach the world to maintain its own peace rather than just providing it. It is an idealistic dream with no precedent, which is why he is determined to explore the continent. He must find those worthy of his support. Just like he did during the Golden Dragon treasure incident, she thought to herself, am I just a pawn being groomed for his grand, divine plan, to be a stabilizing force in Posture Town as my power grows? Will I lose sight of my original purpose if I can no longer follow the path he envisions? Will he discard me instantly? But she quickly cast those doubts aside. Anna, what are you thinking? How could you worry about your own fate? To be a pawn in 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh's grand design and contribute to the world is the ultimate honor. She focused back on his plan to truly unite these factions and end centuries of hatred. Resolving blood feuds that have lasted for hundreds of years is far harder than simply slaying the Dark Guild. If anyone else said this, I'd take it as a joke. But coming from 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh, everything feels different. He won't just try, he will definitely succeed. That is why I must become stronger as soon as possible. I must master the power of Angel Raphael that he so graciously bestowed upon me. Seeing her lost in such deep thought, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Binh approached her, hoping to start a conversation. Tell me, Anna, what's on your mind? You seem so lost in thought. Won't you share your secrets with me? He was eager for her to reveal the secrets of the Aristotle Kingdom. Famous for its fusion of science and sorcery, what kind of place was it truly, lacking first-hand experience? She had very little information to offer him. With a heavy heart, she confessed, since I've never been there myself, I don't know the full details, but legends say they use tiny mana fragments to control iron giants as large as fortresses. I'm dying to see it. His excitement was electric. He immediately began planning with Annie, selecting the first destination for their grand journey. Let's make the Aristotle Kingdom our first stop, especially since we've already crossed paths with the Dark Guild. However, she had another plan in mind. I truly believe the Elven tribe should be our very first destination. First, Aristotle is currently closed. Second, a famous new guild recognized by the Sword Saints is also heading to the Elven tribe. Meanwhile, in a mysterious corner of the world, 2 enigmatic figures appeared, riding a mystical artifact called the Triple Belt One Pair. After landing, it transformed into a card. This was an old man named Luther traveling with his daughter, Ellie. He announced they had finally reached their goal. Ellie, we've arrived. Suddenly, 2 colossal man-eating flowers surged forward, ready to devour them both in an instant. Yet, despite the looming danger, the 2 remained completely unfazed. Luther explained that entering the Elven tribe required surviving the trial of plant purgatory. He asked, Ellie, how do you feel? Are you confident you can conquer this? Effany, she replied, with a voice full of absolute determination. Yes, Father. With a flick of her magic cards, the monsters were sliced to ribbons. Luther warned, this is only the beginning. The deeper they went, the more lethal the flora became. Somewhere in the shadows, a dangerous presence began to stir. A menacing figure emerged from the thicket alongside aggressive plants. Ahead, a massive, ancient tree towered over the landscape. That tree was the gateway, Lester muttered. Almost there, Effany noted. Didn't the Sword Saint Guild announce our arrival beforehand? She asked in confusion. Why are they still using these guardian plants to make things so difficult for us? For outsiders, only the strong may enter. This is a test of our poker guild's true power, he replied firmly. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently. A massive plant, far more terrifying than the others, erupted. The 5-element bean. As it emerged, they instantly leaped onto floating cards. He shouted to his daughter, that is the 5-element bean. So, this is the final gate. She questioned him. Suddenly, the monster spat out giant beans at lightning speed. They soared toward the beast. He explained, 30 years ago, back when I was still with the Sword Saint Guild, I once followed the greatest Sword Saint himself through this very trial to reach the Elven tribe. The beans shattered the earth upon impact. Their destructive power was immense. Effany focused purely on evading the onslaught. This monster won't be easy, Lester warned. Find its weakness. I'll do my best, Effany replied with fierce resolve. Magic cards glowed in the girl's hands. The battle at the gate intensified as the 5-element beans rained destruction. But Effany used her ultimate card slash to easily slice the projectiles. She quickly maneuvered behind the giant beast. Her father stood directly in front, creating a pincer attack. He ordered her to unleash their combined secret technique. Understood, she replied. Together, they executed an intertwined card slash, launching cards from both sides to shred the monster. After the monster fell, she remarked arrogantly. The final guardian didn't seem like much of a challenge after all, but her father's expression remained grim. He warned her sternly. Don't be reckless. This is the 5-element bean. As he spoke, the severed stump began to twitch. The monster was already starting to regenerate its entire body. New flesh sprouted rapidly, forming 4 massive, gaping maws. 4 heads soon emerged, all locking their sights on Luther. He shouted a warning while quickly conjuring a protective shield from a flurry of magical cards. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 immediately retreated behind her own card shield. More heads continued to sprout from the beast's regenerating mass. Countless beans were fired at even greater speeds. After traveling a certain distance, the projectiles began to explode violently. From each explosion, a hail of sharp thorns erupted. The battlefield was instantly transformed into a scene of absolute chaos. Explosions and thorns covered the entire area. The lethal projectiles flew toward them with the speed of a bullet. However, as the thorns struck 𝐒𝐒𝐒's card shield, they were instantly deflected by her powerful defensive magic. The thorns flew back toward the monster, striking its hide. Yet, they failed to pierce the beast's thick, armored skin. The monster's body absorbed the thorns. Then, it contracted and prepared to fire them all back at them once more. After endless cycles of attacks, her defensive cards finally shattered into useless scrap. She took a direct hit right in the shoulder. Trembling with tension, her father's warnings echoed in her mind. He was right, she had been far too arrogant in this fight. Panicked for her safety, he instantly launched a healing card her way. Don't touch that wound, it might be poisoned. Leave the treatment to me. The restorative magic card swirled around her mangled arm, its light stitching her flesh back together in an instant. She stared in awe at her father's mastery. Wow. Dad. When did you develop healing skills? Your card techniques have reached a whole new level. He stepped in front of her, his voice firm with concern. Find somewhere safe to rest. I'll handle the rest of this mess myself. No. I can still fight, she insisted, refusing to back down. But right then, something grotesque began sprouting from the monster's hide. The beast's power surged, its dripping maw becoming more hideous by the second. Even her father felt a chill of dread. Watch out. It's finally getting serious, he shouted. A massive, pulsing mass began to erupt from within the creature's body. Those horrific growths began manifesting, each one surging with a different 40. Elemental attribute. He identified the spheres erupting from its flesh: poison, fire, ice, wood, and mercury. This is only the starting form of the 5 elements beast. She gasped in shock. No wonder her father said its power rivaled that of a demon sovereign. 5 monstrous heads sprouted from its torso, each embodying a different deadly force: poison, fire, ice, wood, and mercury. As the beast reached its peak, her father quickly broke down the terrifying new mechanics of its power. By weaving those 5 elements together, it can unleash magic that defies all logic. It's nearly impossible for anyone to counter. That is exactly what makes it a nightmare, he muttered, grimly recalling his last encounter with the creature. Though he'd seen the Sword Saint slay it 30 years ago, it was clear this beast had grown exponentially more powerful since then. High above, the monster's heads shifted in unison, locking their predatory gaze onto the two of them. The longer we wait, the more precise its aim becomes, he warned. It's time for the treasure cards, she gasped. Your ultimate technique. Are you using your strongest 4 of a kind, she asked. He shook his head, channeling energy into 4 cards. Dad. Wait, no, against a magic user. The divine little mage is better. Suddenly, a streak of emerald light descended, making 𝐒𝐒𝐒 flinch. What is that? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 cried. A strange green arrow had struck the earth, revealed to be a bizarre, arrow-shaped plant sprout. As they watched, a small flower bloomed from the sprout with miraculous speed, instantly drawing the monster's undivided attention. The beast shuddered and sank into the earth. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 felt a strange pull. Dad. I feel a magical presence. One that feels so familiar. Of course you do, he replied. The blood of the elves flows within you. Just then, a mysterious woman descended toward the blooming sprout. She beckoned them forward. Follow me, she whispered before vanishing into thin air. Leaving the small sprout to wither and die, he turned to his daughter. They've been watching our struggle all along. It seems we finally earned their recognition. There's hope for this battle, yet we must head inside immediately. Are you ready for the trials ahead? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 nodded, her eyes burning with resolve. The elven magic is guiding our way. Nothing will stop us now. Trust the power in your blood. This is only the beginning. Dad. Together, they stepped past the withered sprout into the unknown. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 hesitated before asking, Dad, if Mom is really in the tribe, why hasn't she come out to meet us yet? His expression softened. The elf tribe follows a brutal hierarchy. 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Everything there is. Complicated. 16 years ago, to keep us safe, your mother chose to return to the Holy Land alone, but I believe her love for you remains as strong as ever. With those words, they entered the vast, hidden village of the elves. He kept walking, adding quietly, as for the rest of the truth, we'll just have to find it out for ourselves. Once inside, they stopped to stare at the bizarre homes built high into the ancient trees. They moved deeper, searching for a sign. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 took in the sights, but her gaze was met by an elven man looking down at them with pure, unadulterated contempt. A human and a half-breed, he sneered. The woman beside him added, I heard they're representatives from the Sword Saint Guild. They've likely come to beg for our help again. It was clear these elves saw humans as nothing more than insects. They whispered venomous insults as the pair passed. Lowly creatures. They even smell absolutely revolting. How filthy 𝐒𝐒𝐒 looked at her father, her voice trembling. Dad, why does it feel like they absolutely despise us? Most here have never left the tribe's borders. He explained calmly. To them, anyone from the outside is a threat. But Dad, we see elves in high-ranking guilds outside. If this place is so perfect, why did they leave? She looked around at the cold stairs, wondering why any of them would choose to stay in such a hostile environment. Thinking of the rigid caste system, he 𝐒𝐒𝐒. You must understand, 𝐒𝐒𝐒. The elf tribe has its own dark secrets and inner rot. In the elf tribe, bloodline is everything. Clustered around the world tree, the closer an elf resides to the trunk, the higher their noble status and the more divine resources they receive. No one speaks of the outcasts who abandoned the tribe, the forgotten ones who left the fold. These exiles only master basic plant magic and standard archery. Most are low bloodline elves from the outer rings who possess just enough power to strike out on their own. Yet, because rare skills like plant magic and precision archery are so prized elsewhere, these outcasts often become elite talents, sought after by powerful human guilds. To them, a life of adventure is far better than remaining a low-tier elf for all eternity. Naturally, there are exceptions. Curious. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 asks. An exception. What kind of exception? Father. Before the words even leave her lips, something sweeps in like a violent gale. An elf riding a shimmering reindeer appears, soaring through the sky in a mysterious, gravity-defying display. The elf declares with authority, I am the great general of the Blanche Elven tribe. I have come to escort Luthier and 𝐒𝐒𝐒 to our sacred land. Follow me, I shall be your guide. Suddenly, the general vanishes into the distance. Stunned by his abrupt arrival and haughty departure, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 exclaims, How strange. And incredibly arrogant. Luthier quickly warns his daughter to watch her tone. Be careful. 𝐒𝐒𝐒. Remember, the deeper we go into this territory, the more cautious you must be with your words. She then summons a magical card and steps onto it, hovering in midair. Together, they prepare to follow Blanche's lead. With a heavy sense of premonition, Luthier tells his daughter, Perhaps your mother is waiting for us at the sacred land. Blanche races forward atop his white stag, leaving a trail of light. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 and Luthier follow, struggling to keep up with his incredible speed. The white stag glides effortlessly through the air while the two follow behind. Even the ancient trees seem to come alive, automatically parting to clear a path for them. Whoa, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 gasps, glancing back in disbelief. Look, the trees are actually moving to let us through. Luthier senses a shift in the air and turns his head. This is the tribe's inner protective barrier. Without a high-tier elf as a guide, any intruder would be hopelessly trapped within an ever-shifting forest labyrinth. They approach a colossal ancient tree whose dense canopy blankets the entire horizon, creating a realm of eternal twilight illuminated only by shimmering, ethereal auroras. Radiant auroras drape over the massive trunk like a celestial veil. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 watches with her jaw dropped in awe, while Luthier gazes at the tree with a solemn, nostalgic expression. We've arrived. This is where it all began. Looking back 30 years. Luthier Renagon. a member of the Sword Saint Guild, was walking while casually snacking on a bag of treats. Suddenly, he snaps his attention forward as Nikita screams in panic. Out of the way, everyone! Move, I've lost control. The villagers scatter in a desperate frenzy to escape. Nikita is charging through the streets on an uncontrollable white stag. Luthier drops his snacks and hurls the heavy sword from his back directly toward the panicked beast. The sword slams into the ground right in front of the stag, forcing the startled creature to halt with a roar. Without a word, Luthier leaps onto its back, sliding in behind Nikita. He places his hands over hers on the reins. Nikita is trembling, gripping the leather in terror. But Luthier calmly lifts her hands to soothe her. Calm down. Everything is all right now. As the stag settles, Nikita turns back with a blushing face. Thank you. Luthier smiles warmly in return. It was nothing. He then leans in closer to Nikita, asking with childlike excitement. Haha, but this is a sacred beast mount, isn't it? The kind only high-tier elves are allowed to ride. Right, Luthier observes with curiosity. Nikita gives a small, shy nod of confirmation. Luthier beams. What a magnificent creature. I've never seen a stag this breathtaking. Nikita whispers. I am so sorry for causing such chaos in the streets. Luthier waves it off. Don't worry. Everyone is fine. But you should be more careful. A powerful spirit beast requires a deep understanding from its master. Nikita looks at him with newfound admiration for his wisdom. She awkwardly offers a reward, to which he replies, well, if you truly insist on thanking me, then let me borrow this mount for a ride. Her face turns crimson as Luthier takes the reins and the white stag begins to gallop through the sky. Nikita sits in the center, paralyzed by shock, as they both soar through the heavens atop the majestic creature. Wait, I haven't even mastered riding on solid ground yet, Nikita cries in terror. They streak through the forest, heading toward the giant ancient tree. Luthier looks around in pure exhilaration, admiring the view. Whoa, the elven tribe's territory is absolutely breathtaking. Terrified, Nikita covers her eyes with her hands. Please, I beg you, let's just go back down to the ground. Luthier looks at her, slightly annoyed. Hey, you're supposed to be a high-tier elf. Why are you such a coward? Nikita whimpers, still hiding her eyes. I'm sorry. My father and sisters always tell me the same thing, but I've been too scared to ever learn how to fly. Suddenly, Luthier points down with a serious expression. Look out, your father is coming for you, startled. Nikita peeks in the direction he is pointing. What? Oh no, you have to hide. Quickly, Nikita panics. Outsiders are strictly forbidden from riding a sacred beast. If my father sees you, he'll punish you even if you are a member of the prestigious Sword Saint Guild. Luthier just chuckles from behind her. Don't worry. I was just teasing you. Nikita glares at him. What? How could you lie to me like that? Undeterred, he continues guiding the white stag toward the colossal tree, where the dense canopy meets the shimmering auroras. But you finally opened your eyes. Didn't you? Look, the view is magnificent. She remains silent, finally captivated by the breathtaking sight. Nikita gazes in awe at the glowing ancient tree radiating with divine light. It's beautiful. No one has ever brought me up here before. Luthier grinned, tightening his grip on the reins with excitement. In that case, let's kick things up a notch and have some real fun. Nikita glanced back, her curiosity piqued. What do you mean by a strong sensation? Before she could finish, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 urged the white deer forward, plunging them deep into the heart of the ancient tree's emerald canopy. Wait, slow down, Nikita shrieked in terror, clutching onto him as they sped ahead. But as they breached the foliage, her fear instantly vanished, replaced by a sense of pure, unadulterated awe. They gazed around in wonder. The interior was a hidden realm entirely. Above them, the ceiling of branches shimmered like a vast, starlit midnight sky, radiating a soft and ethereal glow. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 handed the reins to Nikita and stood tall upon the deer's back to take in the view. Inspired by the magic of the moment, Nikita rose as well, spreading her arms wide to embrace the breeze. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 gently wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. As their eyes met, the world seemed to fade away, until their faces accidentally brushed together, sending a crimson flush across their cheeks. In the quiet magic of the canopy, Nikita and 𝐒𝐒𝐒 slowly closed their eyes and shared their very first kiss. It was a moment of pure, cinematic romance, overflowing with newfound happiness. The white deer found a cozy nook to drift off to sleep. Nearby, the two lovers sat perched upon a sturdy branch, gazing upward as if lost in the beauty of a celestial night sky. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 stared into the distance. The High Elders are sealing the Magic Academy for several days. He noted. They won't be around. So you are free to enjoy yourself without worry. Nikita. She leaned her head happily against his shoulder. 𝐒𝐒𝐒, I truly admire you, she whispered, her voice filled with genuine warmth for the man beside her. Nikita cherished every second spent in his presence. To her, his scent was the essence of pure joy, untouched by burdens and free from the heavy shadows of worry or responsibility. I wish I could live as freely as you do, she confessed softly. I want to step beyond these borders and see what the rest of the world actually looks like. He met her gaze with a determined expression. That is a simple wish to grant, he promised. Believe me, I will be the one to show you everything out there. I may be a newcomer to the 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Guild, but I have already earned a reputation as a Steel Gaul rank adventurer. I have braved many lands and seen sights you would not believe. Nikita's eyes lit up with excitement. Really, you would actually take me outside? But as the words left her lips, a flicker of hesitation and worry crossed 𝐒𝐒𝐒's face. Of course it is true, he replied. But Nikita, you are a high-ranking elf. Life within the safety of your tribe has to be much better than the chaos of the outside world. Nikita's expression darkened with a profound sadness. What they call good here is nothing more than gilded chains, she muttered. To her, this paradise was merely a beautiful prison. The tribal election is drawing near, she explained. There are elders, my own uncles, who are already conspiring to strip my father of his crown and seize power for themselves, to secure his own position and gain more political support. My father has made a devastating choice. He has decided to offer me as a prize to one of those men. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 gently placed his hand on her head, silencing her. You do not need to say another word. Even if I do not fully understand the inner workings of the elf tribe, I know that losing one's freedom is the ultimate agony. He gave her hair a tender rub. Tomorrow, I will retrieve a teleportation scroll from the guild and we will leave this place together. But you must understand, this means we will be making enemies of both the elf tribe and the 𝐒𝐒𝐒 Guild. We would have to live in hiding forever. Are you ready? We can only live in seclusion and lead a normal life. Do you agree? Nikita's face flushed a deep pink as she closed her eyes. A normal life with you? That is exactly what I have always dreamed of, she whispered. Yes, I agree. They drew closer, the tension between them finally breaking as they shared another lingering soul-stirring kiss. Sealing their pact of love and rebellion, gently falling leaves swirled around them, veiling the two figures as they became one in that sacred moment, sharing the most beautiful and joyous connection of their lives. Back in the present, Blanchette galloped forward atop her white stag, leading the way. Close behind, Affy and 𝐒𝐒𝐒 struggled to keep pace with her swift, rhythmic movements. Suddenly, Blanchette and her mount plunged into a shimmering white mist and vanished. The father and daughter froze in shock, staring at the mysterious barrier where she had just disappeared. Dad, she is gone, Affy cried out in alarm. 𝐒𝐒𝐒 reached out to steady her. It is a concealment barrier. Stay close, we just need to follow her lead. But internally, his mind was racing with confusion. I lived here for so long. How could I have never known this barrier existed, he wondered, feeling a chill of unease. Without another moment of hesitation, Affy and 𝐒𝐒𝐒 stepped through the veil. From the dark distance, however, a shadowy figure watched their every move in chilling silence. The hidden observer waited patiently as the pair entered the heart of the colossal tree. Meanwhile, Blanchette continued to lead them deeper into the unknown. Beyond the barrier lay a realm of impossible beauty, a vast expanse of rolling meadows and crystal lakes. Home to legendary creatures like unicorns and other mythical beasts, majestic phoenixes soared above while herds of divine deer roamed below. At the very center of this sanctuary stood another massive, ancient tree that seemed to pulse with life. Blanchette dismounted before three high-ranking elves standing guard near the great tree. She gently stroked the deer's cheek. You have done well. Go wait for me over there. Blanchette stood in silence, her eyes following the white stag as it trotted off to join the rest of its kind across the shimmering emerald plains. Once the animal was gone, she dropped to one knee in a gesture of profound respect. Tribe leader, my mission is complete. Moments later, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 and Affy touched down nearby. Affy could not contain her curiosity. Dad, who are those people? She whispered as they slowly approached the group of four standing ahead. 𝐒𝐒𝐒's face hardened with gravity. Listen carefully. Affy, those are the grand leaders of our elf tribe. When we get there, mind your manners and speak with absolute respect. Affy suddenly froze, her complexion turning ghastly. What is this? Why do I feel so lightheaded? She wondered in distress. A wave of unexplained nausea washing over her. Van Satan, the formidable tribe leader, spoke with authority. Blanchette, you are dismissed. Beside him, Aaron remained perfectly still, his eyes closed in a mask of stern silence. It has been a long time, has it not? 𝐒𝐒𝐒 remarked with a welcoming smile. Gosther's breath hitched as he stammered out a reply. Yes. It truly has. It has been far too long. Indeed. He lowered his head in a deep, formal bow before the three powerful figures. I offer my humblest greetings. Great leaders, he glanced up, feeling the weight of Aaron's icy silence. Sensing the tension, 𝐒𝐒𝐒 broke the ice playfully. The last time I saw you, you were just a spirited young lad. Were you not? Van Satan's gaze remained cold and piercing as he prepared to speak, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. So, have you come as an envoy of the Sword Saint Guild to try and drag us into your alliance? Van Satan questioned. Gosther's expression shifted, preparing to correct the leader's assumption. To be precise, it is the Card Guild. We have reached an agreement with the Sword Saint Guild to form the heroic alliance against the Dark Guild. I have come here specifically to invite the Elven tribe to join our grand alliance. Avari suddenly closed her eyes and let out a mocking, rhythmic laugh. Your fame may have spiked after forming the guild, but we are well aware of the Sword Saint Guild's pathetic decline. Vasan chimed in, noting the Sword Saint has been missing for 3 months. Without such a crucial pillar, what point does your alliance have? He spread his arms wide, gesturing to emphasize the void left behind. That is why I have another request. Please use your plant and insect magic to help us track the Sword Saint's whereabouts. The Sword Saint was just one step away from reaching the Demon King rank, so there is no way he could have died. Patriarch Is, you have known the Sword Saint for years. Surely you understand the true extent of his legendary power. Aaron simply stood there with his eyes closed, remaining eerily silent throughout the exchange. Avari spoke up with concern, explaining that mobilizing every plant outside the forest would require a massive and costly ritual. Can you actually compensate us for such a heavy price? The other two patriarchs remained silent, waiting for an answer. Aine's temper flared instantly. This is no time to be haggling over personal interests. If the Sword Saint isn't found, the Dark Guild's shadow will eventually swallow your lands. Don't you realize we are all in the same boat? Vasan kept his cold gaze fixed on Aine. Listen, Brett. Any negotiation must be built upon a state of total equality. If you want a blood bond with us, you must prove you are even worthy. Suddenly, a seed erupted from the earth, and a colossal, menacing flower bloomed right before Kurt's eyes. This is the trial of the three patriarchs. Viziton added that the 5 elements are just the bare minimum for a demon venerable. If you can survive this single strike, only then will we discuss the terms of your alliance. The flower erupted with a blinding golden radiance. Seeing the overwhelming power, Efini cried out in fear. Father, Kurt faced the light with grim resolve. Don't worry, I've got this. The flower unleashed a devastating beam straight at them. High above, the 3 elven patriarchs watched the father and daughter with stern, unyielding expressions. The brilliant light consumed the entire area, soon followed by a mysterious, swirling pale green mist. The tension is rising. If you want to see what happens next, smash that subscribe button and leave a like right now. Thanks for watching until the very end. See you next time, everyone.